down the Sweet Rumble. Small blocks, big blocks, Chevrolets, Fords, Mopars hither and yon. Matt Riley and Dylan Mercer are going to lead us off. Is that Mr. Mercer? Roy D. Mercer out of Moundsville. As in West Virginia, the Camaro small motored combination. Riley out of Kentucky. And we are off and running. JEGS Speed Week officially underway. Looking for 1090s to pop up on the board. See how well we do. 1086 and a 1099. All right, well, we'll split the difference. Call it close. 1086, Matt Riley at $127. 1099 for Dylan Mercer. 121 miles an hour. Butch Dresback comes rolling in now. He's Ford. Out of New Carlisle. Del Schaefer's Maverick out of Chester, Virginia. Start the day off with a couple of runners out of West Virginia down the right-hand side. The O'Reilly Lane, 1089 and $132 for Dale. 1128, 127 for Dresback. He motors through with the T-Bird. We have a gaggle of Fords start things off here this morning. Jerry Spore comes rolling in with his Thunderbolt now over on the left-hand side. Kevin Byers' machine. Buckeye State runner, a little Chevy 2 over here on the right. Got the big block underneath. 514 cubic inches for Jerry Spore. Going to motivate the Thunderbolt down the racetrack. In 77 at $147. How about Kevin Myers? Finally throws down a 1090 number. Trip 0, dead 5. Well, that won't get you percolating in the morning. I don't know what will. 10905 at 141 for Myers, and he was perfect leaving the starting line. Larry Chipsinski comes rolling in next. The Indiana-based runner. It is Barracuda. Wide out of Kentucky. Another one of our Ford combinations. How about a Thunderbolt? Fairlane working its way down track. 1098, 107 for White. 1093 at $123 for Zepchinski's Barracuda. And we sold you on Donnie Dernberger out of Minnesota, making a toe down. Donnie got here late yesterday, didn't get a time run, jumped into the Super Street Showdown. What about 4 rounds before bowing out? Bishop's Hot Rod over on the left-hand side. The gentleman who spends the days during the week shining dragster, like that one sitting over there. Dick Berry out of Indiana, working his way down the O'Reilly side. 10908, our second 90 of the day. 131 miles an hour. 1095 by Dernberger. At $148 for speed. Tony Tanner's Oldsmobile comes rolling in next. Jimmy Udom. Jimmy, who went deep into the program last night in our Super Street shootout. A little warm-up race. Going to get the red light out of the system early now. 003 too quick. How the Firebird responds this morning. Now Draggy motors through. 1092 to 9 for Tony. Carnival 1079 at 131 miles an hour for Paul Brown, a 1091 lap. At $138. Thunderbirds. Little Vega rolling in next. Frank Vincent. Frank out of Bath. Over on the right-hand side. Little 66 Chevy 2, 433 bow tie combination. For Frank. Red light starts being nothing here today. Other than you missed a little bit on your practice run. 1089.8 by Thunderbird. He misses a perfect lap by 6 miles. He cruises through at 136. 1101 for Frank Vincent Nova at 127 miles. Pete Medeiros, Malibu. Runner out of North Tonawanda, New York, making the tow down. And Dan Giles. Another 500 cubic inch plus Ford power plant, this time on a 1962 Ford Falcon. Get 1090s up on the scoreboard. As they work their way down track, taking aim at those 1090 numbers. 1092 by Childs at 142 miles an hour. 1082 for Medeiros Malibu at 133 miles per. Randy Jones. Little hot rod Mopar over here on the right. 500 cubic inches of Mopar motivation, and Allison Prose up on the left, the young lady out of Terre Haute. Honey Creek Collision there on the left-hand side. Quick out of the gate for Allison, but again, practice. 1038, she needs to slow it down. 1089, 130 for Randy Jones. 1038 and $140 for Allison Prose. Something tells me they may have forgotten to turn on the throttle stop there. But that's why we have practice runs. Gary Warner's GMC pickup pulls in alongside young Kelly Sperry. Fort Wayne, Indiana base runner. Payroll specialist. Hope she got payroll done before she left. Might have some upset employees. Checks are ready, boss. I'm out. Bye. Kelly cruises through 1091 at $122. Gary Warner joining that Allison Prose Club of the oops, forgot to turn the throttle stop on. 1052 at 131. The good news for Gary is he doesn't have low ET of the session. Allison does. The bad news is Allison's got low ET of the session. Don't want to have low ET. Frank Jenkins comes rolling in. Jackson power plant underneath the hood for Frank. 3 miles over there on the left-hand side. Del Hall up from Texas. Making a tow up to come have a little bit of fun. 1091 at $143 for Hall. His Grand Prix over here on the right-hand side. 1098 at 138 for Frank. Rudy Matthews hustles through 1086 at 146. Jason Satterley right alongside of him, 1088 at 140. Barry Ribeiro and Robbie Sesco comes rolling in now. The Cisco Kid wheeling and dealing his Camaro on the right-hand side. The K100. Bad attitude. Little Chevy over on the left-hand side. Says go 1098 at 130. Barbario 1088 at 131. Tim Irwin, the R&D manager over at Mosier Engineering. 555 bow tie combination underneath the hood of his Nova. And Les Harris. Les comes rolling in, little Chevrolet S10. Plays on the throttle, stops hard. Now they come off. Start rolling to the other end. 10,909 by Irwin. 002 on the tree, little 11 foul package. Not a bad way to start the morning. 11:02 at 130 for Les Harris. He cruised for Rick Watson up on the left-hand side. And a driver to be named later over here on the right. Wheeling the deal in the Oldsmobile. Watson's Malibu, left-hand lane, 1087 at $1.18, 1099 for the Oldsmobile. 3-mile-an-hour run. Skippy Purcell, Chevy 2. Good looking, clean. 72 Nova SS over on the right-hand side. It's Scott Sattler's Malibu there on the left. Oh, Malibus make pretty good Super Street cars. Got the big block in that engine compartment, and there's room. Nubs in the back. Big slick. There's room. No racing. If it were only that easy. Purcell, 1082 at 126 out of his Nova. 1093, the 008 light by Scott Sattler. Got maybe tuned into the tree and ready to rumble. Looking pretty good at 145-mile-an-hour pace down track. Double D, Deffenbaugh. Comes rolling in alongside Don Garbinski. Finished number 3 up in Division I competition last year. Got the Challenger out of Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. A couple pretty good hitters on the line right now. Deffenbaugh's been known to smack down a win or two in his career, so has Garbinski. And as you would expect, a couple of very nice reaction times. 10 for Garbinski, 18 for Double D. Deffenbaugh, 1093 and 140, 1086. 147 for Garbinski and Z-Motors for Taylor Iacono. And Jeff McMillan come rolling in. Taylor on the left, wheeling his S10. 21-year-old youngster out of New Jersey. Iacono, just a tad quick. How about a thousandth of a second? Too quick to the draw. McMillan working his way down in that Mustang. Good looking. Mustang goes 1099. 110 miles an hour. 1094 to $132 for young Taylor. Next pair already pulling up to the beams. Dan Bain. And from Las Vegas, over here on the right-hand side, and Scotty Weiser, the local runner out of Etna, which is like right down the road. $1091, 143 for Weisen, 1092 for Dan, 150 miles an hour. Rob Foss, Morgan Napier comes rolling in. Morgan at the wheel of the T-Bird. Voss with a 1086 lap out of the S10. 129 miles an hour. Morgan Stebert, 1087 at 147. Mark Iron out of Indiana comes rolling in now. Harmon over on the right-hand side. Big block, small block Camaro. Jeremy Shells, little Chevy too. Now I gotta give Jeremy credit. A very unique occupation is listed upon his tech card this week. 1089 at $135 for Jeremy, who lists his occupation as a seahorse cowboy. That's different. 11 flat at 141 for Harmon over here on the right-hand side. A seahorse cowboy. Huh. I'm still trying to think of a witty comeback on that one. Kind of got me stumped there. Tom Cooley, excuse me, and Mark Smith. Mark out of Bowling Green comes rolling in. $10,901 for Smith as he cruises through the big motor down the Mustang at 154 miles an hour. Cooley with a 1089, 131 mile an hour shot down track. Steve Rash. Brian Shockley come rolling in. Shockley on the right-hand side, the Spring Hill, Tennessee-based runner. Rash on the left. Whoa, hello. Hello. Let's have a hood say good morning to you. Yeah. Mr. Shockley had the hood pop up right in front of him all of a sudden. It's kind of like, wow, where'd the world go? Meanwhile, Jason on the left-hand side cruises through 1093 at 152 in his Pontiac. Shockley either A, has some tin work to do or some fiberglass work to do. One of the two. So some have started off the morning with a triple O light, dead on run, and some have started off the morning with their hood flying up in their face. Just goes to show you how much fun the sport of drag racing really is. You just never know. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes now, please. And there's a flock of you out there. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Stock to the lanes. Interesting pair in the water box. I mean, how many times have you ever announced a Ford taking on a Porsche? Not your everyday quintessential super street car sitting down here in the water box. On either side, for that matter. I mean, Ford Falcons, for the most part, have floundered away and returned to Mother Earth in the form of rust. To find one still active and complete. Somewhat of a challenge. Used to be a big field in Kansas City of old Southwestern Bell Ford Falcon panel wagons. Big field of them. I mean, there were 200, 250 of them sitting in this field. And the next thing I know, this car crushing company comes in and scoops in and shovels them all into their crusher and recycles them. Ooh, we got some golf carts that we may start recycling. No parking in the staging lanes with the golf cart, please, folks. We made the announcement yesterday numerous times, and we need to remind you again. No golf carts in the staging lanes, parking in the staging lanes. There's room over on the side of the staging lanes, lots of grass. Do want to remind all of our racers that are here with us this weekend, coming up tonight from 5 to 8 p.m. Giant stage located next to the staging lanes. Hope Over Heroin, Racers Appreciation Cookout. Hamburgers and hot dogs from 5 to 8 tonight. Take time to learn the amazing Hope Over Heroin program, how effective it is, and realize that everybody that is serving you this evening is a reformed addict. Now a competent member of society. Give to the captain, Mike Booker, and the Hope Over Heroin program. And some free food, hot dogs and hamburgers tonight from 5 to 8. We'll remind you again a little bit later. I know most of you have already been to the Hot Rod Grill and had breakfast this morning. But the Hope Over Heroin program, huge program. Keith Mayers comes rolling in, his Porsche. And Gary Horseman at the wheel of his Falcon. Now the Ford Falcon is powered by a Ford. And he motors through with a 1091 lap at a $134. Keith's Porsche, powered by a big block Chevrolet for the former world champ. He goes cruising through 1092 at a $153. Barney Barnhart, the injured Barney Barnhart, recuperating with stitches in his hands after the awning jumped up and bit him the other night. Larry Payton's little S10 on the left-hand side. Again, Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes. Stockers, to the lanes, please. Barney says, stitches or no, I'm going to hit the tree. And he does. Ball foul on the reaction timers. Nice light. He motors through 1080 at a $148. He should be able to adjust for that. 10903 by Larry's pickup there on the left-hand side as he motors through at a $144. Ronnie Maggard, Victor Marquardt. Marquardt over here on the right-hand side out of Kentucky. 440 combination. 1970 Plymouth Duster. Wasn't exactly the package you could spec out when you went into the Plymouth dealership back in 1970. But it sure does work here in Super Street. Big block Chevelle. That you could order back in 1970. Of course, it wasn't quite 565 cubic inches, but hey. 1084, 149 for Maggart as he motors through in the Chevelle. 1087 at 132 for Markland, his 440 Mopar car. Kenny McNichols, Grand Prix comes rolling in now, the Tennessee runner. And Ricky Hall. Hall out of Virginia. The Camaro there on the left-hand side. McNichol took a look at an 81 Pontiac Grand Prix and said, that's my kind of super street car. And it works. 1101, 125 for McNichol, 1103 for Ricky Hall's Camaro. C Motors through at 119. Ben Haight, Brandon Dutton come rolling in down a pair of Camaros. 81 edition for Brandon on the right-hand side. Right up the road in Pataskala, and Ben Haight over on the left-hand side. New York runner, wheeling and dealing his 86 version. Big blocks a pair. 1090s on the scoreboard. Stock eliminator, need you lanes, please. Stock eliminator, need you to the lanes, and there's a bunch of you. Come on down. We'll make room as soon as we get all those golf carts out of the lanes. 1087, 144 for Brandon Dutton, 11 flat for Ben Haight. Motors through at $129. Standard testing lab entry comes rolling in. Doug Wood on the left and Ray Miller's Monza. The Millers have a fleet of Monzas. Miller on the right, Wood on the left. A couple of gentlemen who've been known to go a round or two in their careers. Doug's got the better light this time around. Miller must have been in the non-caffeinated coffee line. 11:22 at 135 for Doug Wood, 11:05 for Ray Miller. Both of them off the mark a little bit. But then again, that's why we have practice. Practice, practice, practice. Greg Porter and Kevin Klaus working their way down track now. Klaus in the Mustang on the left-hand side. Porter's Mustang over here on the right. And they're both Ford-powered. 10.909 by Klaus. Good run down track. Needs to work on the reaction times a little bit. But hey, if you start off with the 1090, you can go from there. 1085 for Porter at 137. He finds himself just a tad quick. Dan Funk, who made it down to the finals last night. Our shootout for our Super Street contenders. Funk cruises through 1087 at 126, 1093. Little Vega wagon on the right-hand side. Good speed at $142. Sean Pitts and Denny Napier come rolling in now. Napier's Vega. Over on the right. Tough running small car with the big motor underneath the hood. 2000 Camaro with Pitts up alongside. The runner out of London here in the Buckeye State. Napier, 40 on the tree, 91-0 at the other end of the racetrack, cruising through at 150. Pitts was 007, had the light, runs off the number though, 1094 to $126. Combined the two runs, and well, you got a 007 and a 1091. If it only worked that way. Phil Smida and Sean Frick. Sean up on the right-hand side. We saw Sean yesterday work his way through the field a little bit. The accelerated travel Firebird. Got down to the late rounds. Just didn't get down to the late enough rounds. But for the accelerated travel, cybersecurity consultant. Sean hustling his way down track now. In the bird. Spine alongside. Multi-time division champ. Phil cruises through 1092 at a buck 48. 1085 for Frick. 138 MPHs. Down at the other end for Sean. As Alex Miller's Monza comes rolling in now alongside Don Moyers. First generation Camaro. Miller stops the timers. 1092 at 140, 1096 for Mr. Moyer as he cruises through at 141 miles an hour. Young Tim Fletcher. I misspoke yesterday when I said it was Dan at the wheel. They got the helmets on. It's kind of hard to see which one's who. Timothy driving the ATI. Chevy Nova over here on the right-hand side. And Chase Huffman all the way from Texas. Just on the south side, a town called Waxahachie. Lucas Oil. Accelerated graphics entry over on the left-hand side. Chase. Due Bryant out on a little bit of a world tour. 1098, 142 for Huffman. 1085 for Tim Fletcher, who's always going to be a threat when he shows up at a buck 36. Randy Ship's Corvette. Love this Corvette. Beautiful car. Big block 565 combination underneath the hood of the 60 hardtop. Wayne Kelly's Indiana-based Chevy Beretta over on the left. As it appears to be our final pair here in Super Street. Problems for Wayne as he's just idling down the racetrack. 11:05 by Ship at 144 miles an hour. So Kelly will cruise on through. Hey, don't forget, the Hot Rod Grill's open. Breakfast menu includes sausage, gravy, and biscuits. The Track Buster, which includes tater tots, gravy, egg, peppers, and onions, and cheese. The Big Daddy Sandwich, which is a sausage patty, a fried egg, bacon, and cheese. French toast sticks, a sausage, egg, and cheese, or a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Or you can just get an egg and cheese biscuit. They'll take care of you. But the breakfast menu now being served at the Hot Rod Grill. Certainly invite you to stop by. Don't forget they got funnel fries for that sweet tooth craving a little bit later on this afternoon. The Super Street first shot down the racetrack is in the books, and stock eliminator. And we have a flock of stock eliminator cars. A herd, a plethora, a gaggle, a congress. We have a congress of stock eliminator cars. A congress is what you call a large collection of baboons. Can you think of a word that's more appropriate? I'll leave politics out. Never mind. this is what you call kind of starting out with the long and the short of it, if you will. Stock eliminator, first pair out. The Corvette, B-stock automatic entry. Wheel standard, small block, screaming to the other end of the racetrack in a 10-second zone. And then we got Ellis Booth with the LDYT, little dang yellow truck, with the 4-cylinder, 140 cubic inch, non-wheel standing Ford Ranger. Ellis running against a 1665 class index. South goes 1034 against the 1125 index. 1647 by Ellis. Rich is 90 under and Ellis is 17 under. That's what you call the long and the short of it to get started. Zach Ross, Marcus Waddou. Marcus over here on the right-hand side. 318 cubic inch Dodge Aspen. Zach's drag pack Challenger over on the left. Stock automatic. Little Mopar, the older Mopar, the Aspen, the factory stock D drag pack over on the left-hand side. Zach should be in the 9-second zone, and he is. 990 at 134. 1220 by Marcus. 106 miles an hour against this 1285. Marcus is 64 under. Zach is 69 under. Aaron Allison's Copos sits and waits patiently. The factory stock B entry, and Jerry Bennett's 340 Duster now waits patiently on the right-hand side. Well, I understand we've got the exterminator chasing a couple of raccoons down at the far end of the racetrack. A couple of midnight bandits. They're being socially conscious, though. They have their masks on. R. I know. It was a reach. It is early in the morning. I do apologize. And we continue. Then it comes pulling in, the 340 Duster out of Kentucky. Always a strong running automobile. Should be well down. Low 11, high 10-second zone. Aaron Allison stepping up to the new Copo. 2015 edition over there on the left-hand side. Allison with a 936, 11:01 for Jerry Bennett at 119 miles per. Jerry's 69 under. Aaron goes 63 under the index. Rich South's Corvette still leading the pack at 90 under. That may all be fixing to change here, though. Jerry Summers comes rolling in now, the little 302 Mustang 2. There on the left-hand side. He gets the 1485 index. Going to work his way down track. Gail Pinkston, F-stock automatic Camaro, hustling to the other end. 11:29 at $1.15 by Gale. 14:64 by Summers on an 88-mile-an-hour run. And Gary didn't turn it loose like I thought he might. 20 under for him. Pinkston at 55 under the index. James Cakel comes rolling in. Cakel, winner on the circuit last year. Picking up the win over at Indy with the Oldsmobile. 442. Doug Duels, ATI, 440 CUDA. Duel goes 1096 against the 1140, 1099 against the 1170 by Kekel. Kekel's 70 under. Duel goes 43 under. Rich South still leading the pack. Bobby Yorkie out of up Michigan, and Randy Eakins. Randy out of Sykeston, Mo. 73-year-old youngster at the wheel of his drag pack Challenger over here on the right-hand side. Factory stock G got the 360 combination underneath the hood of the drag pack. He hustles through on the 1135 index to a 1063 at 125. 1013 by Yorkie. Bobby goes 86 under for number 2. Eakins goes 71 under for number 3. Rich South's Corvette still leads the pack. And 90 under the index, but we got a long way to go before we wrap up session number 1. Mark Williams Camaro comes rolling in on the left-hand side. Tom Russell's first gen, 396, 4-speed, convertible Camaro here on the right. Or you can take to one of them auction sites, you probably get a pretty penny for it. 1020 at 75, 74.9 under. For Russell, 1046 for the Camaro. Tom at 74.9, slides into the number 3 spot now. Fred Vogus, Chuck Beach come rolling in. Beach with the 340 CUDA. Another F-stock automatic entry. Vogus with the L-stock automatic, the 302. California Special Mustang Coupe over there on the left-hand side. Beach's index at 1185, and he runs through 1106 at 118. 1242 by Vogus. 105 miles an hour. Beach takes over the number 3 spot. 78 under lap. Brick goes in at 27 under. Dick Kincaid's in the Chevy 2 now. The E-stock automatic, 327. Hot rod against Mike Ross. 360 power plant underneath the hood of the 74 Plymouth Duster. Ross's G-stock automatic entry. Works its way through 1125 at 116. 1131 by Kincaid. Ross at 74 under. Dick at 38 under the index. Mike slides into the number 5 spot. Ron Simonick comes rolling in now. A little front wheel drive. Another 140 cubic inch. 4-cylinder from Ford. This time into tempo. Turning the front wheel. Joe Martin's big block. 396, 4-speed. 69 Camaro there on the left. Kind of like the way we started the session off. One of our quicker cars and one of our slower cars. Working their way down track. Martins hustles through 1017 on the 1095. Simonick's little tempo, 1575 on the 1560. So Rod's going to have to speed her up a little bit. Martin, 77 under the index, goes into the number 4 spot for now. Yet another front-wheel drive stocker, this time the 2000 Pontiac Grand Am. For Billy Owens out of Grand Blanc, Michigan. Pontiac on the right. Should be about a 1450 player. Billy Baker's Buick. Then on the left, the 455 71 edition ES model. 11:59 for Bakers. He cruises through. 14:56 for Bill Owens. Owens 58 under the index. Slides into that lucky number 13 spot for now, but trust me, he'll get bumped out of that. Billy Baker at 40 under. Gubelhar and Tim Barrett. Barrett up from Fort Ann, New York. 350 V28, 69 edition. Wheeling and dealing, the Challenger on the left-hand side. Drag pack car. Dancing a little bit, coming off the line. They'll have to make some adjustments for that. People motor through 10:53 at $1.32, leaving some back there on the starting line. 11:51 at 112 for Barrett. As the Camaro out of New York hustles his way down track. Barrett goes in at 49 under. 24 cars so far. Down track in this session of stock eliminator. I'd say we got another 100 to go. Bruce Gibson's D-Stock automatic 71 Demon. Rolls that down on the right-hand side. Bob Schmalz there on the left. A fleet of stock eliminator cars, let me tell you. We got them. Gibson goes through 1075 at 121 miles an hour, 1135 at $1.17 for Bob Schmalz. He dances his way down the racetrack. Mike Delahanty's Mighty Mopar comes rolling in next. 426-64 Belvedere. Billy Dyer's Factory Stock H. Cobra Jet Mustang on the right. Wheels up for both. Dyer working his way through. Mustang sticks the nose out in front. Goes 1041 at 121. Delahanty at 27 at 128 as they cross the stripe down at the other end. And Billy Dyer's 1041 puts him 108 under the index, and he's your new #1 qualifier in that Cobra Jet. So everybody else take a step back. There's the Hammond and Tom Loskin. Roll in next. 69 Plymouth Roadrunner. 440 combo for Loskin on the right. Runner out of Pennsylvania making the tow over. Stock automatic combo and a H stock automatic entry, little 305 edition. 53 Camaro there on the left for young Marissa. $11.51 at 114 for Hammond. 1082 at 121 for Loskin. Marissa goes on to the front page for now. 63 under the index. Loskin at 42 under the index. Randy Taylor and Bruce Castle come rolling in. We continue on. And Bill Dyer's Cobra Jet continues to lead the pack. So far, your #1 qualifier. Castle, the Mercury Cougar over here on the right-hand side. All 429 cubic inches of it. Taylor's I-Stock automatic Camaro there on the left out of the Parsons Myers race shop. 1156 at $1.13 from Taylor. 1124 by Castle. Taylor goes into the #9 spot at 73 under. Bruce is 45 under. Jake Howard's Camaro and Wallace Dent's newer model Camaro. The next pair to take the attack here at National Trail. It's C-Stock automatic entry. Out of Maryland. Making the tow over. Over 40 index car. Be down in the upper 10 second zone. Jake Howard, D-Stock automatic entry. Little 350 first gen Camaro. Give and chase. 1068, 123 by Dent. Good lap. 1120, 116 by Howard. Wallace dead at 71 under. He'll join the front page list for now in the number 11 spot. Jake slides into the number 20 position. Again, for now, Dave Walters, stick shift, 350. Indiana base 69 Camaro on the right. And Larry Pappas, Pontiac Formula on the left, 350 combination. Runner out of Wayne, New Jersey there on the left-hand side. A D-stock automatic combo. Big wheels off launch for Walters. Likes the front end up in the air on that Camaro, sets it right back down, grabs the another gear, and goes towards the other end. 1081 at 121 by Walters. 1072 at a $1.23. Walter at 98 under the index, slides into the number 2 spot now. Larry Pappas at 53 under the index, back in the middle of the field. But Walters, wheel standing, small block, high winding, stick shift Camaro. Bumps its way into the number 2 spot. Fred Roundtree's Camaro on the right-hand side. Marty Booth on the left. Got the turbocharged 4-cylinder Mustang on the left-hand side. Coming over from Illinois. Marty goes through 1244 at 105. 1131 by Fred Roundtree, the $1.14. Fred at 39 under the index. We're about a third of our way through our stock eliminator field. Tom Patet, Steve Sullivan. Come rolling in next. Chevrolet left side, Mustang right. Ohio-based runner, so fine, number 5. Mustang here on the right-hand side, an in-stock automatic combination. Former division champ. Working his way down track now, and Patet. The wheel of the Nova. Jet 1046 at $1.25, 1202. 109 for Steve Sullivan. Sullivan at 97 under the index. Now slides into the number 3 spot. With the Mustang, a Camaro and a Mustang. 1, 2, 3. Leading the pack so far here in stock eliminator. Paul Boster's Oldsmobile. Dave McIntosh with the big block. 427 Camaro on the right-hand side. McIntosh is a stock automatic entry. Looking for the low 10s. This pass down the racetrack. Likes the front end up. Sets sail towards the other end of the racetrack. And goes through 1036 at 126. Probably not as low a 10 as he wanted, but got something to work with now. 1155 at 107. On the left-hand side. Joe Petit comes rolling in now. His 69 Nova SS. 350 combination. It's a good-looking little Nova over on the left-hand side. Late model Copo car here on the right, not yet entered into the database. We'll look for this driver. Numbers to get configured. Let's get the tech card up. Get him entered in. Copo hustles through 938 at 142. Petit 1193. 110 miles an hour. The Nova's going to have to pick the pace up a little bit. Clarence Harding and Jeff Ross. Jeffrey on the right-hand side out of Jeff's Collision Center and the Ross Family Racing. 360 cubic inch Plymouth Barracuda out of St. Clairsville with Clarence Harding. Another Copo entry out of Schaeffel Chevrolet. 27 Copo power plant. Model high-tech entry goes through 973 at 137. 296 for Ross at $1.19. Jeffrey at 88 under the index. Harding goes through at 56 under the index. Jeff Blanchard, Matt Antrobius come rolling in next. Androbius working towards the other end, the H-Stock automatic Camaro. Cruises through 11:33 at $1.16, 10:72 by Jeff Blanchard, his Mustang. Mike Mollard comes rolling up, the little four-door Chevy Nova on the left-hand side. Gilliam's E-Stick, 350. Z28, four-speed Camaro on the right. Bill Dyer's Mustang, Dave Walters Camaro, Steve Sullivan's Mustang, Rich South Corvette, still 1, 2, 3, and 4. Four-speed car of Gilliam, working its way down track now. $10.97 at $1.14 by Tom, $13.98 on an 89-mile-an-hour lap. From the little four-door Nova. Under the index he is. That'll give him something to work with. Billy Dees comes rolling in. The 79 Le Mans 301 cubic inch combo. Billy always scouring the NHRA classification guide for the unique combination vehicle. Jimmy Watson's V-Stock automatic. 6-cylinder power plant underneath the hood of the 63 Nova. Billy's going to hustle through on the 1380 to a 1314, 99-mile-an-hour lap, 1512 by Watson. Billy at 65 under. Watson at 37 under. Bob Michael and Mike McGinley come rolling in next. McGinley on the right-hand side, the Formula Firebird. Bob Michael on the left, got the big old Pontiac, Catalina. 77 edition, 400 cubic inch combo. I like the guys who attack stock eliminator with a little bit different point of view. .400 cubic inch Catalina, but Bob Michael certainly is from a different point of view. 1201 at 109 for Michael, 1150. $1.14 by McGinley. Michael goes through at 68 under the index. Still only one car to second under pace. That's Bill Dyer's Cobra Jet. A little starting line maintenance, a little cleanup, a little rosin going down, and we'll get right back into it. David Passick comes rolling in now. The 68 GTX there on the left-hand side. And Ellis Booth, the W Stick 4-cylinder, 4-speed, pedal station wagon. Fazek's GTX 1083 at 119 miles an hour. Ellis a 1564 lap on an 83 mile an hour run. Ellis jumps in at 75 under the index. That's good for number 12 on the sheet right now. Kenny Friedman's wagon. Kenny went to the final rounds here. A year ago in an all-in-stock automatic final. Up alongside Brian Brown's Mustang, although Brian kind of headed for the other end at a very rapid rate. 889, 152 miles an hour out of the Mustang. 1261, 103. There on the left for Friedman's wagon. Like we said, Kenny making it to the final round here a year ago. Mike Postelnik built automobile with Mike Fuller now at the wheel. Good looking Mustang over on the left-hand side. 2013 model of 302 combination underneath the hood. And Kelly Hall, the lady who grew up at the drag strips of SoCal and Arizona. 302 4-speed Mustang over here on the right-hand side. Wow, and Kelly's car just absolutely leapfrogged off the starting line. 1046 at 130 by Mike Fuller's entry. As he hustled down track, about a 50 under lap. Kelly gets there eventually, 1557 at 95 miles an hour, but nowhere near where that car needed or wants to be. They can't get that one tamed down a little bit for qualifier number 2. Don Turk's F-Stock Automatic, T37 Pontiac there on the left-hand side. Michael Rook's Tip City, Ohio entry, the 340 Duster here on the right. E-Stock Automatic combo of Rook. Going to see what he can do against the 1170 index. $11.17 for Rook at 118, $11.42 by Turk, 116 miles an hour. You want to be a first sheet player, top 16 qualifier, you got to be 71 under the index. Allison Dahl comes rolling in now, the lady who is the reigning stock eliminator champ. Border Tree Firebird over on the left-hand side. The 98 edition. Got the LT1 underneath the hood. Richard Zink's stick shift. 302 Mustang on the right as he winds that 302 up. Sidesteps the clutch. Heads for the other end of the racetrack. Meanwhile, Dahl goes through 1044 at 127 miles an hour. Zink at 62 under with a 1207 lap at 108. Allison jumps into the fray, number 9 on the qualifying sheet, 90 under the index. Bill Simpsprott's little Chevy 2, the 327 SS model. Another 4-speed hot rod for the runner out of Franklin, Ohio. And Robert Dean, Pennsylvania based. late model, 94 Camaro over here on the right-hand side. And Dean cruises through 10:53 at $125, 11:13 by Simsprot, 119 miles an hour. Mike Taylor's Malibu on the left, Kevin Anderson on the right, the H stock automatic, 350/69 Camaro. Taylor's K-Stick Malibu, 305 and a 4-speed. Taylor with an 1182 lap at 108, 111, 1156 for Kevin Anderson. 112 mile an hour run. Justin Soldat's Mustang, 281 stock automatic entry. And Kevin Wells, young man at the wheel, the 350 G stock automatic. Firebird Chevy 2 over here on the right hand side. Wells Motors through 11:29 at 115. Sold at 12:62 lap at 104. $73.8 under the index if you want to be a quick 16 qualifier. Tommy Rees Camaro comes pulling in now. Another 305 combination. And how about the wagon? 64 Malibu wagon. 283 cubic inch combination. Michael, who loves tinkering with quadrajets, built some mighty good ones. Goes through 1241 at 104 miles an hour. 1223 by Reese. Reese at 41 under. McDonald at 58 under. They filter their way into the qualifying sheets. Paul Wong's at the wheel, the Malibu wagon over here on the right-hand side, and Jeff Kovalek. Jeffrey up yesterday making some runs in the 440 Challenger. Looking to see where it'll put him into the field today. $10.85 by Kovalek against the 11 flat index, 15 under for him. 12.20 for Paul Wong, puts him 79.9 under the index. It's good for the number 11 spot. Now takes 74 under or better to get in to the Sweet 16. Kenny Vaughn, C-Stick Corvette on the left. Tim Lowe's factory stock Copo on the right-hand side. Again, the red lights mean nothing, other than you need to practice a little bit more on the tree. 10:53 by Kenny Vaughn. 128 miles an hour. 10:46 by Tim Lowe. Howie Smith and Tony Fagnelli. Fagnelli's Copo up on the right-hand side. Factory stock AA entry for Fagnelli. 350 supercharged power plant underneath the hood, and Howie Smith's Malibu. He's going to have a pretty good seat to watch that Camaro get small in a hurry. Camaro like a rocket ship down the O'Reilly side of the racetrack here. Goes 920 at 150. 1210 at 107 for Howie Smith. Howie joins the ranks. 74 under the index. Just misses that front page qualifier. Jim Marshall comes rolling in now. The South Carolina runner. The wheel the 77 Nova 350. Steve Smith, another Porter-Tree entry out of the Smith family. Stephen wheeling the factory stock key. Drag pack over here on the right-hand side. $978, 138 by Smith. 1143 to $113. David jumps in to number 10 spot at 81 under the index. Now Titans are quick 16 up to a 77 under or better lap. And we're going to continue to whittle away on that as we work our way through. Chris Utzler. 74 Buick up on the left-hand side, and Craig Sarbaugh, Grand Haven, Michigan-based entry. West Michigan, auto body, entrepreneur, little 327 Chevy too, and a 4-speed. Utzler working his way down track. The Buick Apollo. The motor through with an 1187 on the 1265. 1412, 54 miles an hour. Sarbaugh shuts it off early. Utzler just qualifies for the Sweet 16 at 77 under the index. The JEGS entry up next. Don't know who's driving it this weekend. And Brett Sarbaugh. Sarbaugh's 427 Corvette goes 10-20 for a 75 under lap, 971 for the JEGS Challenger. I want to welcome everybody listening in on dragracer.tv. Spread the word. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your wives, tell your girlfriends. Might want to do that on separate phone calls. But let them know. Live and in living color on YouTube. Ryan Orinsky comes rolling in now, the Shelby. 68 edition, B-Stock automatic, 428 combo. Over here on the right-hand side, Winchester's Corvette there on the left, the Endless Agony Machine. Brian hikes the front end up in the air on the Shelby. Sets it back down now and works his way towards the other end. Hit 45 at 125 by Horinsky. 11:26, $1.16 for Winchester. Jim Marshall's little Chevy 2 a while ago jumped into the number 2 spot. Pardon me for missing that. I have 2 cars at a second under. Dyer's Mustang, Marshall's Chevy 2, Walter's Camaro, Steve Sullivan's Ford. It's Chuck Weber's Corvette. And Mitch Truman, a.k.a. New Bob Turk, working his way down the right-hand side. 10:38, $1.27 for Mitch as he cruises down track. 10:88, 121. Truman slides into the number 9 spot now, 87 under the index. Russell Performance Camaro. They're on the right-hand side. Jimmy Reed, factory stock B, Copo. Totaro out of Maryland on the right-hand side. 2000 Pontiac Firehawk. $9.27 for Reed at 143. $10.39 at 130. Reed goes in 72 under the index. Carl slides in at 80 under, and he joins the quick 16. For now, at least in the number 15 spot, is Dick Hastings. And Brian Merkel. Merkel's Napa Auto Parts. Max Auto Parts. Pontiac Firebird on the right. Hastings' little G-Stock automatic. 350 Nova on the left. $10.52 by Merkel at 124. $11.30 by Nick Hastings. He cruises through at 114 miles an hour. Weber's Corvette slides in at 96 under the index from that run a moment ago, and he puts him number 5 now. Rick Winchester's 11:26 lap. Puts him in the number 7 spot. Scott Hovind, Carp Automotive. Hemi Powered, Coronet works its way through on the left-hand side, 997. Trotman 1049 at 105. Hogan 72 under. Trotman 75 under. Ronnie's number 23. Todd's number 33. On the qualifying sheet for now. Brian Irwin, C-Stock automatic. Camaro pulls in left-hand side. Good-looking runner out of Westerville. Another classic Mopar. This time the 64 Plymouth over here on the right-hand side. Thomas Head, 383 cubic inch Mopar. Irwin with an 11:12 lap at 119, 11:85 at 111 for Tom Head. Julie Bierman comes rolling in, and another car not yet in the database. Runner coming up from down in Division II territory. Julie at the wheel, the Firebird over on the left-hand side, and Julie parked this car in the winner's circle here at Columbus a couple of years ago. Julie taking a Firebird through to a 1083 lap. 122 miles an hour. Good lap for Julie, puts her 71 under the index. Number 35 on the sheet for now. Amanda Fouts comes rolling in, PJ's bride. The PJ's Oldsmobile there on the left, and Matt Butter. 69 Camaro in the right-hand lane. Amanda's L-Stock automatic Oldsmobile working its way down against the 1270 index to a 1215. For 55 under lap. 11:42 and a $1:14 for Matt Butter. As Matt cruises his way down. Bill Dyer still leading the pack. Jim Marshall right behind him. Number 2. Dave Walter 3. Steve Sullivan 4. Been that way for a while now. Let's see if we can shuffle things around a little bit. Joe Santangelo, and Lynn Smith come rolling in. Joe gave the championship points a chase a year ago. Stands the Camaro sky high coming off the line. 96, built a little bit of torque, twist to the rear, and heads for the other end. Santangelo goes 1075 at 93 miles an hour. 1152 by Lynn Smith. And it's 78 under the index. Joe shutting it off down at the other end. He'll work his way onto the bottom of the qualifying sheet for now. Larry Hill's new Dumbo flying the Elephant. 392. New drag pack Challenger on the right-hand side of Jim Baburka. Factory stock C Copo on the left. Couple late model factory hot rods coming at us now. $9.55 by Jim, $10.04 by Larry. Gary Merrick, Billy Foder come rolling in next as we continue on. Working our way through round number 1 of qualifying for a large contingent of stock eliminator cars. Merrick hustles through on the left-hand side. The Motion Camaro, 1023 at 129. 1124 by Billy Foder at 118. Leonard Mattingly and Zach Running come rolling in now. And hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Super Comp needs you to lanes now. Come on down. Super Comp. Your turn to come and play. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Mattingly's Firebird, Running's Firebird. Difference between the two, an LS combination on the left and an LT1 combination on the right. 35 at 128 by Mattingly, 1105 at 120 by Zach. Mattingly's at 64 under the index. That'll put him number 54 on the qualifying sheet. Right now, to be in the top half of the field, you got to be at least 56 under the index. And with more cars to go, that's going to get even tighter. Billy Hawk and Bill Wenzel, Sr., come rolling in now. A couple gentlemen been at this game for a day or two. Hawk wheeling to Shelby on the left-hand side. Wenzel to Z28. One owner, low mileage. 67 Camaro on the right-hand side. Wenzel in 57, 124, 1032, 127 by Hawk. Hawk at 67 under, Wenzel at 77 under. Then goes into the number 22 spot on the qualifying sheet. Hawk down to number 52. Doug Baker, C-Stock automatic, 428 Mustang on the left-hand side. Jerry McNeish, the D-Stick, 302 Z28 Camaro here on the right. Again, Super Comp. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp. To the lanes. Come one, come all. Super Comp. Need you to the lanes, please. Wheels up, launch from McNeish. Settles the front end back down, heads to the other end of the racetrack. Turns on the scoreboard with a 1062 at 124. 1079 at $122 by Baker. Baker goes 60 under. That's good right now for number 64. But how about Jerry McNeish? 87 under the index. Slides right into that number 9 qualifying spot for now. Kenny Witcher and Cody Phillips up next. Cody Phillips, C-Stock automatic. Corvette here on the right-hand side, the C5 edition. Kenny Witcher picked up the win a year ago on the Lucas Oil Tour. 76, 101 by Cody, 1136 and $114 by Witcher. Tommy Turner and Ron Richards now slide in to do battle. And again, Super Comp, need your lanes, please. Super Comp, need you to the staging lanes. Come on, come on. Super Comp, need you to lanes, please. Super Comp, to the lanes. Richard's G-Stock automatic Camaro right side, 1154 to $114, 1168 for Tommy Turner as he hustles his way down track. Tommy slides in at 86 under the index. That's good right now for number 11. You want to be in the quick 16, you got to be 81.8 or 81.7 or better under the index. And Antrobius sitting there at the number 16 spot right now. Derek Weiss and Donnie Beeler. Beeler working his way down track to 327. 4-speed Camaro on the right-hand side. Of an 18, 103 for Beeler, 1138, 115 on the left. Beeler slides into number 47 spot at 71 under the index. Shane Oaks Camaro, Scott Lamar's Camaro. Again, Super Comp, need your lanes, please. Super Comp, to the lanes. Super Comp, come on down. Just about to wrap up round number 1 of stock eliminator qualifying. Scott Lamar's Camaro works its way to the other end with an 11:03 lap at 120, 11:24 by Shane. He cruises in at 117. Shane at 75 under the index, goes into the top half of the field. Jeff Atkinson's Camaro alongside Robbie Beals. Four-door Malibu. See what Atkinson can do. Copo starting to work its way to the other end out of JT Performance Shop. Atkinson 9:37 at 142 miles an hour. Beal 12:48 at 104. Jeffries 92 under the index. That's good for number 6 on the qualifying sheet right now. Still Bill Dyer leading the pack. Jim Marshall 2. Dave Walther 3. Steve Sullivan 4. Chuck Weber 5. And now Jeff Atkinson in that number 6 spot. Rob Holmes, Dwayne Scheitland. Dwayne on a bit of a world tour after venturing down to Bowling Green last weekend. Here at National Trail Raceway this weekend, off to Topeka next weekend. Back-to-back race weekends for the 440 Power Challenger out of Colorado as he goes 10:47 at 127, 11:65 at 101 for Holmes. Matty Volkman comes rolling in now. Chevy Camaro on the left-hand side. Compolitos. 96 Caprice here in the right lane. Again, Super Comp, need your lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Come on down. 11:66 by Matty Volkman. At 112. 11:98 off the throttle by Compolito. Down at the other end, only 87 miles an hour. Barry and Stevenson comes cruising in next. Chevy Camaro on the right-hand side. At the wheel of the ATI. Camaro there on the left-hand side. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to come on down. Super Comp to the lanes. $10.56, 126 by Marion. Fletcher goes through 11:68 at 101. Steve Zorni's McCormick Motorsports Dodge pickup there on the left. Charlie Downing's Factory Stock E. Hot rod up here on the right. Hey, Super Comp, we're missing a few of you. Need your lanes, please. Just about to run out of stockers. Your turn's going to be coming up next. Super Comp, need you the lanes. 10:19 for Charlie Downing. Charlie 76 under, puts him number 39. Zorni goes 68 under at 109 miles an hour. 11:96 for Steven, puts him number 59 on the sheet. Ken Mealy's, Jersey-based. Cobra Jet on the left-hand side. TC Morris over here on the right. TC at the wheel of the Pontiac GTO. TC off and running at the hit of green. 005 light for him. Mealy, though, going to head to the other end of the racetrack. Go 9:09 at 154. 11:09 by TC. He clears the timers at 99 miles an hour down at the other end. Chris Stevenson, last night's Super stock combo winner, Andrew Hill. Threw down a 6-pack in that final round of elimination. Perfect light and dead on the dial with the 6. Left his opponent a small window of opportunity. And when I say small, I do mean minuscule. Stevenson cruises through on the left, 1088 at 120 miles an hour. And for last night's Super Stock Showdown winner, race weekend begins on a most auspicious note. As the car does the burnout, pulls forward and goes no further. Now getting a physical assist from the starting line crew here at National Trail Raceway. Andrews Camaro pushed back and out of the way. After running extremely strong yesterday, it's enough to make a person go, today. Austin Alvey comes rolling in. Young Austin, number 3 in the division chase last year. Jeff Taylor, of course, ended up your division champ. Giving a speech at the banquet back in December. Seems like about 2 decades ago now. And the Mustang over here on the right should be, I do believe, Rusty Hall. Cruising through 1150 at 114, 1132 at $1.15 for Austin. He dips into the 60 under range. Joey Ship Chevy 2 comes reeling in next. Respiratory therapist. Running out of Ray Skillman Ford with the Chevrolet Nova. Always like that. Joey wheeling and dealing the G-Stock automatic Nova. Headed for the other end of the racetrack. Supercomp, needs your lanes, please. Supercomp, needs you to the lanes, please. As Joey goes through, 1160 at $1.14. And Houston Rakes comes rolling in. Houston, who won the JEGS Sportsnationals a couple of years ago down in Bowling Green. Houston's big block, 454 Chevelle. Works its way through on what appears to be our final stock eliminator runner. 1049 at $1.24 by Houston. So one session goes into the books. Bill Dyer's Cobra Jet number 1. Jim Marshall's Chevy 2, number 2. Dave Walther's Camaro 3. Steve Sullivan's Mustang 4. Chuck Weber sitting number 5 in his Corvette. Jeff Atkinson's Copo number 6. Rich South in his Camaro number 7. Rick Winchester 8. Jeff Ross number 9 in the Mopar ride. Jerry McNeish 10. Mitch Truman in the Copo number 11. Tommy Turner, number 12. Bobby Yorkie, 13. Mike Muller, 14. Kenny Vaughn, 15. Stephen Smith. The Porta Tree drag pack at 81 under the index rounds out the quick 16. Super Comp getting ready to roll out as we continue on working our way through day number 1 of JEGS Speed Week. Derek Beach going to slide into the hot seat, tell you all about Super Comp as they come through and making their way down track. And Super Comp, if you have a Super Comp car and you are in the pit area listening to this PA speaker, well, you need to get up and get your Super Comp car and get it down into the lanes because, well, you're up next. Super Comp, need your lanes, please.
Well, we'll go from how low can you go to 8,900. That's the number. It's going to appear down there on the top end scoreboard, and we're going to roll 2 into the water box here. It is Throttle Stop Racing. Their first run officially of the weekend here at the JEGS Speed Week at National Trail Raceway. So a packed house with over 600 entries on the property this weekend. Absolutely beautiful weather on tap and a whole lot of great things to take place over the course of the next few days. We'll touch up on the starting line area. And Super Comp waiting in the wings to come out with their first run here over the weekend. Had a little test session yesterday with a few gamblers races, crowned some winners with that. And now day number 1 officially is underway here at the JEGS Speed Week of 2020. Which is the JEGS Sportsnationals and the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Divisional combined this weekend. It's kind of a 2-for-1. Well, it is a 2-for-1. Streaming live on Drag Racer TV all weekend long. All right, so we have a racer in need. Attention to the pit area. Attention to the pits. Racer in need. We need a excess power 1600 battery, a 16-volt excess power battery. If anybody's got one of those, greatly appreciate it. Can bring that to the Oakley pit to get where it needs to go. We have a racer in need of a excess power 16-volt battery. So our first pair will come out of the water box here. Let's look for car dragster action here in the 890 category of Super Comp. And Tom D. Pascal, the Division 1 runner, left-hand side. That's the summit side of the quarter mile here at National Trail, the New Jersey base. Couple here, and I'm kind of wondering if Tom out there. So with Ron Finney over there, right side, the Greenwood, Indiana professor for Ivy Tech. Community College, the 582 cubic inch Chevrolet for Ron and Maroney, and of course Renegade Race Fuel. Cavalier comes off the stop to the left side. Finney comes off the stop right side. They roll on down the 1320 foot mark. It's going to be 891, 145 there left hand side. 894, 177 for Ron Finney to start things out. We are still working our way to get everybody entered in the CompuLink timing system. Yeah, they let go at 007 and 8.903. 173 miles an hour there to the 896, 167 charge. That brings up Chuck Walker to left-hand side. Got two stopped on the top end down there, so as soon as we get those off, we'll get back into action here. So Walker, the Michigan runner, the advanced chassis. All right, so Chuck Walker, he's 004 and 895, hot 500 over at 167 miles an hour. 897 there, 173 charge on the right-hand side. That's going to bring up two more. Ricky Molnar out of Seville, Ohio, the American race car. Left side, a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Jim Chiricaris. Chiricaris, the 70-year-old retiree. Steve Schmidt Competition Engines Power. They 632 cubic inch big block. Rolls up. They turn both bulbs on, let go, and well, on the stops, they will go. Chiricaris rolls on down the right side. He's 22 up front, and it's going to be 884. Quick there by 600 to $176. 893, 162. Ricky Molnar down the Summit side. That's going to bring up Ed Toulis, the retired dentist out of Lisbon, Ohio. And Bill Jackson, the engine builder of Jackson's Performance. Of course, him and Marianne's been around for quite a few years doing the thing that they love to do called drag racing. Former U.S. national champ. Guy that's kind of done it all throughout his career. The pre-stage bulbs will turn on left side, right side. Toulis rolls in. He's set. Bill Jackson's going to complete the stage process alongside. Toulis off the stop. Here comes Jackson, and Toulis is going to be quick this morning. I can tell you that at 7:57, 181. So not the way he wanted to start things out. 883, 175, but I guess you got to start somewhere to roll some numbers in and get yourself a idea. First race of the year, the Super Comp setup. Jeremy Mason, the Kentucky runner over there on the right-hand side, the Ray Miller built race car, came off the JEG back in 2015. 632 cubic inch Chevrolet with the mechanical engineer. Now these two are set. Jeremy Mason, let's go to be 004. O'Reilly side. That machine's going to roll on down off the stop. High gear top end charge to an 887. 178 there for Jeremy Mason. 881, 173 there, left side. Rusty Cook and Rose Richardson. Roll on back here. The Ohio crankshaft. American race car, left side there for Rusty and Teresa. Call Cynthiana, Kentucky home, and of course Rose Richardson. TNR Express crew out of Woodburn. And now it's going to be 901, 170 after Rose's 094. So roll a few numbers out of the delay box there. Rusty's going to be 892, 176, and 19 up front. Here comes one of our door cars in the category. Left side, that's going to be the Pataskala, Ohio runner, Steve Eckerd, wheeling the Cutlass, 598 cubic inches. And John Burgard's Mullis. Out of Fredericktown. To the Northern Ohio runner, right side, a guy that calls National Trail home and former division champ, former world champ. Steve Eckerd, Pataskala Flash is going to be 23 red and 894 at 169. Burgard's going to be 891, 8, 169 the speed there, right hand side. Michael Swan. Mooresville, Indiana runner. First race to win motorsports. Once again, Super Comp. If you are not in the staging lane, come on down Super Comp for your first run of the weekend. So Michael Swan's going to be 033 and 889.6, 179 to the 894, 180 charge out of the O'Reilly side. That's going to bring up two more. Tony Collier and Kimbra Fusting. We'll match you up here. Tony Collier, of course, the Delaware, Ohio-based McElvain race car out of the JEGS camp. 582 cubic inch Chevrolet. Kind of a cool story. Tony Collier, a guy that's been turning wrenches and doing that gig for so many years, jumped behind the wheel of his own machine, let's say a year or two ago, and done pretty well. Kimbra Fusting, of course, the athletic trader out of Grays Lake, Illinois. Another one of those Dean McElvain built entries, 540 cubic inch big block. They roll on down through there. Collier's going to be 897 at $169, 892 closer to the index at 174 for Kimbra Fusting, and she lets go at 34 up front. Tim Millwood. And Michael Savoia. Tipton, Michigan. Account manager there, right-hand side. And the Dodge Daytona to Columbus, Indiana. Tim Millwood. Millwood Racing Dodge. Well, Tim Millwood just misses it there this morning as he is 121 up front. Michael's going to be 11 and 920. So Millwood is going to have to roll some big numbers out up front. Michael's got to roll some big numbers out on the timer. We'll see where we end up on the next run. Clean up a little stuff here on the starting line and bring into two more. That's going to be the Cheeseman entry right-hand side. There's Marty Cheeseman out of Ohio. Of course, the Cheeseman family, their name is very well known to drag racing. Chuck out there watching on. Well, Cheeseman's going to have some problems here, but it's all about the number they're looking for. Comes off the stop, makes a run at it to 891.1. 172 there to the 894, 173 charge, and 16 up front there on the Summit side. Dave Stein and Darren Daly now. Dave Stein's machine. Out of Pennsylvania, the Downingtown area, 565 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Darren Daly. Of course, with the front engine digger over there, 406 cubic inch small block for the equipment operator. Something that you don't see in the Super Comp category often is front engine dragster. Nothing wrong with having a different combination. And Darren did a little test session yesterday. Car ran pretty well, so see what he can do here this morning in the first run of the official JEGS Speed Week. Turns at 5 thou red. So the front engine dragster left side. The rear engine combination right side. They'll roll on down there, top of the racetrack. 895, 177 there for Dave Stein's machine. 903 and 151 for Darren Daly. Ryan Seibenek, you got a package in the tower here. Yep, Ryan Seibenek, you have a package here in race control room 103 in the tower. Shannon Minjke and Bruce Brooker now. Brooker out of Brunswick, Ohio. Third gen Chevrolet Camaro. And that 2017 American race car for Shannon, the electrician out of Illinois. So the multi-time divisional event winner, left-hand side there for Shannon Minjke is going to be 10 up front, a 901, 176, 897 for Brooker as he is 139 letting go. We have a package here in the tower for the Bohannon family. Tyler or Chuck, Gina, Megan, somebody. But Bohannon Camp, you have a package in race control, room 103. Mark Meyer and Joey Fusting. Team Nutter Butter, left side. Nope, that's not going to be Joey. That's going to be, I believe, Rick Allison. A&A transmission. What happens when you're a screen reader and you haven't done this in a while? So the A&A Transmissions team out of Indiana is going to let go at 232 red. Mark Meyer turns at 19 up front. They roll on down there, finish line stripe, 894, 175. 889, 174 there for Meyer's machine. That's going to bring up Kevin Trusty, the Groveport, Ohio runner, on the left side of the racetrack. That is a brand new ride for Kevin Trusty. Or updated the car at least. The inventory analyst, Chevrolet dealership there, and John D. Bartolomeo. Out of Division 1. Beaver Springs, Pennsylvania, S&W race car, the DRC Race Products entry, 598 cubic inches. Kevin Trusty, he doesn't even let the tree drop. Let's go, and he's not going to get a time. Steve Bartolomeo is going to be 038 and 892 at 177. Team is happy with that one. Going to bring up 2 more. So the undercover race car, left-hand side from Warminster, Pennsylvania, the ATI Performance Products. Possibly that's Amanda Boysetsko. Joey Camry is going to be alongside. Bushwhacker Body Gear. Wonder that all one exactly what the Bushwhacker Body Gear entails. Now Camry is going to be 002 and roll it on down the O'Reilly side, 887, 173, 884, 174. There for Amanda. Now that's going to bring up the Campaign Machine team out of Brownsburg, Indiana. Of course, for Greg and Judy, the Campaign family over there, left side. Jeff Beckman is going to be alongside. Jeff Beckman, the Don Davis built dragster there out of Minnesota. Well, Greg Camplain rolls in. They're set. They let go. Greg is 13 up front. Jeff's 10. One by the tree. They roll on down, top of the racetrack. Greg Camplain's going to run here at 895, 176, 883, 166 for Jeff Beckman. Now Tony Elrod rolls her off there past the 330-foot mark on the burnout. The Michigan-based American race car, left side. And Stephen Jan, the Hoyt family from Fort Wayne, Indiana. So as we continue on here in the Super Comp category, Tony Elrod, Steve Hoyt rolls up to the starting line here. Take their first shot of the racetrack for the weekend of the JEGS Speed Week. So they're set. Out of the gate, Steve Hoyt's going to be 009 up front. Tony Elrod at 027. Left-hand side for Elrod. He lights up the summit side scoreboard 898. Excuse me, yeah, 898.9, 178 the speed. 881 there for Steve Hoyt at a $184, one of the higher mile per hour machines in the category. So Dennis Rutherford, a guy that came out of a couple-year hiatus, the Newark, Ohio electrician. Him and his down over there, the Devon Electric Company machine. And Don Higgins. Mapleton, Illinois comes the American race car, of course, for Crew Chief Pro. The drag racing software developer. Let's go here at 18. Dennis is going to be 009, left-hand side. Rutherford is going to go at 918, 158 the speed, so they're going to have to roll some numbers out of the timer. 892, 180 miles an hour. Don Higgins makes the charge down to the top end of the racetrack. Do a little touch up here in the starting line area, and we'll bring out 2 more here in just a moment. So the ComSync EFI machine over there to the left-hand side, and that is a very interesting combination, especially in the Supercom category. Looking out there, it looks like a pro-charged machine. Of course, EFI, electronic fuel injection. Some form of throttle stop. So that's going to be interesting to watch. And Elena Haas, 632 cubic inch Chevrolet out of Michigan. Of course, Elena, Rock, and Dave Gardner. .005 for Elena Haas. She comes off the stop, rolls on down the O'Reilly side of the racetrack, and it's going to be 886, 181. 882, 166. There for the ComSync EFI team. Rick Pistol and Jimmy Smith now. Jimmy Smith, the Walton, Kentucky T3 truck and trailer and tire entry. An undercover race car, 598 cubic inch big block Chevrolet combination, and Rick Pistol, the local runner out of Columbus for Man Performance. Rick Pistol misses it by 20. Jimmy Smith's going to be 22 up front. Top into the racetrack, it's going to be 881-4, 182 the numbers there for Jimmy Smith. Rick Pistol's going to be 895, 177. Rock Haas and Kara Stricker now. Downingtown, Pennsylvania, the Division I based entry for the machine over there on the left-hand side. Of course, Rock Haas, the former All-Stars and Division champ. So you just seen Elena go down. Here comes Dad. He lets go to be 25. Kara's going to be 32. Just behind him. They roll on down. Top of the racetrack. Rock Haas shuts the timer off at 877. He's quick there to $186. High mile per hour charge out of that machine. A 902 at 182. Kara Stricker. Rich Pika. And Megan Straswig now. Rich left-hand side of the Coshocton, Ohio. Just east of here. 2015 Racetech entry, 620 cubic inches. And the 632 cubic inch Chevrolet out of Philip Oakley's shop and team. Cool shirt American there for Megan out of Louisville. Of course, JB, Mom Tori, watching on. She's going to put it in the beams right-hand side. Rich takes a shot at it, lets go before the tree actually activates, throws Megan off. She goes 68 red and 891-2. Nice run there for Straswig at 183. 906, 168 for Rich Pika down the left-hand side. Next up, Dave Dahlem, Allison Pros now. Allison, the 19-year-old out of Indiana, the American race car, 565 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Dave Dahlem, of course, him and Judy out of Illinois. Over there, right side. These two are set. They let go. Allison's going to have problems here at the starting line. Dave's going to be 001 on the minus side and 8.901, 176 miles an hour. Allison turned at 9 thou red, and the car literally just shut down as soon as it moved out of the beam, so she's going to coast on through at a 14-second run. So Chad Covert and Allison dad, Bob. Bob Pros out of Terre Haute. Left side. The American race car. Let's go at 024. Chad's going to be 045. The undercover race car out of Wisconsin rolls on down the O'Reilly side to an 899 run. 166 miles an hour to the 896 183 charge. Out of Bob Pros' machine. Well, here comes Joey Fusting now. Waukegan, Illinois, the county hose machine. McIlvain race car, left-hand side. Well, Joey Fusting's going to be 16 up front, and how about 8.908, 178 miles an hour to the 883 charge out of the O'Reilly side. Next up, Rob Cromfeld. Here comes Danger Boy out of Hamilton, Ohio, the Mullis Build race car, 565 cubic inch combination. And Phil Oakley, the engine builder out of Philpott, Kentucky, for Team Texas Roadhouse. That is a brand new combination that they've been testing. See what it does on the throttle stop. He's 64 up front. Rides it out there. High gear, top end charge at a Phil Oakley. Watch the mile per hour out of this machine. 892 at 185. That's pretty solid. 788, 174 at Cromfeld. He's got to start somewhere. And he goes, starts the weekend by going a second under. So he'll throw some numbers in it for next round and see where he ends up. Dean McIlvain, the chassis motor, left side, and Dan Seaman going to be alongside the Belleville, Ohio. Mike Boss entry. That's a blue oval Ford, 429 cubic inches there for Dan Seaman. Where's Dean and Amber? Over there on the left side, 632 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. Well, Dan Seaman's going to leave before the tree activates, so he's not going to get a time. Dean McIlvain, let's go to be 54 and 883, 179 miles an hour there for Dean McIlvain on the left-hand side. Howard Michael and Chris Garrettson now. Garrettson, the Middletown, Delaware, Ed Quay built machine, left-hand side. And coming out of Newport, Michigan, that shoot over there for Howard Michael. So Howard Michael's going to be 32. Chris Garrettson's going to be 23. They're going to roll on down to the 1320-foot mark, and it's going to be 896, 124 for Chris Garrettson. Howard Michael at 896.5, 168 the speed there. Now Steve Fields and Chase Fonstock coming back here to the starting line. Chase Fonstock, Division I based, Newville, Pennsylvania runner. Ultimate fabricator by trade, and Steve Fields, coming out of the state up north, as we call it here in Ohio. Carlton, Michigan, advanced chassis, 540 cubic inches. So they're set. They let go. Both turn at green. Steve Fields at 45. Chase Bonstock goes 001. They roll on down top of the racetrack. 893 for Fonstock at $1.70. 887. 171. Steve Fields here this morning. Steve Bueller, him and Wendy over there out of Freeport, Michigan. Profab built race car, 615 cubic inch Chevrolet. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be McKenna Brown left side, the Florida runner for JEGS.com. All right, your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Super stock, come on down. Super stock, your first call to the staging lanes for qualifying session number 1. Super stock. Go ahead and bring him into the staging lanes. So McKenna rolls in, pre-stage ball, but left side. I'm sure mom and dad's washing back home in Florida. Young lady set. Steve Bueller's in. They let go. 26 to a 21. They come off the stop side by side. McKenna Brown is going to shut the timer off. Summit side, problems for her at 9:46, 156. And 8.906, 181 there for Steve Bueller. So I don't know if the motor's possibly hurt or something happened to that machine, but that is a uncharacteristic run. Now here comes TJ Coughlin Jr., left side, just celebrated a birthday not too long ago. The Delaware-based Miller-built race car, and Pat Martin's going to be alongside. The fabricator out of London, American race car, 565 Chevrolet. So 3 JEGS cars right in a row, and JEGS Speed Week day at number 1 officially underway. TJ is going to be 29. 14 there for Pat Martin. They're going to roll on down. Top of the racetrack, Troy Coughlin Jr., 882, 179. 889, 184 for Pat Martin. Both good runs, and they'll be happy with that. Now it's going to be Paige Coughlin, left side. Another runner out of JEGS Capital World, Delaware, Ohio, the yellow and black crew, left-hand side. Yeah, problems right side. Page is going to let go at 085, and the JEGS.com entry rolls on down to a 882 run, 181.25 the speed. Once again, attention to the pit area. Attention to the pits. Super stock. Come on down to the staging lanes, please. Super stock. Qualifying session at number 1. Christina Di Bartolomeo now. Going to be on the right-hand side. The graphic designer. A lot of cool things have come out of her shop recently. Over there on the right side. Well, these two let go at 004 red and 44 up front. Coming off a stop. Christina's going to go 892, 178. The 911, 153 charge on the left-hand side there. Next up, Donnie Hardman and Dave Goins. Dave Goins, the Plymouth, Michigan undercover race car, left side of the racetrack, 557 cubic inch blue oval Ford for power. And the West Virginia runner. There for Donnie Hardman. .895, 170 miles an hour for Dave Goins. The 9.009 for Donnie Hardman. Now it's going to be Adam Gerber, right side, the Massillon, Ohio American race car. Guy that just tied the knot recently. And I think Zach Evans is going to be alongside Team High Tech Race Cars. Two Ohio runners here. Well, it's going to be 67 up front and 880, 177 the speed there to the 001 and 8.909, 176 Adam Gerber. He's got both ends of the racetrack down here this morning. Once again, attention to the pit area. Attention to the pits. We need Superstock. Go ahead and bring them in the lanes, please. Superstock, come on down. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be Zach Evans. So, got a little ahead of myself. The Clayton, Ohio High Tech Race Cars there. And Chuck Ridenauer is going to be alongside. So Zach Evans, Chuck Ridenauer, they are just about set. They're in, tree drops, they let go. Here we go. 005 to a 008. Chuck Ridenauer, O'Reilly side of the quarter mile is going to run here at 885. At 942 off the number there at $1.66 for Zach Evans' machine. Down the left-hand side. Bill Smyden and Mike Lund now. Mike Lund will back up here, the Iowa runner, 632 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Phil Smythe over there, left-hand side. Phil Sr., Mom Peggy watching on. Canfield, Ohio based. Intensity Racing Products. SOS Security. Entry there for Phil. These two are set. They let go. Phil Smythe is going to be 4th thou from perfect. Mike Lund's going to be 028 up front. Top into the racetrack. Phil Smythe shuts the summit side at clock off at 891 to 189. Almost 190 mile an hour charge at a Smythe's machine at 891 5, 176 for Mike Lund. Now Doug Dole in Miller-built race car out of Plainsboro, New Jersey. Right-hand side of the racetrack, and Jason Harding. Jason got rid of the undercover, bought the American, rolls up left side. Well, these two are out and down course. Doug Dahl is going to be 22 and 886. The 889, 180-mile-an-hour charter to Jason Harding's machine. Mike Brumfield, Nicole Stevenson now. The Danville, Illinois runner on the right-hand side for Nicole. Mike Brumfield's machine coming out of Indiana. Another one of those high-tech race cars. Really nice pieces they've been producing here lately. 582 cubic inches strong. Once again, Super Stock. We're looking for you. Super Stock. Go ahead and bring them to the staging lanes, please. Super Stock, come on down. Well, these two let go. 48 and 42. Stevenson comes off the stop first, O'Reilly side. Now here comes Brumfield with the high gear top end charge. Summit side scoreboard is going to be 959, 170 out of Mike Brumfield's machine. Nicole's going to be 886, 179. So Brumfield's going to go back to the drawing board, roll some numbers out, and take a shot at it next run. Tom Hunter and Brian Casson now. Tom Hunter, left side of the racetrack, the York, Pennsylvania base. Tandem dragster for Gilbert's Automotive. And Brian Cassin's worthy build entry, 572 cubic inches strong for the Evansville, Indiana runner. Problems there for Brian Cassin's entry. He's not going to get a time. Tom Hunter's going to be 19 up front, rolls on down. Here comes the quarter-mile mark next at 8.967. 179 the speed there for Tom Hunter. Ryan Malham, right side, and Howie Smith's going to be alongside. Howie Smith from North Syracuse, New York. The Race Tech entry. Milham, the truck driver out of Illinois. Now these two let go. Howie's going to be 6 thou red. Brian's going to be 024. Milham, roll on down the right side, 887, 177 there for Brian. 892, Howie Smith at $186. Here comes T-Rock. Troy Williams, Bradenton, Florida runner. Team FTI, the Phantom Built race car. Steve Schmidt competition entry, 632 cubic inches strong. And Jerry Mellis going to be alongside. The M&M race car. Troy's going to let go at 006, comes off the stop right side. Jerry Mellis is 049 and is going to run on down to an 899 run, 158 miles an hour, and Troy Williams is going to be 8.901 to be 7 total at 172. Jacob Belrod and Derek Denny now. Derek Denny over on the left-hand side, the Pleasant View, Tennessee runner. Down there in Division 2, the American race car. Denny Mechanical, and of course Jacob, Team Sunoco Race Fuel. Howard, Ohio, the Ace Events promoter. Jacob, and of course his sister Jamie out there, pretty much calls the shots in that machine. Dropping in low and pull to the starting line side by side. Super Stock should be heading to the lanes, please. Once again, Super Stock. Come on down. Super Stock. Jacob Elrod, 10 up front. Derek's going to be 021. Denny comes off the stop. Summit side scoreboard's going to light up here at 892, 182 miles an hour. Jacob Elrod at 886, 179. So as we just have a few more pairs to go here in the 890 category, and then it's going to be super stock. Qualifying session number 1 coming out here momentarily. Well, they're out of the gate, 009 to the 049 O'Reilly side. Over the quarter miles is going to be 910, 158 to the 882, 178 charge there, Summit side. Now the Frick family and the accelerated travel. Team out of Division 1 is going to roll up there on the left-hand side, the Race Tech Machine, and Zach Fisher alongside it to Clayton, Ohio. Of course, the Racing RVs crew, Firmworks dragster, 598 cubic inches strong there for Zach. Zach Fisher, 25 up front, and 9.064, 175 miles an hour to the 898, 180 charge there. Now Jake Smith, left side, the American race car. Him and Jim Geiler, Liberty Township, Ohio, 567 Weekend Chevrolet. I believe this is going to be our last pair in the category out of Super Cup and Super Stock. It's going to wait in the wings here in just a moment. Now they're set. Jake's going to be 12 up front. And Jake Smith's going to be 892, 173 to the 903, 176 charge to the right-hand side. And that will officially end out session number 1 of Super Comp here. And Super Stock. They're going to be out next for Q1. All right, so we're going to start off with Superstock qualifying session number 1. Little old school, new school action. That's going to be Gary Summers left-hand side, and Jeff Lewis is going to be alongside. The Superstock H Automatic first gen 68 Camaro. He'll be on the right-hand side. And Gary Summers, the factory Superstock E machine. Clutch car to left side, automatic right side. That's how we're going to start out. Ford and Chevrolet. It's the blue oval left, the bow tie right. First pair of Superstock going to roll to the starting line here. Summers wastes no time. He lights up both bulbs virtually. Now Jeff Lewis is going to make his way into the stage beam. They're going to stand on the gas, and we are officially underway in Superstock qualifying session at number 1. So Jeff Lewis is 14 going by the tree. The Cobra Jet's out in front. That 429 cubic inch Ford makes the power. 914, 149 off the 1005 index. 995 Jeff Lewis at 132. So Gary Summers starts things off and goes 90 under the index. Ronnie Dutton left side, and Ernie Neal's going to be alongside. Ernie Neal, the GTG entry, the Cavalier out of Columbus, Indiana. 350 cubic inch small block. And Donnie Dutton. That is a GT automatic Achieve It. The Oldsmobile from Southside, Alabama. Down there in Division 2 area. Comes up with 350 cubic inch GM combination. They stand on the gas and wheels up leave for Ernie Neal. If both turn it red, it does not matter. Ernie Neal sets it down. The 71-year-old is going to shut the timer off for Riley side at 9:29 off the 10:20 at 1:43. 10:78, 1:24 for Ronnie Dutton down the left side. So Ernie Neal goes 91 under, and he goes to the number 1 spot there. Nice run for him. Brad Ross and Al Ross now. A little family matchup between the Mopar's entry, the Barracuda to St. Clairsville, Ohio. GTK automatic, 1090 on index, 1085 there for the Challenger for Al Ross over there on the right side. These two are set. Nice little wheels up leave again for Al Ross. 43 going by the tree. Brad's going to be 029. Side by side, finish line stripe, they will go. And Al's going to go 10.017, 131 miles an hour to the 1026, 128 charge at a Brad Ross's machine down the summit side. James Gibson and Todd Datweiler now. Datweiler, 67, first gen Nova. 327, small block. G automatic entry, left side. The K automatic Dart for James Gibson. 1125 the index for the electrician. And Todd Datweiler stands on the gas, and he is 088. James Gibson's going to be 054, and that white Nova's out in front, goes through at 977 off the 1055 at 134. Gibson's going to be 1102, 119. That's going to put Datweiler at 77 under. Gibson goes 22 under the index and brings up Jeff Ross and Mark Nowicki. Mark Nowicki, the Gaylord, Michigan Avenger. Factory GTH entry, and Jeff Ross's GT T automatic Challenger. The drag pack Dodge at 022 and 1088 off the 1155 at 119. 983, 135 there for Mark Nowicki down the left side. Joe Galushi and Matt Potts now. Two absolutely beautiful first-gen Chevrolet bow ties. The big block car on the right side, that is a D automatic. The number 5 finish in the division from last year for Galushi, and Matt Potts runs that 350 cubic inch small block and H automatic. Him and Jeff, the Potts family, they're going to stand on the gas, and absolutely a picture-perfect wheels up lead for both. They set them down past the 1,000 foot. Here comes the quarter mile mark. Matt Potts is going to go 10:07, 128, 10:13, 130 for Joe Galushi's machine after he is 002 back here at the starting line. Ken Schindler left side. That is the Arts Used Parts. If they don't have it, chances are you don't need it. 68 model, 427 big block entry, and Bill Rink's going to be alongside with his 350 small block GTO. Little Pontiac there from Naperville, Illinois. So far, 12 have made the run here in qualifying session number 1. We're going to make it 2 more right about now. Bill Rink stands on the gas to be 065. Schindler misses it by 67. The Corvette's out in front. Top into the racetrack. Ken Schindler's going to go 941.29. 1089, 120 there for Bill Rink off the 1185. That's going to put Bill Rink in the number 1 spot with that run to be 95 under. Kurt Neighbor and Don Kennedy now. Don Kennedy's GTE automatic Sunfire, the Pontiac left-hand side, had some problems yesterday with that machine. So let's see what he can do here. The insurance salesman and Kurt Neighbor, that is a Superstock B Thunderbolt. Blue oval Ford, right-hand side. Big block, 427. Yeah, Don Kennedy's going to make a full pull here. 31 up front, and off the 1010 index, he's going to be 919, 145. Nice run, 999, 131. Kurt Neighbor down the right side. So Don Kennedy's going to go to number 3 at 90 under. Bob Lowry and Jeremy Mudd now. Renadilli out there. The Shepherdsville, Kentucky Pontiac Grand Am C modified entry, and Bob Lowry's B stock Corvette. High winding machines are out of the gate side by side. Jeremy Mudd's going to pull ahead there. He's 12 up front. The Pontiac going to run on through to a 877 run, 153 off the 950 index. Bob Lowry's going to be a 948, 143. And that's going to put Jeremy Mudd up there in the number 8 spot at 72 under. Next up, Christy Ship and Hayden McBean. McBean's a Mustang on a Chardon, Ohio, the 19-year-old. Gene campaigned that machine for many, many years, and now the young kids behind the wheel. Christy Ship, GTO automatic, this first-gen 69, 327 small block Camaro. Seen that car for many years in the Super Street category, and now the Ship family decided, hey, you know what, let's go super stock racing with it. Change some things around, and now it fits the category of O automatic. And Hayden's going to be 988, 132 off the 1055. Christie runs on down to a 1085, 120 off the 1145. Now here comes two more, Mike Crutchfield and Mike Stokes. So you got the Pontiac G5 right side. You've got the Chevrolet Cavalier left side. Superstock C modified, Hopkinsville, Kentucky entry. And Mike Crutchfield's D modified Pontiac 297 combination for your number 6 finisher in the Division 2 category, in the Division 2 area, I should say, last year. So the high winding machines are out and down course. Summit side, and Mike Stokes will shut the timer off at 886, 151. 934, 119. Crutchfield takes his right foot off the gas a little early. Gets the numbers all the way down, though. So Kevin Melhorn out of Ohio, the Beretta on the right side. GTI automatic, 1065 the index there for the 350 small block. Tim Tichenal's super stock, B stock Pontiac Firebird. Coming out of Amherst, Northern Ohio runner. Wheels up lead for Kevin Melhorn. He sets it down. As they close in on the quarter-mile mark, left side, it's going to be 934 there for Tim. 141 miles an hour. 1006, 131 for Kevin Melhorn's machine. So right now, top 5 looks like this. Bill Rink sits there in the number 1 spot at 95 under the index. Ernie Neal's 2 at 91 under. Don Kennedy's 3. Gary Summers 4. And Al Ross, the number 5 at 83.3 under the index. Next up, Rick Brown and Alan Wade. That is a big block, 427 Superstock C automatic entry. First gen machine there, and Rick Brown alongside the C modified. Third gen Bowtie Camaro to Lebanon, Ohio. Rick Brown, Randy Russell, that crew. Former national event winner, and former division champ. So Rick Brown, O'Reilly side of the quarter mile, is going to go on through at 9.008, 151 miles an hour at the 950 index. Alan Wade and Maryland 9:21.43. Jim Ivanuik and Joshua Twitchell now. Twitchell's GT Truck B category, S10. Elkhart, Indiana, 1085 the index there, and Jim Ivanuik. You see the number on the scoreboard for 11 flat, or I should say 10 flat, for the GTE entry. So as we continue on here in qualifying session number 1 of the Super Stock category. Ford and Chevrolet out of the gate. Josh, right-hand side, 70 up front. Jim's going to be 127, both a little tardy. They're looking for the numbers at the other end, though, right now. 923, 144 for Ivanuik. 1002, 132 for Joshua Twitchell down the right-hand side. Jim McBean's Mustang out of Chardon, Ohio, and Jeffrey Myers is going to be alongside the 2015 Copo 427 Big Block Factory Superstock D entry out of Decatur, Indiana. And Dave Myers and Jim and Gene. Chardon, Ohio. 95 model 428 Blue Oval Ford Mustang. Jeff Myers, 16 up front, and it's going to be 916 off the 990 at 122 to the 949 at 139. Charge out of Jim McBean's Mustang there on the right side. Next up, here comes the Pickerington, Ohio PK Race Cars Pontiac G5. That is a GTK automatic entry for Ridge South. And Sean Doran is going to be alongside Dornan's Republic, Ohio Plymouth 427, the Hemi entries. Sean Dornan's going to go 920 off the 970, 137 miles an hour to the 990. Under by a second there for Rich South, 134, so that should put South in the number 1 spot at 99.2 under the index. Next up, John Sierra and Rick Rondes. Galloway, Ohio Challenger, the UPS driver. What can Brown do for you? Factory Superstock K, 355 cubic inch Dodge, and John, the GTK automatic Nova. On the left-hand side. Yeah, John Sierra rocks it back on the 9-inch tire. Sets it down. And it's going to run on down to a 1081 run, 97 miles an hour. 1032, 128, the numbers there for Rick Rodney down the O'Reilly side. Bobby Rashid, guy that not used to seeing in that Chevrolet Cavalier, the GTG automatic entry. For a long, long time, campaigned that Pontiac Firebird for Major Magic's Pizza. And Dan Steed's going to be alongside. That is a 66 Chevy 283 small block combination in the K automatic entry. Bobby Rashid, 083 and 965 off the 1040 at 135 miles an hour. 1059, 122 for Dan Steed's machine down the left-hand side. Bob Marshall and the Dodge material. A whole lot of history of that machine. The 65 Coronet right side. Superstock A modified, 9 flat on index. The 426 cubic inch Hemi. Raymond Kloss, the attorney out of Powell. Raymond's going to be 22 hundredths too soon, and 1066, 124. Bob Marshall's 942, 140. Joe Ewing and David Turner now. Here comes the Fresno Flyer, the Challenger. Out of Fresno, Ohio, Superstock D automatic entry, 1020 the index, left-hand side. Joe Ewing, a GTK automatic dart. Out of Evansville. Evansville's like the drag racing capital of Indiana, right after Indy itself. So, Joe Ewing runs on down, right side, 1041, 125. 952, 139 there for David Turner's machine. They're going to be number 16 and 30 in qualifying, respectively, so far. Peter Diagnolo and Bill Zaskowski now, the GTL. Building Michigan, Chevy 2, right-hand side there for Bill. Peter brings up the Superstock C stock. 67 first gen, 311 cubic inch small block machine out of New York for S&R Automotive. And these two are set. Big time wheels up, leaves Askowski about, puts it on the back bumper. There goes the Chevy 2. He grabs second gear while I'm still in the air. Top of the racetrack, Bill Zaskowski, 1039 off the 1085, 116 miles an hour. 988, 110 there for Peter Diagnolo, summit side of the quarter mile. Johnny Rakes and A.H. Atkins now. A.H. Superstock B, West Virginia based AMX, 390 cubic inch. Machine for the engine builder. Johnny out of Bradfordville, Kentucky, has that Pontiac Grand Am over there on the left-hand side. And these two are going to stand on the gas. AH is 008 going by the Christmas tree. That yellow machine, right-hand side of the racetrack, is going to run to a 917 off the 990 at 145. 990, 134 there for Johnny. Now here comes Garrett Jesse and John DiBartolomeo. John, the Beaver Springs, Pennsylvania Camaro for DRC Race Products. 965 index there for the B-Stock entry, and Garrett coming out of Illinois, the AMX there. 1145 the index in the yellow automatic category. Yeah, Garrett's machine rolls in deep. John DiBartolomeo is going to be 004. There goes the Camaro Rally side of the racetrack to a 933 run, 147 miles an hour for him. Rod Stoltz and Marina Splinger. Here comes the Chi-Town Shaker. Marina calls Wisconsin home now. The 2008 Chevrolet Cobalt for her and her dad, Jeff. 350 cubic inch. Combination there, GTF automatic and Rod Stoltz alongside. Sierra from Marysville. So the Division 6 runner on the left side, the Division 3 runner on the right side, and they are side by side. Moving the starting line there for a moment. Marina is going to be 005 too soon, and 950, 138, 1114, 118 for Rod Stoltz. Tom Beasley and Robbie Brewer now. The GT Ed Automatic Oldsmobile Cutlass for the Brookville, Ohio. Entry for Robbie. Tom Beasley's GT Automatic Cobalt out of Scott Depot, West Virginia. Now these two are set. Tree comes down. They stand on the gas. Robbie Brewer's going to be 42 up front. Tom Beasley at 051. Cobalt's going to get there second. Looks like there might be some problems over there on the left side for that machine. 11:04 at 116. And 10:45, 126 there for Robbie Brewer. So 50 cars have made the run so far. Mark Saunders and the crew out of Harrison, Ohio now. At PK Race Car Chevrolet Cobalt. For the firefighter, a guy that you usually see in the super gas category. And Ken Warburton's Barracuda. Out of Missouri, the Division 5 runner. Now Mark Saunders took a shot at the tree, turns at 123 red. Ken Warburton waited his turn to go 255. And they're going to roll on down to the other end, 982, 133 there for Mark Saunders. 995, 137 for Warburton, O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Now Anthony and Roger. Roger Reese, Superstock G Automatic Nova, left-hand side of Maryland. Makes the trek down to Columbus this weekend, and Anthony Bertozzi alongside Superstock A-Stock Pontiac Grand Am. That is a very, very winning race car. Combination with Anthony behind the wheel. Super Gas. Attention to the pit area. We need Super Gas. The staging lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down. Super Gas. First call to the staging lanes, please. Anthony 009 going by the Christmas tree, and it's going to be 933 off the 960 at 123. 1054, 124 there for Roger Reese. And Matt Morris, Jerry Casson now. As they roll here to the starting line, the GTH Automatic Bardstown, Kentucky Cavalier right side there for Matt Morris. Of course, him and his dad TC and Jerry Casson. Superstock A Hemi, Dart, Fraser, Michigan. Super Gas, attention to the pits, Super Gas. Your second call, Super Gas. Come on down, please. Matt Moore is going to be 983 off the 1050 at 134. 945, 140 there for Jerry Casson's machine off the 960 index. Kara Morris and George Taylor now. George Taylor, the farmer out of Bel Air, Maryland. Superstock E modified, 67 model, first gen 295 small block Camaro. Some problems there in the burnout. Hero Morris's Mustang is going to roll up over there on the left-hand side. Now George Taylor, let's go, and it's going to be 20 up front. Carol Morris is 30, and we're going to head on down course. 944, 141 the speed there for George Taylor. 1033, 129. Carol Morris's machine. Yeah, I believe this is going to be Riley Spear, left side, and Ricky Decker alongside. Superstock I Automatic, the number 7 finisher in the world from last year. And Camaro for the lawn care technician out of Indiana. Now Riley's going to be 052, Ricky's 064. GM machine side by side, finish line stripe. 998, 131 right side for Ricky Decker. 1026, 116 there for Spear. Down to the top of the racetrack. Now here comes Brett Spear, the GTJ Automatic Camaro. Out of Minnesota, the Division 5 runner, Johnny Fretch Jr. alongside with the Pontiac. Marshallville, Ohio. 1080 the index with the 350 small block. Once again, Super Gas, come on down to the staging lanes, please. Attention to the pit area. Attention to the pits, Super Gas. This is going to be your call. Super Gas, come on down. Wheels up, leave a pair. Brett Spears going to be 34 up front. Johnny 16 green. And Brett Spear, the chiropractor, is going to run on down to a 10.090. 119 mile an hour charge off the 1080 index. 1038, 127 for Johnny. Michael Volkman, Andy Cronenbetter, the chassis builder out of Millersport, Ohio for PK Race Cars. Him and Pat. And Michael Volkman's GTM automatic Sebring over there on the left side. Wheels up, leave there for Andy. He sets it down, pulls it back in the groove. Cobalt's going to get the stripe first. 9:46, 138 miles an hour off the 1050 for Andy Cronenbetter. 11:21.17 for Michael Volkman down that left-hand side. Now here comes Big Hands. Don O'Malley, Superstock H automatic Corvette out of Decatur, Illinois. And Tony DePillo as the Barracuda to Dayton, Ohio. Tony DePello, 868, 154 to the 986 there for Don O'Malley after he was 11, won by the tree. Here comes PJ North and Russ Campbell. PJ, Lebanon, Tennessee, the Pontiac Sunfire, Superstock C modified entry for Maggart and Fouts. Russ Campbell has the CUDA out of Missouri. Missouri Mule, 10-34. Top end of the racetrack, Russ Campbell's going to go here at 882, 153 miles an hour. PJ's going to go 936 off the 950 at 141. Irvin Johns and Terry Allison now. Not sure if that's Terry over there on the right side. I am pretty certain that Irvin Johns, the GTE automatic Cobalt, rolls up the left-hand side. Your number 8 finisher in the category from last year. Well, pre-stage bulbs are lit for both as they roll in. Irvin Johns is set on the left-hand side. And Irvin Johns, 928, 143. Terry's gonna, or the truck's gonna be 992, 140. Marion Stevenson, Bryce France. Bryce over there at the left-hand side, that Chevy 2 out of Kentucky. Of course, Marion has the Cobalt. Nicole watching on. GTH automatic entry out of Williamsport, Indiana. Yeah, Bryce is 78, Marion's 86. They close in. Finish line stripe, 979 off the 1050 at 134. 1002, 129 there for Bryce France on the left-hand side. right now, Andy Cronenbetter looks to be set in the top spot at just a second under the index. Earl Rowe, Brian Simonek, side by side. The Newark, Ohio, third-gen Chevrolet Camaro, Superstock automatic entry, 1125 the index, and Simonek, the GT Q automatic Regal. Over there on the left-hand side, 1175 appears on the top-end scoreboard, even though you can't really see it down there right now. Sunset it is perfect. Pretty much washes it out. Super Gas. Go ahead and bring him to the lanes, please. If you're not already there, Super Gas. Super Gas. Come on down, please. Earl Road, 003, going by the Christmas tree as Brian's going to be 018. Finish line stripe. There goes that blue Chevrolet Camaro to a 1066 run. 125 the speed. 1167, 113 for Brian Simonek's entry. Aaron Allison now. East Palestine, Ohio's Cavalier. There's a Superstock being modified. Small block combination there. Doug Fazzolari out of Louisiana, 68 Dart over there. 426 cubic inch Dodge, the A Hemi machine. Coming up from the Bayou. Yeah, we're waiting to get them off the top end there. Had a little bit of a traffic jam, and as soon as they clear, we'll fire them back up. Super Gas. 990 category Super Gas should be making their way to the staging lanes for their first run of the weekend. Well, these two are out of the gate. Aaron Allison turns at 19 thou red. And he's going to run it on down 908, 150 miles an hour to the 875, 153 charge for Fazzolari. Emily Volkman and Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson's Pontiac Firebird there in Noblesville, Indiana. And Emily Volkman's going to be alongside the number 2 finisher down there in Division 2 last year. GTM Automatic, Chevy 2, 1120 the index there, right side, 1070 the index alongside there for Alan Wilson. Yeah, these two are set. Out of the gate they go. Emily Volkman, 58 up front. Allen's going to be 046. Close it in. Finish line strike. The Firebird left side, 995, 135 there for Allen. 1071, 122 for Emily Volkman. And we'll see outfield that crew. Now Casey McCarty and Shane Oakes. Shane Oakes comes out of Division 1, the Pontiac Trans Am. 1065 the index there for the GTI Automatic entry. Number 6 finisher last year over there in D1. And Casey McCarty's G Automatic Pontiac Firebird. The 87 on the right side, the 99 left side. Pontiac Machines a pair. It's going to be 997, 135 there for Casey McCarty to the 1019, 110 there for Shane Oaks' machine. Now, Dean Maury and Jeff Neiswanger. Jeff, John, and Amy out of Zanesville, Ohio. That is the GTK Automatic 350 small block machine, left-hand side. Dean Maury's Dodge Avenger alongside. Wheels up lead for Jeff Neiswanger. He goes by the Christmas tree at 041. Dean Maury's going to be 098, and the Ford on the right, or the Dodge Avenger, I should say, is going to go 1008, 131. Jeff Neiswanger, 10.021, 133 miles an hour. And the high wide machine there for Ronnie Troutman. Goes on down the summit side to a 970. 142 mile an hour charge to the 992. Good run there for Nick Morris' machine at 113. Shut it off early. Brad Zaskowski and Jeff Donan. Nice side-by-side matchup here in qualifying. This was going to be Brad Zaskowski, the GTL machine, right side, the Z28 Chevrolet Camaro out of Michigan. And the Missouri runner there for Jeff Donan. For Charlotte watching on as that machine goes into the beams. Super Gas. Should be in the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down once again. Brad Zaskowski runs it through the gears. Jeff Donut. High gear charge out of the Pontiac left side. It's going to go 986, 135. 1034, 100 miles an hour. Shut it off early for Brad. Over there, O'Reilly side of the quarter mile. Jeff Taylor, Joe Santangelo. Two of the best in the business, side by side here. Jeff Taylor, the Sellersburg, Indiana-based engine builder. A guy that, well, you need more than a ream of paper to put all the accomplishments he's done over the years down. And Joe Santangelo, no slouch himself. GTK Automatic Camaro leaves here at 15 up front. Jeff's going to be 037. Cobalt's going to get there first, summit side of the racetrack at 980, 134, 1045, 112 for Joe Santangelo. Chris Stevenson and Josh Decker now. Josh Decker, kid knows how to turn on a few wind lights, to say the least. Charlestown, Indiana, GTF Automatic at Oldsmobile Achievement. And Chris Stevenson's Firebird, Westfield, Indiana-based GTM automatic machine. Well, Josh turns at 15 thou red. Chris is going to be 045 up front. And Josh Decker is going to get there first, left side. It's going to be 984 off the 1025, 114 miles an hour. 1095 off the 1120 for Chris Stevenson down that right-hand side. Bill Fodor and Todd France now. That is the Pontiac G5 in Louisville, Kentucky for Todd France. Bill Fodor's GTI automatic Corvette's going to be alongside. Bill Fodor is going to be 066. Todd France is 040. The Pontiac makes the power to a 928 run off the 10 flat. 144 miles an hour for Todd France. Bill Fodor is going to be 995 at 132. Todd's going to be number 33 at 71 under. Fodor's going to go to the number 36 spot unofficially at 69 under the index. Jeff Atkinson and Troy Huntsberry now. Huntsberry left-hand side. That's going to be the IROC Camaro out of Hagerstown, Maryland. And Jeff Atkinson's going to be alongside. Jeff Taylor Performance Pontiac out of Damascus, Georgia. Division 1, Division 2 side-by-side action here as we continue on in qualifying session number 1 of Super Stock. As we almost near the end, we'll go into Super Gas next. These two are set. They stand on the gas. Jeff Atkinson, 17 up front. Troy's going to be 078. Jeff Atkinson's going to get there first. That 427 cubic inch Chevrolet, 923, 144. For him and Willie, and 1008, 132, Huntsberry. And then the left side, Tyler Bohannon, Tyler B. out of Louisville, Pontiac Sunfire, and Tom Sheehan. Campaigning that Chrysler Sebring as he always does. Can't forget Renadilly. Watching on. Got a little free time away from Bo's shop. Tyler's going to be 049. Tom Sheehan at 016. Pontiac on the left-hand side is going to get there first for Tyler Bohannon to a 993 off the 1065 at 133. 1081, Tom Sheehan off the 1105 at $1.24. And I believe that will end out qualifying there for Super Stock. Looking at the qualifying order, it looks like Haney Cronenbetter is going to end the category in the number 1 spot unofficially. Rich South is 2, Bill Larink's 3, Tony DePillo's 4. Ernie Neal rounds out your top 5 at 91 under the index. So we're going to Super Gas 990 category, a little throttle stop racing. Bob Umker is going to slide them back in and bring you through this category next.
All right, heads up in the pits. I need 4 drivers to report to the tower, please. Stock Eliminator, looking for Craig Dawson and Craig Sauerbaugh. Super Street, I need Dwayne Dulesky. And in Top Sportsman, I need Bob Wright. Gentlemen, if you would, I need Bob Wright, Dwayne Dulesky, and Craig Sauerbaugh and Craig Dawson to report to the tower. If you would, please, race control. Got to get things taken care of. Do want to remind everybody, coming up this evening from 5 to 8, free burgers and dogs over at the Hope for Heroin stage, set up right next to the staging lanes. Group works very hard with addicts to help them turn their lives around, get them cleaned up, back on the back off the street, and back into gainful employment. Mike Booker, one of our alcohol dragster racers, works very hard in conjunction with the group. And they have seen tremendous results and would like for everybody to come by and learn a little bit more about Hope over Heroin. As the stage we'll have a band, I understand, this evening, and also burgers and dogs for your enjoyment. So stop by at between 5 and 8 tonight as we work our way through day number 1. Hope over Heroin. Stage set up right next to the staging lanes. Burgers and dogs this evening from 5 to 8. Learn more about this great and wonderful organization. Our Race to Win Bounty Hunter program back again for 2020. Tip of the cap to everybody at Race to Win Motorsports for their support and their efforts. Bounties this weekend placed on the 2019 winners over at Gateway. Final race of the season. Super Stock, the bounty is on Alan Wade. Stock Eliminator, the birthday boy, Jake Howard, I understand, is celebrating his birthday here this weekend. Well, he's got a bounty on him. Super Cop, Jessica Bogacki, and I do not believe Jessica's going to be here. Super Gas, Mark Buttram. And in Super Street, Nick Vogelsang. So those are your bounties this weekend. The Bounty Hunter program back again for 2020. Gift certificate from the Race to Win Motorsports. And, of course, your picture taken for posterity as we continue on with the Race to Win Motorsports Bounty Hunter program. I'm going to add to that bounty this year a cash purse and a box of chocolates if you take out the winner from last year here at Norwalk, or here at National Trail, not Norwalk. Our winners last year, Julie Natas, Chris Foster, Todd France, Jeff Donham, Logan Galbraith, Devin Eisenhower, Mark Sanders, Jason Satterley, Scotty Wasco, Zach Sackman. And if you can take out one of those drivers during eliminations, a fresh, crisp, brand new $2 bill and a box of chocolates. Because everybody likes chocolates. Because life is like a box of chocolates. At least that's what Forrest says. So the Race to Win bounty on the 2019 Gateway winners, and Bob's bounty on our defending champs from a year ago. See how that all shakes and bakes as we work our way through our eliminations here this weekend. First, the Lucas Oil opening event for the 2020 season here in Division 3. And, of course, the JEGS Sportsnationals as well. Well, starting line work going on right now as we get prepped and ready to go. Don't forget the Hot Rod Grill is open. Got mini meal specials down there for $5 during JEGS Speed Week. Breakfast available for you every day of the week. Funnel fries, mac and cheese bites, mini corn dogs, kid-size hot dogs, all on specials this week. I got to get down and try me some funnel fries. Those just sound good. Slimming and dietetic as well. Yeah. Super Gas going to come out for their first shot at the racetrack. That means we need to give a heads up to our top dragster, Cop Eliminator, and top sportsman competitors, because we'll be calling you into the lanes here shortly as well. So Oakley top dragster competitors, get them ready. Your opening shot shall be coming up soon. Super Gas going to attack our quarter mile first here at National Trail as we get ready to rumble. 990's up on the scoreboard. Started today off with the 1090 category. We've also seen our Super Comp competitors in the 890 category. But now we're going to go into the left-hand steer machines, the full-bodied cars, and the roadsters. Billy Nuzzo up on the left. His Mustang out of Pennsylvania making the tow over. Rick Swank on the right-hand side. His 27 Ford Roadster. If you're a betting man, take the roadsters. Give the field. You will, the majority of the time, come out ahead. Working their way down track, 11 on the tree for Rick. His Roadster cruises through 986, 152 miles an hour, 988 at $128 for Billy's Mustang over there on the left-hand side as Randy DeLuca comes rolling in. Not exactly your quintessential Super Gas Ride, the 1950 Chevrolet Fleetline machine. 421 cubic inch small motored combination, but it works for Randy. Unique ride, good looking ride. He's pulled up alongside Kenny Bowers. Bowers with the 57 Corvette Roadster. Over here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. But better light out of the gate, DeLuca. As the boys out of North Bloomfield keep working with the car. 998, 141. Their opening shot here this weekend. 997 at $1.62 for Kenny Bowers' Corvette. Pam Keener comes rolling in now. Pamela. The wheel of the 27 Ford Roadster. Greenwood, Indiana-based driver over here on the right-hand side. And Rob Goodrich up in the little Mustang. Pamela cruising through the lights down at the other end, 984 to $1.46. 995 for Goodrich in his Mustang. 138 miles an hour is Dustin Richardson. Nice to see Dustin back. As he climbs behind the wheel of the Olds friends over on the left-hand side, and Rusty Cook, the Ohio crankshaft entry. Rusty's had a busy season so far this year. Picking up a win and a runner-up along the way. The Ohio Crankshaft C5 Corvette. Bodied entry over here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Coming out, laying down a 988 at 170 miles an hour. Big speed on the other end for Rusty Cook, 989. $1.58 for Dustin Richardson as he marks his valiant return back to the drag racing world. It's so good to have him back. Prince Gregori's 55 Chevrolet comes rolling in next, the New York-based. Hot rod over on the left-hand side, Bob Hanshoe. Buckeye State runner, Firebird over here on the right-hand side. Vincent rolls in, lights both bulbs. They're going to back him out. We'll do this one at a time. Courtesy staging, always in effect. Light the top bulb, wait on your opponent to do likewise. Hanshoe goes right in. Now we're waiting on Vince. Vince is in. We're off. We're running. $9.92 by Hanshoe at 144 after a 001 light. $9.94 for Gregori at $1.41. Bob Locke's Corvette. The tax guy out of Whiteland, Indiana. May have heard of that town. And Dean Madhauser's Pontiac GTO 67 edition body style over here on the right-hand side. Dean with the big block combination underneath the hood. Full-body door cars and roadsters. Left-hand steer. And go 990. Those are the basic requirements for the class. $9.94 to $1.57 for Locke. $9.89 at 154. Madhauser's Pontiac over here on the right-hand side. Jerry Spore's Mustang. All Ford all the time. 500 plus cubic inches of blue oval underneath the hood of the Mustang. And Connie Rudy. Connie at the wheel of the Gremlin over here on the right. Now this car went into a pretty violent wheel stand yesterday. Let's see if they got it calmed down today. Yep, much better out of the gate. Connie off and running. $9.39 at 141. I would say it's running. Need to back it up a little bit. $9.96 at $1.50 for Jerry Spoor as he works his way through on the other end of the racetrack. Pat DeBottis rolls in. The Mopar Dodge Dakota on the left-hand side. Corvette Roadster over here in the right-hand lane, working his way through. A little bit better light to Pat. He goes 9,902. 15 thousandths package for DeBottis at $167. 989 at 172 for the Corvette. Here on the right-hand side is Connor Millwood, and Larry Riddell come rolling in next. Ford Roadster here on the right-hand side. Looking to lock in, see what he can do. The Don Davis built car. Former division winner. He's known to go rounds. Millwood's Challenger over there on the left-hand side. 471 cubic inch Mopar for motivation. 988.9. $134. Larry Riddell throws down a 15-pack. Dead on one and 14 on the tree. 9,901 at $152 for Larry after a 14 thousandths reaction time. And if that won't put a smile on his face, well, I don't know what will. That's a pretty good way to start the weekend. Leo Zinda comes rolling in now. Leo up on the right-hand side, the Cavalier. Clinton Township, Michigan-based entry. Out of the Ring and Pinion Shop. Been in business since 1972 as Leo. Ship Chevy 2 over there on the left-hand side. Ship family racing operation. Runs through with a 993 at 148, 985 $164 for Leo. And again, these are the practice runs, the tune-ups, getting everything set. Eliminations day tomorrow. Steve Theodore and Pete Maduri working their way down track now. Maduri at the wheel of his Monza. Theodore at the wheel of his Corvette. 995 at $159 for Theodore. 10:08 Maduri. 143 mile an hour lap down the racetrack. Needs to find a little bit more out there to play with. Tim Tyrese. Monza comes rolling in now alongside Rocky Clark's. Chevrolet Beretta. Tim is off and running. Here comes the Beretta closing in on the big end. Beretta 1029, 177, big speed. A little bit too much delay in the box. 985 at a 147 for Tyrese Monza. So Rocky Clark will go back, reconvene, reconfigure. Jeff Fisher's Beretta comes rolling in out of New Alexandria, PA. Tommy Turner's Corvette. Tommy's got the 582 combination in the Corvette. We'll see him back in our Oakley Top Sportsman action a little bit. They'll have the big motor, like 900 plus cubic inches. Here he goes, 980 with his Roadster to 171, 1002. 153 for Fisher. So he makes his way down track. And up next will come our Race to Win Motorsports. Rep, Janice Swan, backers of the Bounties here in the Race to Win Motorsports Bounty program. Mark Buttrom's got it laying on him. Pat Martin's over here on the right-hand side this time around. $9.92 to $1.62 for speed for Janice Swan in the Race to Win Motorsports gang. $9.98 at $167 for Martin's Roadster, the local runner. Off just a skosh is Don Miller and his Camaro. Come in on the right-hand side. Max Butcher over there on the left. My Butcher family out of Doylestown, Ohio. 86 Corvette. Full-bodied entry, gorgeous race car. Working its way down track now. Max goes cruising through, 10-10 at 159, 978 for Don Miller. 163 miles an hour, both of them a little off pace on that run down the racetrack. Maximus a little slow, Don a little quick. Rock Haas rolls in his C5 Corvette for the runner out of Michigan. Rich Pica over on the left-hand side. And another full-body Corvette machine. Rich working his way down track. Gets there a little quick, 957 at 154, 991, 169 for Rock. As he settles into a nice, steady pace with the Corvette Roadster. Justin Lopez. Down from Lakeville, Massachusetts. Working his hot rod. Contend here at the JEGS Speed Week at National Trail. Tony Tanner out of Kentucky up on the left-hand side. A whole lot of black smoke out of the back of Justin's machine. Might be just a tad rich. 985 at 170. 995 for Tony Tanner as he cruises through at 142 miles per hour. Tom Diamond's beautiful Roadster out of Dublin, Ohio comes up next over on the left-hand side. And Steve Eckert. Pataskala Flash over here on the right. Steve at the wheel of the Cavalier. Got her tuned in, dialed in, and ready to run for the former division champ. See what he can do here and now, because today and this year, we all start with a clean slate. $974 at 169, Eckert. Drifting out a little close to the wall there. $987 at 159 for Diamond's Roadster. Two more Roadsters come pulling in next. Sarah Becker over on the right-hand side, the runner out of O'Fallon, Missouri. Dan Childs out of Van Wert, Ohio. Sarah spending a little bit of time down in the Division 4 competition. Son's been behind the wheel of the car. Sarah back behind it here for D3. And 981 at 164 comes out. 994 at 150 for Childs over on the left-hand side of the racetrack. In Super Gas, we're in the midst of your opening session, time run. If you're not here, I don't know where you are, and I don't know why you're not here, but you should be. It's Justin Phillips. Rolls in now. Runner out of Nova, Ohio, wheeling and dealing the early model Pinto. About a 70-71 version machine. Uniqueness of the super gas category on the line right now, definitely. Little Pinto with a big motor and a Chevy S10 likewise. As long as it can run the number, that's what counts. $995, $140 for Phillips and the Pinto. $992 to $155 for the S10. Here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack is Mike Handress. Chevy Cavalier, the accelerated travel entry over on the left-hand side, and Iggy Bochesko. Iggy wheeling and dealing, the new C7 Corvette-bodied entry on the right. .582 cubic inches of big motor. Iggy comes off the line, it shuts down, it jumps right back up and goes 10.04. 168 miles an hour. 985 at a $172 for Handress, the accelerated travel entry. Bob Prose, the Honey Creek Collision entry, comes up next out of Terre Haute. And Brian Johnson. Johnson wheeling the 1969 Plymouth Valiant. Somehow I do not remember a 526 cubic inch engine option on the order sheet for a 69 Valiant. I know I'm getting old, but I just don't remember that being on the option sheet. $997, $146 for Brian Johnson, $1026 for Bob Prose. Hard to believe the Corvette was that far off the pace at 158 miles an hour. Steve Fields. Trans Am comes rolling in next there on the left-hand lane, and Bill McCulloch out of Pickerington. Up next on the right-hand side. $996 by McCulloch at $139. $995 for Steve Fields. The Firebird goes hustling down track. Greg Slack. Richard Spradlin come rolling in next. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Oakley, top dragster. Needs you the lanes now. Oakley, top dragster. Time to come on down. Slack, who designs and builds custom torque converters. Got the little Maverick hustling there on the left-hand side. Goes 9899. Can you say missed it by that much? 155 for Slack. 1003 by Spradlin's Hot Rod. The Nova over here on the right-hand side. Cruises through at 145 miles an hour. Dave Hedges' Nova comes rolling in. And Carl Rechtenwald. Rechtenwald over on the right-hand side. The Chevy Lumina goes through 10:01 at 173 miles an hour. Big speed and the parachute blossoming down at the other end of the racetrack for Carl. 10:12 at 130 miles an hour for Hedges as he cruises through. Again, top dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Oakley, top dragster needs you to the lanes. That means Cop Eliminator, you need to get ready as well, because we'll be calling you shortly. Morgan Napier up in the Oldsmobile. Right-hand side runner. Paul Brown over on the left, the Chevy Cavalier for the runner out of Cass City, Michigan. Gentleman involved in the heating and air conditioning biz. $9.94 to $1.65 for Paul. $9.92 to $1.63 for Morgan. As Mike DeVito and John Sickish make their way down track now. Sickish over here on the right at the wheel of the Corvette, $9.93 to $1.72. $9.66 for Mike. Runner out of Ullman's Body Shop. Just a skosh quick down there at the other end of the racetrack. So Mike DeVito runs a little quick. Let's see what Harold Brewer can do now in the left-hand lane. His Chevrolet Camaro there on the left. Denny Napier over here on the right. Denny at the wheel of the Corvette. Just to see the paint jobs on all the cars. The in-house cars. $9.87 at $1.56. How about a 900 lap for Denny Napier? Yeah, 20 on the tree and dead zero on the 900. That'll win you a few races. Of course, then again, Denny's been known to do that. Dwayne LaFleur at Boss Man, Lucas Oil Motorsports Division. Again, a reminder to everybody, support those that support you. Sure, and sign up for the Lucas Oil contingency program alongside Dave Dahlem. Dave at the wheel, the new ATI Corvette there on the left-hand side. Twisted a drive shaft out of it the other day. Still working the bugs out. Going to be off pace this session. LaFleur goes 9.89.9 and 33 on the tree at $1.66, 11.71. The ATI Corvette there on the left, good short numbers. Just a little out of the groove and moving around a little bit on the big end. Three on the right for the Corvette at $1.60, $9.83, $1.55 for your reigning Super Gas National Champ. As we continue on. Bill Jackson at the wheel is Lumina. Dave Combs wheeling the Beretta there on the left. Top Dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes, please. So Bill Jackson, how about a 9.901 at $1.65? 991 over on the left-hand side is Brenda Hunter and Paul Fiddler. Make their way down track. Fiddler at the wheel of the Vega. Buckeye State runner here on the right-hand side, 10:02 at 139. Brenda over on the left lane, 991. 169 miles an hour. Ron Lower, Chris Harden. Ron, meet Chris. Chris, meet Ron. Let's go racing. Well, Chris has got problems. Little Chevy 2 not moving. Not going anywhere. Meanwhile, Ron Lower cranks off at 10:08, 158 mile an hour lap. Over here on the O'Reilly side. So we'll get the little first generation Chevy Illusion out of the way and get ready with our next pair. A couple of names very familiar to pretty much everybody here in Division III territory. Cheeseman on the right and Ship on the left. Top dragster needs your lanes, please. Top dragster needs you. To the lanes, come on down. Top dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please. Joey does his burnout. Chuck's already done his. We want to remind our top dragster, comp and top sportsman competitors, you are assigned lanes to run left and right for your time trial sessions. Do need for you to adhere to those lane assignments, if you would please. You will be watched. Cheeseman off and running. Here comes Joey closing in on the big end. 996, 157 for Ship. 989 at 158 for Chuck over here on the right-hand side. Doug Croft, Nathan Bruman. Bruman up on the left is Beretta. Down the left-hand side, Doug Croft. Firebird on the right. Doug Croft, 10:17 at 153 miles an hour, 994 to $168. For Vrooman there on the left, Dwight Noose comes rolling in alongside Dale Barnard. Pennsylvania-based roadster over here on the right-hand side. Big motored Chevrolet, the 34 Chevy Roadster. Dwight Noose, little Dodge Rampage. Unique body style that, well, you don't see a lot of much anymore. Noose with a 993 at 151, 1006 for Dale Barnard. They're on the right-hand side as he cruises through at 158. Joe Carbacios Malibu up next. Skip Sadler alongside of him. Carbacio's Malibu on the left-hand side. Carbaccio with a 995 at 147 miles an hour. 993 by Sadler to $139. Nicole Stevenson rolls in. Her Camaro Roadster on the right. Charlie Flanagan's Camaro on the left. Not the Roadster. Kind of like not the Mama. Not the Roadster. Nicole off and running, cruises through 996. 158 miles an hour up on the big end, 1021 by Flanagan. This Camaro cruises through 150 miles an hour. Jeff Reed and Eddie Arnold. Eddie over here on the right-hand side, wheeling the Olds Cutlass entry. Therefore, Jeff would be at the wheel of the Corvette in the left lane. Simple Vulcan logic. For Jeff Reed, it's a 999 lap at 155 miles an hour. Eddie Arnold, a 998 shot at $165. Tim Gillespie up on the left is Super Gas Roadster. Beautiful automobile. 33 Ford, the Pontiac power plant. Motivating it down the racetrack. One of the early model 57 Corvette body style entries over here on the right hand side. $989.8 here on the O'Reilly side for the Corvette at $157. $991. 151 by Gillespie's machine as he motivates through. Alex Miller and Ron Brady come rolling in next. Brady on the right, lights the red bulb, but it doesn't mean a lot this time around. 987 at $157. Tomorrow it'll mean a whole bunch. 992 at 154 for Miller. We continue working our way through the first round of time trials and qualifying for each and every one of our competitors here at JEGS Speed Week. Glad to have each and every one of you in the house. Looks like our final pair. Super Gas cars on the line, Joe Fisher and John LaBouse. Corvette Roadsters a pair. New C7 for Joe. RacingRVs.com boss man over there on the left-hand side, and LaBouse here on the right. On and off the throttle stops they go. Headed for the other end of the racetrack, 999 at $168 for LaBouse, 1008 for Joe Fisher at 168 miles an hour. While it's quiet, I do want to remind everybody, checks will be mailed. Checks will be mailed from National Trail and only can be mailed if we have your W-9 on file. You can fill out your W-9 electronically and submit it via email. Or if you prefer to do it the old-fashioned way, there are W-9 forms available down for you at the Finish Line store. But we do have to have a W-9 filled out, completed, and on file before we can mail out checks from National Trail this weekend as payment for your participation and your competitiveness here at JEGS Speed Week. So if you have not filled out and submitted a W-9 electronically, you can pick one up, the old kind, paper kind, down at the Finish Line store. Check out all the goodies they've got, including some brand new apparel. And then get you squared away. You can get your W-9 filled out, turned in, so that when you win the event, your winner's check can come in the mail in a couple of weeks. Again, a reminder, the Hot Rod Grill up, open, and running. Got mini meals for $5 specials this week during JEGS Speed Week. Breakfast every morning available for you. And the specials this week are funnel fries, mac and cheese bites, mini corn dogs, and kid-size hot dogs. Most expensive out of that list, the funnel fries at $5. As our Oakley top dragsters getting ready to come up next. Again, a reminder to our Oakley top dragster, Oakley top sportsman, and comp eliminator competitors. When you checked in, you were assigned your lanes to run, either left or right for the session. You do need to adhere to those lane assignments if you would. We will be watching from here in the tower. I've been told to tell you. And do need to be sure that you get your laps down both sides as assigned for your run order. Well, alrighty then. Let's see if we can crank the nozzle up a little bit. Our 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour shooters coming at us now. We will find the power plants with either a Vortec supercharger on them, a Pro Charger on them, a conventional Roots style blower, or a little nitrous oxide, depending upon the owners and drivers preference. What you got is the quickest of our Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series competitors, short of the alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car ranks. John Rouse and Mike Coughlin come rolling in to kick off our Oakley Top Dragster qualifying. We will qualify the quick 32. And of course, Division 3, home to the quickest ever 32 car field of top dragsters. Competition here in D3, just the toughest in the country. 630, 218 for young Mike Coughlin. 649, 205 miles an hour for Johnny Rouse over on the left-hand side. There's a couple of blown cars work their way down track. And onto the qualifying sheet with Coughlin 1 and Rouse number 2. Karma Hopper's gorgeous machine out of Kentucky comes rolling in. 655 cubic inches of nitrous oxide assisted Hemi power going down the racetrack. And Zach Sackman, the Hangstafers.com blown big block combo. Over on the left-hand side. 610 as low as you can go. In qualifying, you run quicker than 610. You get moved to the back of the pack. You run quicker than a 5-second ride. You get bumped out of the weekend. 622, 209 miles an hour for Hangstafers and Zach Sackman as they roll into the number 1 qualifying spot now. For Karma Hopper, a 640, 211 mile an hour run. Tom Elliott, the artisan, makes the tow up out of Brooks, Kentucky. Another beautiful top dragster. Suzanne calling the shots. Tom doing the driving. Ryan Burba out of Dayton, Ohio, over here on the right-hand side. Brand new diamond chassis hot rod. Right-hand side, the big motored Chevrolet, as we call Comp Eliminator, to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Competition Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Come on down. .627, 215 miles an hour for Mr. Elliott as he hustles down track. 665 for Burba. 27 by Tom Elliott to put him in the number 2 spot for now, behind Zach Sackman. We've got a long ways to go before we get there and set our field. Philip Oakley, the Texas Roadhouse entry, and the engine builder out of Kentucky up on the right-hand side. Emily Novak, young lady out of Iowa, Novak Electric. American chassis hot rod there on the left-hand lane. Got the blown big block combination. The 22-year-old driver there on the left-hand side for Oakley. And the Oakley Motorsports top dragster contingent. Flying the colors of my favorite steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse. Haven't had a teen yet. 626 by Novak. 219 miles an hour. 625 by Oakley. Phil Oakley goes to number 2. Emily Novak goes to number 3. Zach Sackman and Hank Staffer still sitting in that number 1 spot. And surprised that we have not yet seen our car down in the teens. I'm just going to throw this out there. Where's Steve McDermott when you need him? Danny Waddle comes rolling in on the right-hand side, the Ohio-based runner. Jimmy Prevost up on the left-hand side, the VRN race cars entry. Illinois-based runner in the left. The 632 combo. Jimmy Prevost, 638, 209 miles an hour. Slides him into the number 6 spot. Danny Waddle, 709 at 192. We'll be looking to bring that one back and step the pace up a little bit. Tom Fisher, Angry Tom, and the Copper Cat over on the left-hand side, and J.B. Strasweg. J.B. coming off a race runner-up a week ago. DragstersForSale.com and Meyer Distributing over here on the right-hand side. See if one of these drivers can park it down into the low teens. About a 6:15 for JB to take the number 1 spot for now. 6:15 to 19. Tom Fisher is 6:56 lap at 195. Tom will slide into the number 10 spot for now. Still a lot of cars to come at us as we work our way through this, the opening round. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the lanes. Here comes Pops Waddle, excuse me. Saw his son make a lap a little bit earlier up alongside Frank Carpinelli's machine. Frank out F&C Trucking in North Canton. Beautiful undercover chassis car over here on the right-hand side. Got the Pro Charger hanging off the side of Frank's machine. And he goes through 664, 212 miles an hour. How about Senior Waddle, 619, 223. It's good for the number 2 spot. Right now, top speed of the category. Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Competition Eliminator. Need you to the lanes, please. If you're not there yet, you're late. Pascal Comp, the Vibrotide entry out of New Baltimore. Bob Bauer, New York-based runner over on the right-hand side, the K100. Jansen engine-powered entry. Bauer on the right-hand side. Pascal on the left for Vibratite. Pascal making a hard move out of the gate. Shuts it off and goes through 16 seconds later. Young Mr. Bauer, a 7:12 at 186. Patty Fisher comes rolling in now, the boss lady over at racingrvs.com. Patty doing her burnout, and then the car not wanting to back up. Here it comes. Should be alongside Red Fritch as we see the quad out on the top end of the racetrack. Hoping Pascal get his car off the top end, so we'll be on hold for just a few seconds as we give him a little nudge. Little nudge down at the other end of the racetrack. Red out of Columbus, hometown runner. Red's Automotive Service there on the left-hand side. Patty in the Chromeworks chassis machine here in the right-hand lane. Top end's clear. We are ready to go. Red Fritz with a 634, 216 mile an hour lap. Slide him into number 8 in the show. Patty Fisher, 642. Patty will pull into the number 11 spot now down at the other end. Pat Forster's hot rod comes rolling in next to her on the O'Reilly side. He'll be up alongside Tom Martino. The other Tom Martino. Still only 2 cars in the teens. JB leading the pack with a 615. Danny with a 619. Everybody else locked into the 20s, 30s, and 40s, basically. Tom Martino there on the left-hand side. Cruises through another low 620. This time 623 with the 2. 216 miles an hour. That'll put Tom number 4. Pat Forster cruises through 227 miles an hour in the 626. He picks up top speed honors so far. Patrick slides into the number 7 qualifying spot. And Danny Nelson, reigning champ, pulls that alongside Anthony Bertazzi. Bertazzi over here on the right-hand side. It looks like we're on hold just a moment. Got a bit of a traffic jam down there on the big end, making the turn. Danny Nelson off and running. 001 red, but runs 619. 236. Bertazzi slows. In 57 after rattling the tires at the hit. Danny Nelson, 619 right now, is good for number 3. We watch Anthony and Danny make the bend down at the other end of the racetrack. 21 cars so far. Michael Kalin up on the left-hand side, runner out of Niagara Falls. And Michael Shield out of Norwalk. One right up the road and one, well, a little bit further down the highway. Cop Eliminator do need you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Shields got the 32 band embodied entry, a little unique combination here for our top dragster ranks. Runs 646 at 193, 648 for the runner out of New York, Michael Kalin. Kalin slides into the 16 spot. Shields slides into the number 15 spot. And Zach Fisher and Joe Fisher come rolling up next. Our final pair of cars. Father and son, Joe on the right, Zach on the left. The RacingRVs.com team players. 4 cars here this weekend. Angry Tom, Patty, Zach, and Joe. Kid trying to leave on dad, rattled the tires. Joe goes through 619 and 227 for speed. Zach will crawl through the timers at the other end, 1197 at 67 miles an hour. So J.B. Straswig and Meyer Distributing end up number 1. Danny Waddle number 2. Joe Fisher with his 619 lap slides into the number 3 spot. Danny Nelson gets bumped to number 4. Zach Sackman, number 5. Tom Martino, Phil Oakley, Emily Novak round out the quick 8. Then it's Pat Forster, Tom Elliott, Mike Coughlin, Red Fritsch, Jimmy Prevost, Karma Hopper, Patty Fisher, and Michael Shield rounding out the quick 16. Competition eliminator coming at you now. Some call it complicated eliminator. Call it competitive eliminator. Tip of the cap to everybody that steps up here in the Division III world for their opportunity to help out and make life a little bit better with some bonus funding. Ronnie Proctor comes pulling in the C Dragster automatic, and West Leopold's A Super Mod automatic. Over on the left-hand side, the Dodge Stratus that actually started its life off on a Chrysler assembly line and got converted from front-wheel drive rear. A 400 cubic inch Mopar shoehorned into the engine compartment. Proctor 350 cubic inch mouse motor in the Dragster. 711 on 187 for Ronnie. As he dives under the 760 index, 825 by Leopold. Ronnie's 48 under, Wes is 27 under, and Cop Eliminator, for those of you that aren't familiar with the category, it's how low you can go against your index. Pete Diagnolo comes rolling in. Peter with the D Supermod automatic, a Chevy Cobalt. Put together and assembled by General Motors and then disassembled and rebuilt into a race car. Greg Tabler's B Dragster automatic. Up on the left-hand side, a little bit bigger combination. We saw the 350. For Ronnie Proctor, this is a 380 cubic inch plus power plant. Dual 4 barrels on the B Dragster. Automatic transmission for the runner out of Columbus. Index for Tabler, a 740, so he'd like to be in the 6-second zone. Wheels up launch for Pete. Ignolo taking the Cobalt down track, 7 flat at 190 for Tabler, 853 for Peter D. Ignolo goes 44 under the index. Greg Tabler 39 under the index. Ronnie Proctor's Dragster leading the pack. Frank Affronti. And Ronnie Bone. Bone over here on the right-hand side. 6 cylinders, inline Chevrolet. Handicap racing at its finest. We get into eliminations. It'll be the slower car with the handicap start based on the index. If you've got a car that can run 6/10, 5/10 under the index, and you're taking on a car that, albeit might be slower, you can only run 3 or 4/10 under his index, gives you a bit of an advantage. Like I said, some people call it complicated. It's very competitive. Lots of thinking, lots of engineering, lots of ingenuity. Quite a bit of high-tech stuff going on in the Cop Eliminator ranks. It filters down and finds its way into different and various categories. The Comp seems to be pretty much the test bed. Ronnie, 6-cylinder J Dragster automatic. Inline Chevrolet 6 over here on the right. Frank Affronti, C-altered automatic. If you will, a small block Pro Stock. Might be a bit of an oversimplification. Friday, 733 at 184, 776 by Ronnie Bone at $1.66. Frank goes 60 under the index. Ronnie's 59 under the index. So Frank Affronte steps up to number 1. Ronnie Bone goes to number 2. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes now, please. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes. Oakley, Top Sportsman competitors, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Andrew Holt should be making a run with the 4-cylinder Honda dragster there on the left-hand side, but you can see him pushing it off. So it'll be a single run for Jeremy Bailey. Jeremy's C dragster automatic here on the right-hand side. Second-generation racer out of the Bailey family. We'll see Dad come up here in a moment, I'm sure. Jeremy on the 760, motors down track to 794, shutting it off way early. You can hear the engine going silent down at the other end of the racetrack. Big V8s, little V8s, 6 cylinders, a little bit of everything. Here in the category, fuel injection, carburation, turbochargers, all of it coming at you. David Billingsley comes rolling up next. The I-altered automatic, little 272 cubic inch, small motored Chevrolet. Billingsley out of Decatur, Illinois. One of our sponsors of the bonus program here in Cop Eliminator. Billingsley 66 Car Wash. C-Tech race cabinets, Indy Gear, T&E Enterprises, Total Seal, Bullet Cams, Cohen Engineering, Camplane Machine Works. Speaking of Camplane, that's Greg alongside. Both of these drivers giving back to the sport in the way of a little assist and bonus money. Rao Bell Housing, John Holt Race Cars. All of them contribute to the bonus program here in D3. Again, Top Sportsman need you to lanes, please. A Greg Camplane C dragster automatic. 706 at 171 miles an hour. 831, $1.63 by Billingsley. Camplane 48 under the index. Billingsley at 40 under the index. And again, Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Oakley, Top Sportsman needs you to the staging lanes, please. Jim Promozic Sr., Jim Promozic Jr. I'll take Jim Promozic first to the finish line for 1,000, please, Alex. Promozic on the right, the B-altered automatic. Former Mountain Motor Pro Stock car, now with 499 cubic inch Mopar, and yes, I did say Mopar combination. Underneath the hood for Promozic Jr. Senior over on the left-hand side. In the dragster, B-dragster automatic. But he's doing it old school style with the engine out in front. 380 plus cubic inch combination. Promozic Sr. cruises through 739 at $1.37. Junior rolls the beams a little bit, just kind of coasting down the racetrack. And again, Oakley Top Sportsman needs you to lanes, please. Oakley Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes. Franco Fronte still sitting atop the pack. Ronnie Bone, number 2. Ron Proctor, 3. Greg Camplain, 4. Pete Diagnolo's Little Cobalt, number 5. Dave Billingsley's Machine, number 6. Greg Gabler, Wes Leopold, Jeremy Bailey out of the 9 cars down track so far. Pete Pollock and Scott Shamness getting ready to come up next. As soon as we get Mr. Promozic's Chevrolet off the top end of the racetrack, as he just kind of coasted down at the other end. All right, so it looks like we got Jim off the top end of the racetrack okay. So we'll fire Scott back up. Shamness over on the right-hand side. This time a beat dragster. Sands the automatic. Scott and his dad taking the car to the winner's circle over in Bowling Green last year. Spitzer car in a 470-plus cubic inch GM combination. Pollock C-altered automatic. We saw Frank Affronte take his C-altered automatic to the top spot with a 7:33 lap. Let's see while Pete can compare. Shamness and Pollock, here we go. Scott hustles right on down track, 672, 201 miles an hour, 753 at 181. So Scott Shamness with his 672 lap goes 49 under. And into the number 3 spot, Pete Pollock's Firebird there on the left-hand side, 753 lap. Puts Pete into the number 7 spot on a 40 under pace. Again, on hold for a moment as we get the top end cleared. Make sure to get all of our cars off the track and around the corner. Steve Ambrose and Jim Pancake sitting and waiting patiently for the call to fire them up. Pancake with the Hemi Dart. As the Hemi cars given some classes to run here in Competition Eliminator to give them a chance to get out and stretch the muscle every once in a while. So you got 426 cubic inches of elephant motor underneath the hood of a 69 Dodge Dart. You've got a 6-cylinder Ford power plant sitting in front of Steve Ambrose. There on the left-hand side, Ford power plant used for years and years and years. It's basically the mainstay engine in Ford trucks. Ambrose has got a few of them stashed away. Built aluminum head sitting on top of it. 6-cylinder power plant, a little 23T flyaway roadster. There on the left-hand side. Steve Ambrose, Bob Huebman, John Holt, and Jim Pancake, and the rest of the gang. As we get the top end clear, and they bring them to life and get ready to head. Now for the other end. Top Sportsman needs you to lanes, please. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes. Come on down. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Driver's jumping the gun there a bit, but that's all right. It's qualifying. It's practice. That's what it's all about. 831 for Steve Ambrose at 151. 876 for Pancake. Ambrose goes into the number 12 spot. Pancake climbs into the number 11 spot on this their opening run in comp qualifying. Saw Jeremy Bailey a while ago. There's Dad Robert. 75 years young at the wheel of his Econo drag. 500 cubic inch GM power plant. Single 4-barrel up on top, automatic transmission behind it. And a very quick race car. 7:14 the index. If you think a half a second under it means the car should be down in the mid 6-second zone. And it generally is. Robert Bailey, always a tough competitor when he pulls to the line. He's up alongside Rich Locker now. Locker, another one of the Hemi cars. This time the Hemi Cuda instead of the Hemi Dart that we saw with Pancake. Pancake motor down track to an 876. Locker's not going to be so fortunate as the car just barely gets off the line. 684 by Robert Bailey. Then it gets a 714 index. He's like 30 under. So Bailey will make his mark on the qualifying sheet. Rich Locker will go on down at the bottom. But the Cuda comes to a stop out there just before half track. And watch the top end, and Robert Bailey's car didn't quite make the turn down at the other end as Bailey straight into the sand trap down at the other end as Robert steps out of the car. Probably saying a few words like dag nabbit, golly gee, and son of a gun, and maybe a couple of others. But if the car won't come to a stop, that's what the beach is for, to help bring you to a stop. So Lockhart doesn't get off the line or doesn't get 30 feet off the line, and Robert Bailey uses up every bit of racetrack we have and a little bit more. We'll be on hold for a moment while we retrieve Robert from the beach. So it'll look like a fairly easy extraction for our Mr. Bailey's right down at the top end. Be some cleaning and some cussing back in the pits. Probably more cussing and fussing than cleaning, but you got to go through everything, make sure that you don't get anything in. Any of the small cracks and crevices. Terry Smith gets ready to roll in the 500 cubic inch Mopar combination. And Chad Mogus. And he could have had a V8. righty. Now we're ready. Terry Smith's 500 cubic inch Mopar powered entry up on the left-hand side. Another A dragster automatic. Chad Vogus, your reigning division champ. Half a V8. Little 250 cubic inch. 4-cylinder. Okay, altered automatic for your reigning division champ over here on the right-hand side. .500 cubic inches of honkin' Hemi going down the racetrack. 668, 175 miles an hour. 778 by Chad. Vogus at 38 under. Terry Smith at 20 not under the index. Chad goes into the number 10 spot. Terry goes into the number 12 spot on our qualifying sheet. Troy Galbraith comes rolling in next. His B dragster automatic over here on the right-hand side. Always a tough competitor and a multi-time division champ. Up alongside Mike Farrell. Mike's B Street Roadster out of Louisville. Making a toe up. Mike wanted me to be sure and say hi to his lovely bride at home watching on dragracer.tv. And his sister, who is no longer in New York, but is now in the Carolinas. So hello, honey, and hello, sister. And hope everything's working out for sis at her new job. The Farrell's B Street Roadster. Patterson Racing power plant underneath the hood. First race out with the new combination. Let's see how it works. Galbraith heads to the other end of the track. 688, 194. 823 by Farrell. Just a soft, easy run to get her down the racetrack. Puts him onto the qualifying sheet. 688 by Galbraith. Troy goes 51 under and into the number 3 spot. Mike Farrell sits number 15. Ed Bennett comes rolling in now, the runner out of Michigan. A dragster combination and another Mopar power plant, this time 500 plus cubic inches of Dodge. For the former division champ, Bennett over on the left-hand side. Todd France picking up the A Econo Altered entry. Louisville, Kentucky-based runner and automotive painter, laying some great new looks on the. Had some problems with it yesterday during testing too. Let's see if we can get a full pull out of it. He's looking a whole lot better today than he did yesterday, but a whole lot of smoke out of the top end. And that'll warrant a look-see. 756 for France at 161 miles an hour. 883 by Bennett. We'll take a look at the right-hand side and see how things line up as Todd goes 34 under the index on that run to put him number 12. 883 by Ed Bennett, not the run he was looking for, not even close to the index. So they'll take it back, do a little head scratching, a little calculating, a little contabulating, and figure out where they want to be and what they need to do. So checking the top end of the racetrack down there where Todd France started emitting some smoke out of the A-Econo altered as soon as we get things checked out and addressed accordingly if they need to be. We will get right back to it. Looks like the official word from the top end is that we're good and ready to go. As we continue on with our comp eliminator field. 22 cars so far down the racetrack. Ryan Simonet coming up now, a little four-cylinder Honda power plant, 152 cubic inch combo. For the runner out of Toledo. Basically a hand-fabricated component, engine block, if you will. Brian likes to tinker on the CNC machine Brand new combination for him here in 2020. See how it does down track. 874 the index, and he goes through 885, so he needs to pick up a little bit more. Get her down under the index, but I'm sure it was a whole lot of get acquainted runs. Is this first shot at the racetrack for 2020 with the combination? Now that he's got a little bit of data to work with. Take it back and try it again. Our final car coming up, Rick Brown. Chevy S10, the B-Truck automatic. 318 cubic inch combination. Smaller power plant than what the Pro Stock trucks ran back in the day. They were limited to 358 cubic inches, so Rick about 40 inches smaller. Very competitive truck for he and Don Redditch. And always one to consider when the comp class rolls out. Final car, competition eliminator. Frank Affronte leading the field. So far, could Rick Brown take it away from him? Goes cruising through 8:33 at 161 miles an hour. So for Rick, a 55 under lap. And Frank will remain your number one qualifier. As our Oakley Motorsports top sportsman cars get ready to do battle now and set their sights on qualifying. Turn the microphone back over. Take a little bit of a break here as our top sportsman cars roll in, and Derek Beach be back on the microphone one more time.
Well, thank you, Bob. As our Oakley Competition Engines top sportsman category qualifying session number 1 is going to roll to the starting line. Well, Lester Johnson, the Cynthiana, Kentucky Chevrolet on the left-hand side there. Alongside of the Chevrolet Cobalt's going to roll in. First pair, top sportsman is officially underway. Al Johnson's going to go summit side here to a nice run of 623, I believe, 230 miles an hour. So we'll reboot the CompuLink timing system real quick and going right back into our top sportsman category. So that is what we're down for just a moment. Just rebooting the computer system. All right, so here comes Jeff Sexton and Benjamin Board. Jeff and Sharon, the Fairborn, Ohio sportsman category. Pre-stage bulbs will light up side by side. They will roll in. Benjamin Board set. Jeff Sexton set. Top bulb lights up. They let go and out of the gate. High gear charge, finish line stripe. Jeff Sexton shuts the timer off at 677, 208 miles an hour. 684, 197 there, and Benjamin Board makes his run to the top end of the racetrack. Next up, Eric Burnett and Jimmy Fallon. All right, so Eric Burnett, the Charlestown, Indiana Chevrolet Cavalier. The Marine mechanic at 35 years old for the Burnett family. Of course, his dad, Bill, out there guiding him back. Here the starting line on the left-hand side, and Jimmy Fallon. I can kind of tell you that 68 first-gen Camaro out of Trenton, Ohio is probably not going to go anywhere. Not complete the burnout he was looking for at all. His car turned completely sideways. So he has not got a burnout in. He's going to roll up there, put into the beams of the right-hand side. So the supercharged combination on the right, the turbo on the left. Two Chevrolet side by side as we continue on here in Top Sportsman qualifying session number 1. Well, actually a little wiggle down low, and Jimmy Fallon takes his foot off the gas wisely. It's going to be Burnett, 644, 220. Going A to B there, Summit side of the quarter mile. Jimmy Fallon was 104 down low, and it just started sashaying around the 330-foot mark. And you know what? We'll live to see another qualifying session. So now that's going to bring up Gary Wojnarowski, Brunswick, Ohio, the Cobalt, at 615 cubic inches strong. And Chris Osborne's going to be alongside out of Michigan. The 69 Chevrolet Camaro. Comes back O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Your attention to the pit area, please. Super Street. Super Street. Attention to the pits, Super Street. We need you to the staging lane. This time, please. Super Street, come on down. All right, so Gary Wojnarowski, left side. Chris Osborne's going to be alongside. Right now, 6 cars have made the attempt here in qualifying session number 1. We're about to make it 2 more. Yeah, they're going to stand on the loud pedal. The Chevrolet is out of the gate, side by side. Wojnarowski, left-hand lane. He's going to go here at 661.2. 210.37 miles an hour to the 671.205 charge out of Chris Osborne's machine, and that's going to put that Camaro in the number 4 spot. Wojnarowski's number 3, and now here comes Kurt Frederick and Alan Firestone. Kurt Frederick, your number 4 finisher of the category from last year. The 68 model 800 cubic inch Camaro out of Wisconsin. Firestone's Oklahoma based 754 cubic inch Camaro will be alongside the 2016 model on Firestone Racing, and of course Elite Motorsports and the whole crew there. 2 very fast, extremely consistent hot rods, side by side. The number 3 and 4 finishers right here. Qualifying session number 1 of Oakley Top Sportsman. Once again, Super Street. Attention to the pits, Super Street. Come on down, Q2 Super Street. We're looking for you in 1090 category, please. So, the man that's in the oil field business, Alan Firestone. Puts that Camaro on the stage beam, right side first. Frederick's going to follow. They're set. Alan Firestone's Chevrolet right side is going to run here at 662.5, 208.59 miles an hour. Those are the numbers there for Team AFR, and Kurt Frederick's going to go 681 at 203. Puts him in the number 8 qualifying spot. Firestone goes to 4, and now here comes Dwayne Gogley and Don O'Neill. Don O'Neill, the 2015 Chevrolet Camaro out of Evansville, Indiana. Left-hand side of the racetrack, and Dwayne Gogley. That's the 68 first-gen machine of the Ohio runner. 706 cubic inches strong. Don O'Neill, the supercharged machine. Backs up there for Team NGK. I know that Diane is listening in back home there in Evansville each and every weekend. Don O'Neill pulls to the starting line. We're always thinking of Diane and her fight to get back out here and get well again. So do it for Di. Don will move towards the starting line there. What a crew. He's got Renadilli, Tyler Bohannon. Don O'Neill had a good outing in Indy last weekend. Comes to Columbus looking for the momentum here. O'Neill 17 up front to the 19 of Gogley. Top end, it's going to be 698, 176 miles an hour for Don O'Neill, and I think that is exactly what he was looking to do right there. Dwayne's going to go 722 at 147. Problems for that Chevrolet down the right side. They're going to be number 10 and 11 in qualifying, respectively, there. Next up, Jeff Brooks and the crew out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. The Kaiser Compressors 1951 Henry J. For him and Jamie Brooks, the number 2 finisher in Division I last year in the top sportsman category, will back up right side. Don Sathoff's going to be alongside at Connersville, Ohio. That Corvette, 632 cubic inch nitrous-fed Chevrolet. So 12 cars have made a pass so far here in qualifying session number 1. Once again, we need a Super Street. Come on down, 1090 category, Super Street, Q2. They're set. Out of the gate they go. Oh, man. Hold on, Jeff Brooks. That made a hard move down low about the 330-foot mark, but he stays with it. 666.6 at 213. The numbers there, the right side scoreboard. 711, 192 for Don's machine down the left side. Puts him in number 12 spot. Jeff goes to number 5, and now here comes an all-Ford Mustang matchup. Little old school, new school. Muzzle car at its finest. Steve Breniger and Mark McDonald. The Boonville, Indiana, dragstersforsale.com. Beautiful 67 Ford Mustang at 598 cubic inches strong. And Steve Breniger's 2012 model out of Germantown, Ohio for the Brick Mason. All right, purge the nitrous oxide there for Breniger left side. The 56-year-old get ready to roll to the beams. And take that forward down the summit side of the quarter mile here in qualifying session at number 1. Once again, Super Street, we need you to the lanes, please. Come on down, Super Street. It's Mark and Deidre over there on the right side. Doing their thing this weekend here in Columbus. Yeah, you can see the fuel getting turned to it on Mark McDonald's Ford Mustang. He's going 665 at 203. 664, 207 the speed there for Steve Breniger. Down the left side, they're going to go to number 5 and 6 there in qualifying. And now that's going to bring up Justin Souders and Bad Eye Breniger. The Middletown-based Mustang left side and that first-gen 69 old-school Camaro Louisville. Alongside there for Justin Souders. Yeah, we're getting the bottle pressure down there right where he wants to be. The number 5 finisher in the category from last year here in Oakley, top sportsman, Justin Souders, a guy that got that combination working good. The Breniger family over on the left side. All right, so the pre-stage bulbs turn on. The Ford to the left, the Chevy on the right, and they're out of the gate side by side. Nice run, summit side for Breniger. It's going to be 660, 209 miles an hour for Bad Eye. 663, 209 as well there for Justin Souders' machine. The Camaro is going to go to the number 6 spot. Breniger's Mustang goes up to the number 3 position. And now here comes Jeff Melnick and Larry Canolte. Larry Canolte's T&L Truck Repair, beautiful 2018 Ford Mustang at 738 cubic inches of blue oval power. Left-hand side out of Washington, Indiana, and Jeff Melnick's Dodge Avenger, the Ohio runner. We'll back up here, O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Larry Canoli left, Jeff Melnick alongside. As these two getting ready to do battle here in qualifying session number 1 of Top Sportsman today. Problems for Canoli's Mustang. It's going to be a full pull A to B there for Jeff Melnick. It's going to be 643, 216 miles an hour for Jeff Melnick down that right side. 843 to $160, Larry Canoli. Melnick's going to go to number 2 in the category so far in qualifying with a 643 run. And now here comes Bill Simmons and Boyd Byer. The 2004 Pontiac Grand Am out of Guthrie, Kentucky for the welder. Simmons over there left side and Boyd Byer. Casstown, Ohio for Byer Trailer Sales, the 2004 yellow and black Ford Mustang, Hemi powered. There for Boyd. Of course, Mike Flory backing him up. O'Reilly side of the racetrack. So as they will pull to the starting line here, Simmons, he's set to go, and Byer, crew backs up from that machine. Let's see where they're going to put these race cars in the qualifying order. And Boyd Byer, he's going to make a good run down that right side, 19 up front, and how about 6:49.9. 218 miles an hour to the 677 at 204 for Simmons. Byer's going to go to the number 4, top half of the field there. Simmons goes to the number 15 spot with a 677 run. Both solidly in the field there. Tommy Turner and John Benoit now. Two quick race cars going to be side by side with that beautiful Corvette and the Pontiac GXP out of Florida. Turner Construction. We'll be on hold for a moment here. A little situation down there at the top end turnoff area. So Tommy Turner and John Benoit wait patiently here in just a moment. All right, so unfortunately, Boyd Byer, a little problem, and cleanup is going to get underway. So the stock and super stock sheets are down at the certification trailer. The T&E Auto Hauler certification trailer. You can stop down there and review the stock and super stock sheets, but we are going to be on hold for a few moments. The cleanup process is going to start, and as soon as we get the racetrack back into the order that it was before, we'll go back into Top Sports from qualifying session at number 1 here at Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Divisional. So as the safety safari crew takes care of the racetrack there, gets it cleaned, it'll take place where the Hope Over Heroin stage is. Everyone is welcome. And don't forget the Hope Over Heroin cookout tonight from 5 until 8. Can't miss it, the big stage up here in the staging lanes. Hot Rod Grill is currently open. Also, the Finish Line store. Grab yourself official National Trail Raceway apparel down there here this weekend. So we're about 5 minutes away from going back into top sportsman qualifying session number 1. So about a 5-minute heads up for everybody out there. And it looked like the cleanup was contained just to the shutdown area itself, so that was a good thing. It's about 5 minutes. We'll go back into qualifying here in top sportsman. Super Street should be making their way to the lanes momentarily, please. If you're not already there, you will follow top sportsman. Well, they'll bring him back to life, and Tommy Turner and John Benoit's going to roll to the water box here with their machines. That electrical contractor for Benoit Electric out of Vermont there on the left side. And Tommy Turner out of Naples. The Floridian and the Pontiac GXP at 948 cubic inches strong. Completes his burnout on Riley's side of the quarter mile and throws it in reverse. As we look at qualifying in Oakley Top Sportsman right now, Lester Johnson sets the number 1 spot at 6:23 at 234 miles an hour. Jeff Melnick's number 2 at 6:43. Eric Burnett, the number 3 spot. Boyd Byers 4. Adi Brenniger is 5. Gary Wojnarowski 6. Alan Firestone 7. Justin Siders is 8. Stephen Brenniger's 9. And Mark McDonald, Team Dragsters for Sale, rounds out your top 10 at 665. So we got 2 guys right here that can take their machines in the top half of the field with ease. We'll find out where they're going to end up. 2 nitrous-fed monsters. The Corvette on the left, the Pontiac GXP on the right. And here they come to the starting line, side by side. John Benoit's Corvette moves around about the 330-foot mark, and it's going to be 662, 207 miles an hour to the 674 at 207. There for Tommy Turner. So Benoit's going to go to 8. Turner's going to go to 14. And now here comes Billy Toman. Billy and Linda out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, the 63 split window Corvette. And Ronnie Proctor is going to be alongside. Harpers Ferry, West Virginia Mustang comes back here to the starting line. Big block blue oval alongside of the Chevrolet. Billy Toman will bring his machine to the starting line left side there. The Chevrolet Corvette. And Ronnie Proctor set to go with the blue oval Mustang. Now they grab a hold of the racetrack down low. They're side by side to the finish line stripe. And it's going to be 665, 207 miles an hour for Billy Toman's machine. 684, 202 the speed for Ronnie Proctor. That's going to put Toman in the number 11 spot, as Ronnie Proctor goes to number 20 at 684-202. Here comes the Doylestown, Ohio demolition contractor with the Camaro, and that's going to be Glenn Butcher. 808 cubic inches strong out of Holbrook's shop. Garrett race car built the Camaro. Glenn and Linda. Of course, Maximus. Running super gas this weekend. So this will be our final top sportsman run here in qualifying session number 1. We'll end out with 27 cars total after Glenn Butcher makes his run here. Glenn Butcher is going to be 69, letting go past the 8th mile, and looks like Butcher's going to run here at 7:48. Takes his foot off the gas just after 660 feet. The car made a little move towards the center line. All right, so if you are needing fresh water or to have your motorhomes pumped, if the holding tanks are getting full, Porta-Clean is on site back at the towards the end of the staging lanes. You'll just drive up and let him know where you're parked and direct him to your pit area, and they will fill you up with water or pump your holding tanks out. They're on site until 3 o'clock. So I think they might use 2 different tanks if they're going to fill you with water and pump out your other stuff. I hope so, at least. So Porta-Clean is the truck is located towards the end of the staging lanes, and if you are needing that service, it is available until 3 o'clock today. Just have them follow you back to your pits, and they'll take care of you from there. A little broom and groom on the track. We'll go into Super Street here in just a moment with qualifying session number 2. All right, so Frank Vincent's going to be one of the first pair up here, right side, the Nova out of Bath, Ohio. Premier Transportation Staffing Group. And Dwayne Delinsky. Delinsky out of Fort Myers. Division II based Oldsmobile on the left-hand side. So the second half of the day is officially underway at Super Street. Comes back up for the rotation. 1084, 127 there for Frank Vincent down the right side. 1094, 104 for Dwayne's machine. Now here comes Rocky Van Oat and Ricky Hall. Ricky Hall's Camaro, that first gen small block 383 in the 67 model out of Yorktown, Virginia. And Rocky Van Oat for Team Mosier. Wheeling the Vega. Up on the left side, of course, out of Indiana. And they both going to turn it red. Rocky misses it by 6 thou. Ricky misses it by 1 thou. They come off the stop. Looking for that 10,900 number. It's going to be 1091.4, 141 the speed there for Rocky. 1099.9. Ricky Hall shuts it down at $121. Allison Pros and Dale Schaefer now. The Chester, West Virginia Maverick left-hand side, and Allison coming out of Terre Haute. Hey, Bob just reminded me Allison went low ET the first round. But this one looks better. Goes on the stop, comes off. 21 up front. Dale's 004. And Allison, she should be close to that 10,900 number. Nah, she's a little slow at 11:13, 137. 1097, 131 for Dale Schaefer's machine down that left side. Now here comes Gary Warner's truck. Big old GMC out of Pataskala, Ohio. The local runner right down the road from here comes the lawn care technician. And Tim Purcell's Nova. Purcell at Decatur, Illinois. Oh, on the left-hand side, a little small tire. Nova leaves here at 039. Gary Warner's going to miss it by 14 thou. Up front, big old truck's making the power. Comes off the stop, and the scoreboard lights up right side, 1069 at 130. 1101, 124 there for Tim. Now it's going to be Dick Sperry, Scott Sadler. They come up to the starting line. The Malibu on the left, Scott Sadler. The Malibu on the right, Dick Sperry. Marco, Indiana comes that 81 model machine there for the Sperry crew. Scott Sadler packs the 565 underneath the hood of that 78 model Malibu. Salina, Ohio. They let go 42 to 35. Comes off the stop first, Dick Sperry. Here comes Scott Sadler. Pulls up alongside right about now. And it's going to be 1088, 145 for Scott Sadler's entry. 1092, 130 for Dick Sperry down to the top end. Randy Shipp and Mark Harmon. Two guys that's been around the business for a few years, you could say. Mark Harmon's Camaro out of Sunman, Indiana. Him and Deb on the right side. Randy Whiteland, where he calls home there with that 60 model Chevrolet Corvette. Well, Randy Shipp's going to be 31, letting go of the button. Mark Harmon was better at 16 green, and it's going to be 1103, 140 miles an hour. 1101, 144 there for Randy Shipp. Matt Riley brings up the Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack, a 421 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant out of Springfield, Kentucky, and Larry Raspinski's Barracuda. Valparaiso, Indiana, where he calls home there. Him and Debbie. Yeah, Larry's going to miss the tree by 6 thousandths of a second. Matt Riley's 40 up front. The old second-gen Camaro rolls on down to a 1092 run, 126 miles an hour. 1101, 123 for Larry Raspinski's machine. Faith Cardamone now, left-hand side, the 19-year-old out of Baltimore, Ohio, the local runner. And Jason Satterley's going to be alongside with the 69 Camaro as well. So Team Elrod is in need of a keyway mandrel for a big block Chevrolet. We have a parts call. Attention in the pits. Team Elrod is in need of a keyway mandrel for a big block Chevrolet. If you have one, stop over to the Elrod pit. They would greatly appreciate that, please. Jason Satterley, going to be 1095, 139, 1106, 127 there for Faith Cardamone's machine for her dad, Joe. Now, Barney Barnhart and Team Blaster out of Wadsworth, Ohio. Him and his wife, Penny, doing their deal this weekend. And Brian Funderburks, Tallahassee, Alabama, Vega. So once again, Team Elrod is in need of a keyway mandrel for a big block Chevrolet. If anyone out there can help them out, stop over to their pit area, and they would greatly appreciate that, because they are in need of a part right now. So 1096, 130 miles an hour after a perfect reaction time for Brian Funderbricks, Vega, Barney Barnhart, 1094, 148. Jim Unum and Tim Irwin now. Tim Irwin left side for Team Mosier out of Indiana, of course, and that Firebird out of Anna, Ohio for Jim Unum. 598 cubic inch big block. Goes on the stop after letting go to be 24. Tim Irwin missed it by 6 thou. The Nova for Irwin's going to roll down to a 1093 run. 1093 as well for Jim Unum. And now here comes Kevin Klaus and Dale Hall. So Dale Hall, Kevin Klaus. Out and down course here, 23 to the 18. Reaction times a pair. The Mustang for Kevin Klaus run on through at 11:03 at 124, 1099. 143 the numbers there for Dale Hall's machine. Dylan Mercer and Les Harris. Les Harris over there, left-hand side, Grover Hill, Ohio. Never heard of Grover Hill, Ohio before, but it's somewhere in Ohio here. We'll maybe look that up a little bit later when you do a geography lesson by Bob. And Dylan Mercer, the plumber out of West Virginia. So Mercer's going to run on down 11:03, a little slow there to buck 20. 11:02 Les Harris at 129 in the Camaro. Now it's going to be Dennis White and Robbie Sesko, the Sesko kid, Shadyside, Ohio. That was a former Bob Bond car back in the day, the 434 cubic inch Chevy for power for the mechanical specialist. And Dennis White alongside. I'm sure Robbie and his wife and all the kids back home there in Shadyside are watching on the live feed this weekend. Ran into him earlier and he said, yep, I told the wife, I'll see you in 5 days. I'll be back. Want to do a little racing in Columbus this weekend. So he's 008 up front. Let's go. Rolls on down to a 11:09 run. He's not looking for that. 1093, 119 for Dennis White's Ford Fairlane. Now it's going to be Donnie Dernberger and Don Garbinski. Garbinski's Challenger from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And the Camaro. They're out of Minnesota. Coming out of the Division 5 area for Donnie Dernberger. Former division champ leaves on the right side. Dernberger a little late at the starting line, but he goes, and he's, well, not a good run overall from A to B there for Donnie Dernberger. 11:29, 119, and he's 294, so he's going to just might as well throw that time slip right out the window. Donnie Garbinski's 1094, 147. Now it's going to be Sean Pitts, local runner, left side, and Keith Baer is going to be alongside of the Delaware. A little trip down here this weekend with the old Porsche. Yeah, I think we got all 7 divisions here this weekend. We have a package in the tower for Jamie Mudd. So, Renadilly, if you want to come up and get the package, the Mudd family, we have a package here in race control for you. Keith Mayer is going to be missing the tree by 1,000, 1085, 153. Nice run overall, 1097, 122 the speed there for Sean Pitts' machine. Now here comes Steve Rash and Peter Mattery. Mattery out of New York, the Division I runner in the Malibu, 427 cubic inch Chevrolet. And in Missouri, the number 8 overall finisher in the Division 5 from last year for Steve Rash's. Jason Hennessy. Should stay on the right side. So Jason Hennessy is going to be 008. Peter Mattery is going to be 10 up front and 1096 to the 1094 at 147. Kelly Sperry's Nova, right side. Gary Hortzman's Falcon alongside. Gary Hortzman coming out of Missouri there with that 61 model Ford Falcon. Kelly Sperry's entry, the Nova. Made the drive over from Indiana this weekend. Now Kelly Sperry, is going to go 1089, 122, 1094 there at 134 for Gary Hortzman. Now, Ken McNichol and Jeremy Schell. Jeremy Schell out of Kentucky, the Chevy 2 there on the left side. The Grand Prix from Henderson, Tennessee for the fleet manager, Ken McNichol. Lined up just a little crooked. So we'll bring that one back in the groove after we launch, I'm sure. Yeah, McNichol turns it, trips it perfect here at the starting line. 1095, 135. 1092, 125 there for Nickel. Paul Brown, Dalton Duffenball now. Racer Brown out of Cass City, Michigan, the 68-mile dart there on the right-hand side of the Nova. From Indiana for Dalton Duffenball. A triple nickel 555 Chevrolet. So as we continue on here in Super Street, qualifying session number 2 this weekend, here in day number 1 of the JEGS Speed Week. Paul Brown, let's go to be 11. Dalton Duffenball's right behind him at 13. They close in on the 1,320-foot mark to a 1092, 139 around a Duffenball's machine. Paul Brown's going to go 1095, 137. Next up, Wayne Kelly and Randy Jones. Let me try this one again. Man. Your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pit. Stock Eliminator Q2 to the staging lanes. Stock Eliminator. Come on down for qualifying session number 2. Wayne Kelly, the business owner in Mount Vernon, Indiana, there at 035, and it's going to be off the pace at 1167. Randy Jones takes the Shelby down to a 1092 run at 129. Which dress back and Kevin Myers. Kevin Myers, local runner out of Williamsport, Ohio. That 565 cubic inch Chevrolet and the Hugger Orange Nova. Dress back in a new Carlisle. Alongside Stock Eliminator. All 140 here. We're going to make the call for Q2 for Stock. Go ahead and make your way to the lanes, please. Kevin Myers. It's going to be 041, and there goes the Nova, 10.913. Nice run for him, 11.16.5, 131. The numbers there for Dresbeck, and he was not looking for that. Starting line to finish line. Brian Shockley and Morgan Napier now. The nurse out of Pataskala, right side. Part of the Eckerd clan, and Brian Shockley's Spring Hill, Tennessee Chevy 2. So the 26-year-old nurse literally grew up watching her uncles do their thing. Got the chance a few years ago to jump behind the wheel of the Thunderbird. And it's been doing pretty good ever since. 004 and 1101, 146 miles an hour for Morgan. 1094, 144 there for Brian Shockley. Now it's going to be Tom Coonley and Rudy Matthews, former division champ there on the left side of Ohio City, Ohio. The Hawkins Speed Shotmentry and the Nova for Tom Conley's New York-based 468 cubic inch bow tie. And it's going to be 1094 for Tom after he is 009 leaving the starting line. 1089, 146 for Rudy Matthews down there on the left side. Now it's Victor Marqua and Jeff McMillan. McMillan's Mustang from Pennsylvania for the engine builder, and the Duster out of Kentucky for Victor Marqua. And it's going to be 1096, 132 there for Marqua. McMillan's going to be 1093, 110 miles an hour. Now it's going to be Tony Tanner and Denny Napier. Division champ there, left side. Number 5 overall finisher in the category last year here in North Central Division. Well, it's going to be Napier at 1089, 149 miles an hour, 17 up front, as Tony Tanner's Cutlass could not make the full pull here, as they're going to push him off the starting line. Dan Funk, you did pretty good yesterday in the Super Street Gamblers race. Rob Foss will be out next as soon as we clear off the starting line area. We've called Stock Eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, we're ready for you. Come on down, Q2 for stock. All right, so Dan Funk, the Pataskala, Ohio runner there, the 62 Nova, right side, and Rob Voss brings up the S10. Well, Rob Voss misses the tree by a bunch as Dan Funk's going to be 009. Comes off the stop, rolls on down the O'Reilly side of the racetrack to run 10.909. Good run there, 126 miles an hour for Dan Funk. 10.91 for 130 there for Rob Voss's little S10. Don Moyer and the crew out of Pickerington brings up that 67 Camaro on the left-hand side. Dan Bain has the 69 model Chevrolet alongside. Don Moyer takes a shot at it, misses it by 100, 1085, 142 to the 1099, 150 there at a Don Baines entry. Now Frank Jenkins over there on the left side, and Mark Smith's Mustang alongside. And these two let go of the button. Going to be 20 to the 21. Frank Jenkins, left-hand side, off the stop. High gear charge to the finish line stripe we go. And it's going to be 11:01, 137 miles an hour. 1093, 154 for Mark Smith, the attorney out at Bowling Green. Next up, Rick Watson and Chase Huffman. Chase Huffman's had quite the interesting last week or so. Coming out of Texas with the Camaro. And Rick Watson's Malibu. Right down the road from here in Buckeye Lake comes the CoglinCars.com entry. Rick Watson's going to be going here at 1089.2, 118, 1092, 140 there for Chase Huffman down to the top of the racetrack. Now, Brandon Dutton and Ben Haight. Ben Haight's Camaro out of Rochester, New York, and that Camaro out of Pataskala for the firefighter, Brandon Dutton. Now Brandon Dutton's going to be 027. Ben's going to be 18 red. And it's going to be 1095, 128 miles an hour for Ben Haight's machine. 1092, 144, Brandon Dutton. Taylor Iacono now, Sheboygan, New Jersey, right side, the S10, and Tim Fletcher alongside the Churchville, New York Nova. These two have been head-to-head numerous times before, back in D1. Little small tire Nova left side. That machine has raced the winner's circle so many times we lost count. Taylor Iacono comes from a strong background of racing family. Taylor missed it by 68 up front. It's going to be 1085, 132. 1091.5, 135 there for Tim Fletcher. Larry Payton and Sean Freck now. Sean Freck's Firebird. Accelerated travel entry comes out of the water box, left-hand side. Larry Payton brings the S10 to the starting line at Chester Springs, Pennsylvania. Once again, Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator qualifying session number 2. Larry Payton lets go to be 27. Sean Frick's going to be 034. There goes the Pontiac Firebird left-hand side to a 1085 run, 137 miles an hour to the 1089.5 for Larry Payton's S10 at 144. Ronnie Maggart and Jerry Spoor now. The Van Wert, Ohio Thunderbolt left-hand side for Jerry Spoor, and Ronnie Maggart makes the trip up from Tennessee with that Chevelle Maggart tire sales, 565 cubic inch Chevrolet. Phil Oakley, you have a package in the tower. Philip Oakley, you have a package in race control. 103 here in the timing tower. 1091.4, 148 miles an hour there for Ronnie Maggart. 14 up front, 1096, 145. Jerry Spoor's Thunderbird to the top end. Now it's going to be Ray Miller and Scott Weisand. Ray Miller's machine there on the left side for Miller Racing Transmissions out of Mansfield, Ohio. And Scott Weisand's Camaro there, right side. Misses it by 7 thou. Ray Miller's going to be 32 up front. Scott Weisand rolls on down to the top end to be 1088.9, 143 miles an hour, 1093.8, 139 the speed there for Ray Miller. Now it's going to be Phil Smida and Dan Childs. Dan Childs is Falcon out of Van Wert, Ohio. That 514 cubic inch Blue Oval Ford. And the Cavalier for Smida out of Canfield. 532 cubic inch Chevrolet. Him and his dad and his mom out there watching on. The former division champ, JEGS All-Stars winner. .1089.5, 148 miles an hour for Phil Smida, who was 14, letting go of the button. Dan Childs was 009 at 1091.3. Now here comes the Standard Testing Labs, Massillon, Ohio-based machine for Doug Wood and Craig Porter alongside. So Craig Porter and Doug Wood out in the way now. 1,000 separate them in the reaction times. 18 to a 19. Finish line they will go. It's going to be 1086, 136 there for Craig Porter. 1105, 135 for Doug Wood. Now Alex Miller. So they're on the right side. The Mons out of Mansfield, Ohio. Should be the Bauer family with that K100 fuel treatment Nova alongside. Bauer lets go to be 11. Alex Miller is going to be right behind him at 15 green. And they make their way down course. Top into the racetrack, Alex Miller is going to run here. 1093, 139. 1091, 231 miles an hour for Bauer, the K100 fuel treatment machine. Now this, I think, is going to be the last car of the round here in Super Street, and we'll move into stock eliminator in Q2 here in just a moment. Vic Singer out of Summerfield, Florida, with the Monza. A little 383 small block to end the category out. Yeah, rolled a little deep, got on the button, the car rocked back and forth, so that's not going to be what he was looking for. Vic Singer's going to roll on down and be 11:15, 125 to end out session 2 of Super Street. So Super Street is secure for the evening. Stock Eliminators coming up next for qualifying session number 2. There's a whole gaggle. There's a whole herd. There's a whole lot of them. And Bob Munkford is going to slide back in and bring you through the category of stock.
And again, a reminder to everybody, don't forget, from 5 to 8 tonight, the Hope for Heroin dinner over here at the stage. Got music playing and hot dogs and hamburgers going on. Great organization. Invite you to stop by, find out a little bit more about Hope Over Heroin, as they will be serving hot dogs and hamburgers from 5 to 8 this evening for all of you here at National Trails, part of JEGS Speed Week. 138 stockers answered the call for round number 1. We will, of course, take a field of 128. So there shall be a few who might be a tad disappointed. But then again, with natural attrition, there might be room for everybody to get in that isn't broke. Just have to see how it plays out. Our final qualifier getting ready to come up as we get ready to rumble down the racetrack. And don't forget the Race to Win bounties. The Bounty Hunter program from Race to Win Motorsports. Stock Eliminator will be looking for Mr. Jake Howard. I understand Jake here has celebrating a birthday today. The bounty will be on him come tomorrow from Race to Win Motorsports. In the Stock Eliminator category, Super Stock is Alan Wade. Super Gas, Mark Buttram. Super Street, Nick Vogelsang. Our Super Comp winner from St. Louis last year. Jessica Bogacki not with us this weekend, so no bounty available in Super Comp. Sorry, guys. But certainly invite everybody to see how they play out and how it fares out for them in the Race to Win Motorsports Bounty Hunter program. A little starting line touch-up before we get into our final qualifier, session number 2 of Stock Eliminator. We'll work our way through sessions of Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. Final qualifying for Oakley Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Oakley Top Sportsman, and then a time session this evening for our Alcohol Dragsters and Alcohol Funny Car. A little test and tune opportunity for them to make their way down the racetrack, where we put the final reps on qualifying and time runs for our Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Eliminations for that event will be held tomorrow. Friday we will get into our Saturday we will get into our JEGS Sportsnationals with final qualifying and Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car qualifying and setting our fields. And with Sunday final eliminations days for all of our categories as well. So 2 races, 1 weekend, over 600 cars on the grounds here at National Trail this weekend. Again, on behalf of JJ and Jay Livingston and everybody here at National Trails, want to thank everybody for coming out and supporting the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series program. And speaking of Lucas Oil, don't forget the Lucas Oil contingency programming. Stop by and see Dwayne LaFleur. Stop by and see Chase Huffman. They can get you squared away, signed up for the Lucas Oil contingency program. Pays to use the product, and it helps to support those that support our sport. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. The engine's coming to life, and the car's rolling out of the lanes as we get ready to rumble now. Final qualifying, setting our fields. Billy Dyer sitting at the number 1 spot. Jim Marshall, number 2. Robert Dean's B-Stock Automatic Camaro comes rolling in alongside the Corn Dog King, Marion Stevenson. It is B-Stock Automatic Camaro. A little bit of a difference, though, between the two. Dean over on the left, the T-powered entry. Marion on the right. A rescue car. Not a Copo, but a factory-built, street-driven. Hot rod over here for Marion. If this were eliminations, it would be a matter of first to the finish line would be your winner. But it's still qualifying. 10:44, 127 for Marion. 10:58, $125 for Robert Dean. Zach Runnings. C-Stock Automatic Firebird comes rolling in next. And Brian Irwin's C-Stock Automatic Chevrolet Camaro. So once again, if it were eliminations, it'd be a matter of first to the finish line to be your winner. Zach off and running. The new car for the running family out of Lapeer, Michigan. Zach making his way through 11:14 at 119, 11:12 for Brian Irwin. He cruises through also at 119 miles an hour. Zach Ross, Kelly, Pot Hall. Kelly looking to improve. Mustang came off the line last time over here on the right-hand lane. Looked more like the jumping frog of Calabasas County than it did a Mustang trying to get down the racetrack. Much better leave this time. Zach Ross alongside, and his drag pack Challenger goes 995, slows up a nickel. 1169 at 113 for Kelly that time down track. As Gary Summers rolls in. Little U-Stock Automatic, 302 Mustang. Mustang 2 entry over on the left-hand side. And Jake Howard, the birthday boy. And the gentleman with the bounty on his head. After the win in St. Louis last year. Can't think of a better spot to celebrate your birthday than at the track with all your friends. As he goes through 11:23 to $115, 13:74, 95 miles an hour. Chuck Beach, a little 340 Cuda working his way down track. Still go cruising through 11:10 at $118. No help there. 10:29 for Mike Delahanty. Like in the classic 64 Plymouth Belvedere at 128 miles an hour, off by a couple of ticks from his run earlier today. It's Clarence Harding's Copo Camaro over on the right-hand side, looking to see if he can improve. And Bruce Gibson. Gibson's Demon over on the left-hand side. $10.78, 121 by Bruce. No help there. $9.76, 137 for Clarence as he motors his way down the racetrack. Brian Brown's Cobra Jet working his way down the left-hand side of the racetrack. And for Brown, an 8.98 lap at 151. 10.51 for the Camaro on the right-hand side. We continue punching our way through stock eliminator final qualifying. The air definitely warmer and a little more humid than what it was earlier today. Probably see few cars actually be able to step up and improve. Bobby Yorkie, your number 15 qualifier. Got the SS Camaro over here on the right-hand side. Jerry Bennett's E-Stock automatic. Mopar there in the left lane. Bennett looking to improve on an 11.01. Goes 11.07 at 119. 10.17 by Yorkie, off by 4. At 129 miles an hour. He was off by 4. Bennett's off by 6. Definitely about a nickel or so slower out there than what it was earlier today. Mike Ross, the Mopar car on the left-hand side. Kincaid, Mr. Dick Kincaid. Wheeling a little E-Stock automatic entry. Over here on the right-hand side, the 67 Chevy 2. 11.35 at $1.14 for Kincaid. 11.31, 116 for Ross, neither driver. Stepping up there where they, from their run earlier today. Randy Eakins, youngster out of Sikeston, Missouri. And I say youngster at the young age of 73. Eakins factory stock G drag pack over on the left-hand side. Jimmy Kakels. Holes 442. Runner out of Hartford, Michigan here on the right-hand lane. $11.08. $1.19 for Kakel. No improvement. $10.55. That will improve Eakins a little bit. Picks up about a tenth of a second. Tommy Turner's Mustang up on the left. Larry Pappas over here on the right. A 777 Pontiac Formula. E-Stock automatic entry, 10.79 for Larry at 123, 11.72, 112 for Tommy. No improvement there for him. Jeff Taylor slides in now at the wheel of the JEGS Challenger. JT, your reigning division champ, stock eliminator action. Picked up the Big Wally at the banquet last December. He's up alongside Dwayne Sheitlin. Sheitlin out of Colorado. Making a bit of a world tour. 10:30. 128 miles an hour by Dwayne. Puts him 70 under the index. 977. No improvement for JT. Taylor slows up about 600, which seems to be about the norm as we settle in Now to session number 2 of Stock Eliminator. Luca Ubelhar. Over on the right, the Drag Pack Challenger and Robbie Beals. 4-door Malibu. I'll be certainly giving the Malibu a workout here this weekend as he was in the Stock Superstock Showdown yesterday. Went some rounds, a little 283 cubic inch 4-door Chevelle. Working its way down track. Trailing Ubelhorse 10:25 at 132 with a 12:54 lap for Bill at 104 miles an hour. Dave Pazik's 1968 Plymouth GTX. Off and running in a hurry. Goes 1078 at 120. That'll pick him up a couple of ticks. Ron Simonek, 1578 on an 84-mile-an-hour lap. Ron, I do believe, is going to be on the outside looking in once qualifying is done, as the car has yet to run the index. They have to tinker with it and work on it tomorrow while everybody else is running. Get ready for the JEGS Sportsnationals coming up Saturday and Sunday. Steve Sullivan, number 4 qualifier over on the left-hand side, the Mustang. Out of Westchester. Here in the Buckeye State, up alongside Doug Dools, 440 Barracuda. Duel with a 1069 lap at 122, 1207. Sullivan, he's off a nickel from his earlier pace. He'll hold in there, though, at 97 under the index. Marty Booth's little Mustang now, the Mustang GT. Qualified with a 1244 earlier today. Kevin Wells. Little Chevy 2 on the left-hand side. Runner out of Kentucky. He's run earlier today in 11:29. It was 11:32 here. 115, 12:53 for Booth. So Booth off by 9 from his run earlier today. Kevin Wells off by 3 from his run earlier today. And in the heat of the afternoon, that's a pretty good lap there. Wallace Dent's Chevy Camaro rolls in now. The C-Stock automatic. Runner out of Maryland. Jeff Blanchard's Indiana-based Mustang here on the right. Once again, the Cobra Jet. Coming into play, the factory stock G entry. Dent cranked off. The Dent cranks off at 1072 at a 122. No improvement over his earlier 1068. Blanchard likewise, the 1078 at 123 the speed. And no improvement for him. Marcus Widow comes up now, the 79 Aspen. The Limstock automatic machine. Tom Russell's big block, 4-speed, 67 convertible Camaro. Likes the front end up. Bangs second gear about the time the front end settles down. And Russell cruises through 1026 at 129, and he too off by 6 from the run earlier today. Marcus Widow, 1194 on a 95-mile-an-hour run. Billy Baker's Buick. Scotty Lamar's Camaro. We work our way down track a little more. Get closer to putting the wraps on qualifying for stock eliminator. Baker, 11:67 at 112, 11:14 by Lamar at 119 miles an hour as the drivers trying to hang in there, keep pace with everybody else. Those that had a troublesome run earlier today, just looking to get down track. Billy Baker had some problems earlier today, so he's happy to make a full pull out of it. Kenny Vaughn and Gail Pinkston working their way down track now. Pinkston's F-stock automatic Camaro there on the left-hand side. Cruises through 11:34 at 115, 10:52. Kenny Vaughn runs 2 foul off his run earlier today for the C-Stick Corvette. A pretty nice lap down track. Jim Baburka, Copo Camaro on the right-hand side. Edmund Ellison's little L-stock automatic entry, the 69 over there on the left. Ellison 12:78 at 101 miles an hour, and he's going to need to pick the pace up. 10:59, 100 miles an hour for Baburka. Well off his 9:55 lap earlier today. Marissa Hammond's Camaro now working her way down track. Young lady out of Louisville. Alongside Mike McDonald's 64 Malibu wagon. I got a Quadrajet at home I need to talk to Michael about. 12:39, 104 miles an hour for McDonald, the Car Q-Jet specialist. 11:54 and 113 by Marissa. She cruises down the boulevard. Wayne Totaro, up on the left, is Firebird, the Firehawk, if you will, out of Maryland. Leonard Mattingly's Firebird on the right-hand side. We've got a B-stick car and an A-stock automatic. The LS power plant underneath the hood for both. Mattingly brings the RPMs up. The car lurches through the beams, and no time recorded for Leonard on this run down the racetrack. For Wayne, the B-stick car, 10:44 and 129. No improvement on his earlier 10:39 lap. Billy Dyer, your number one qualifier, up on the left-hand side, the Cobra Jet. Out of Port Byron, Illinois, and Tim Barrett's G-Stock automatic Camaro. Dyer went 10:41 earlier today, slows up now to a 10:52. 128 mile an hour lap. Barrett with an 11:53 shot at 112. And we continue on. Kenny Friedman, runner up here a year ago in an all-in stock automatic final. Little wagon on the right-hand side, up alongside Fred Roundtree. Roundtree's Camaro there in the left lane. 350 mouse motored entry, 305 under the hood for the wagon. 11:31, 114 for Roundtree. 12:76, 101 miles an hour for Friedman. Both drivers continue to get the car dialed in and we're tuned up and ready to go for round number one, which will be coming at us tomorrow morning. Dave Walther left side. The wheel standing, 4-speed, small block 69 Camaro. And Chris Utzler here on the right, 74 Buick Apollo. I understand correctly, Dad's wagon busted the back window in it coming in this weekend. Closest one's about 2 states away, so not going to be able to run this race. 1185 at 110 for Chris and the Buick. 1089 at 120 for Dave Walther. Unless you've got a late 80s Malibu wagon back glass laying around at home. Senior Utzler going to be a spectator and a crew chief this weekend. Or at least this first race. Matt Butter, Jeff Atkinson. The Copo out of Damascus, Georgia. How about Jeffrey going 0-0-1? $9.44 to 141, no improvement. 11:41.7. Matt Butter picks up 5 thousandths of a second from his run earlier today. Oh, Jeffrey, no help. Lynn Smith's Buick comes rolling in now. 455 cubic inch Buick here in the right lane, and a 327 Chevy Nova SS there on the left. Lynn, a multi-time national event winner, including the U.S. Nationals. Cruises through 11:54 to 113, 11:20. $1.18 for Bill Simsprott Chevy 2. Kevin Mitchell rolls in next. Kevin's Copo Camaro on the right-hand side. Incorrectly listed on the qualifying sheet as a B-stick. So we'll get that corrected and get everybody situated. Jeff Ross, the CUDA, out of Ohio, here in the left lane. 9:45 at 141 for Mitchell. 10:98, 119 for Jeffrey Ross. .428 cubic inch, 1968 Shelby Mustang over on the left-hand side. And Billy Nees, known throughout Stockerdom for his ability to find that unique combination in the classification guide and turn it into a competitive race car. In 48.8, 125 for Horinsky of the Cobra Jet. 13.16, 99 miles an hour for Billy. Philip Oakley, we have your package. Philip Oakley, come see us here in the tower. Phil Oakley, come see us here in the tower. We have your package. It has a ribbon. A ribbon arrived, been delivered. You get the idea. Phil Oakley, come see us at Race Control. We have a package for you. Joe Martin's big block, 4-speed. Camaro right side. Jimmy Watson's little inline, 194 cubic inch. All original 63 Chevy Nova. Yes, Matilda, they did use a very small engine back then because the Chevy 2 was sold as an economy car. 10:17.4 by Joe Martins. How about 2 back-to-back identical laps? Wow. 15:15 by Watson on an 86-mile-an-hour run. But Joe Martins has gone 10.174 twice. I mean, down to the thousandth of a second. Brian Burkle Randy Taylor come rolling in. Randy on the right, the wheel of the Camaro. Another one of the 305 combination. Brian Merkel, former champ, multi-time winner on the division level. Taking the Napa Auto Parts entry down track. Merkel 1095 at 105 miles an hour. 1156 at $1.13 for Randy. Mr. Taylor goes cruising through. And he goes 11:56.2 on back-to-back laps. Wow. That's 2 in a row. Ellis Booth, the little 4-cylinder, stick shift, 1976 Pinto wagon. Jeff Kovalik, meanwhile, saying, well, that's all nice, well and good, Bob, but I'm going the other way in a hurry. 440 Challenger, 1088 at 120, 1588 on an 82-mile-an-hour lap by Ellis. A couple of tenths off what he ran earlier today. So Ellis will not improve. He'll stay number 39 on the qualifying sheet. Rich Zink and Andrew Hill. Andrew had problems after winning the stock super stock combo yesterday. Came up in the first round today, and the car would not leave the starting line. It had to be pushed off and pushed back. This time things are looking much, much more better. Up at 55 the index for Andrew, and he's going to run through 1071. That'll shuffle a few folks back in the qualifying sheet. 12:16 at 107 for Richard Zink. Andrew slides into the number 18 qualifying spot at 83 under the index with that lap. Everybody from number 19 on down take a step backwards. Don Turk, Tim Lowe, low left side. Copo Camaro. Don obviously then on the right in the Pontiac T37 entries. He runs through 11:45 at 115. 10:54, 127 for Tim Lowe. And he will not improve on his earlier 10:46 run. Matt Antrobius, Howie Smith come rolling in. Antrobius on the left-hand side, your number 21 qualifier, 11:33 early this morning. Howie Smith on a 12:10 lap that he laid down in the Malibu. $11:43, $1.15 by Antrobius, no help. 12:13. 107 for Howie Smith, much closer to the dial than was Antrobius. But still neither driver improving. Jim Marshall, your number 2 qualifier, working his Nova down track, 11:52. 112 miles an hour, no improvement there. 10:56 for Darren Robinson's 440 Challenger for the runner out of Barrington, Kansas. Coming over from the Sunflower State. Yes, he did. We'll be in the Sunflower State next weekend. Back-to-back Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events with a regional thrown in the middle of it for all of our friends on alcohol. That's methyl alcohol for race fuel. Rick Winchester working his way down track, the Corvette right side, 11:32. 116 off by 6 from earlier today. 10-19. 131 by Brett Sauerbaugh on the Corvette on the left. Brett picks up a 100th of a second, making his way down track. Tom Loskett, Tom Patet. I think I'll take Tom first to the finish line. Tom Patet, 10:51 at 125 miles an hour. 10:84 at 120 for Loskett. Out of his Roadrunner there on the left-hand side. Clean little Roadrunner, 69 edition. 440 combination. Craig Sauerbaugh and Mike Fuller. Fuller comes rolling in his factory stock E combination Mustang. 2013 edition there on the right-hand side. Sauerbaugh on the left, wheeling a little Chevy 2. 66 Deuce Super Sport model. Fuller runs through 10:24 and 131, 11:28. 101 miles an hour for Sauerbaugh. Did 65, 123 for Cody Phillips on the left-hand side. 11:45 for the Camaro. Here in the right-hand lane. 100 miles an hour. Terminal velocity down at the other end. Derek White. Michael Rook. Rook in the left. Weiss in the right. Derek on the right-hand side. The Dodge Material entry goes 11:41 at 114. 11:26 for Michael Rook. 117 miles an hour. Julie Bierman and Wenzel. For early model, F-bodied machines from General Motors. The 68 Firebird right side, the 67 Z28 left lane. So drivers parked these grides in the winter circle before. 1085, 122 by Julie. No help there. 1077, 122 for Ben, and Ben's off a couple of ticks of a second from what he ran earlier today. It was 10:57 this morning. He goes 10:77 this afternoon. Dave McIntosh's Camaro rolls in next alongside Joe Patet. At 48 for McIntosh at 125 miles an hour. 1197 for Joe Patet. Over here on the right, the principal by profession. Bruce Castle comes rolling in next as Cougar. Up on the left-hand side out of Illinois, and Justin Soldatz. Little Mustang here in the right-hand lane. Castle working his way down track to an 11:32 to $1.16. 12:63 for Justin. Soldat stops the timers down at the other end with a 104-mile-an-hour run. Alice Booth and Rich South. South's Corvette. Off like a rocket. Booth with the little four-cylinder Ranger pickup. In 42, 123, no help for Rich South. 1631, 79 miles an hour for Booth and the LD YT. That's short for Little Darn Yellow Truck. Robbie Holmes and Chuck Weber working their way down track now. Holmes on the right. Kimasabi goes through 11:57 at 113, 1091. No improvements for Chuck Weber's entry. Early model muscle sitting on the starting line. Some late model muscle back here at the water box. $11.38 for Kenny Witcher's Camaro at 113, 14 flat for Mike Mahler in the Little Nova. We continue working our way through. The Portatree Drag Pack Challenger, Steven Smith comes rolling up left-hand side. Mitch Truman, a.k.a. New Bomb Turk. You want to know why Mitch's nickname is New Bomb Turk? Because he loves the movie Hollywood Nights. Just ask him, he'll tell you. New Bomb Turk, 1045 at 125. No improvement for Mitch. 989.8 at 137 for Steven, and he does not improve. Here's your reigning national champion coming up next. Allison Dahl, another Portatree entry machine. At the wheel of her LT1 powered 98 Formula Firebird. Right hand side, Allison swept her Lucas Oil Division Series wins last year. Basically winning the entire Northeast Division, Division 1 stock eliminator competition. Kevin Anderson alongside the Camaro. Small block combo for Anderson. 1052 at 126 for Allison. No improvement. She'll stay number 23, 1162 at 112 for Kevin's Camaro. They're on the left-hand side. Are you sure? Jimmy Reed and Donnie Beeler. On their way down track right now. Old school Camaro versus new school Camaro. New school's going to get there in a hurry. 9:34 and 142. 11:06. Beeler picks up a tenth of a second. Put him down in the 83 under range. That'll shuffle the middle of the field round a little bit. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Super Comp. Super Comp, need you to lanes now. Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, come on down. All y'all. Each and every one of you. Todd Owens, AA stock automatic. 65 Coronet working its way through. 10:07. Off a nickel from his run earlier today. 10:92. Gilliam picks up. He's now 72 under the index. At 121 miles an hour. So one went way forward, one went forward, and one went backward. Pat Downing and Tony Fagnilli. Late model factory muscle for Patrick Downing, the Cobra Jet on the left-hand side. Late model factory muscle for Tony Fagnilli over here on the right-hand side with the Copo Camaro. $11.18, 120 for Pat Downing, 9:02 for Tony Fagnelli. Took him almost as long to leave the starting line as it did for him to get to the finish line. 8.210 reaction time and a 9:021 elapsed time. He just wanted to go when he was ready to go. It was Jerry McNeish. Paul Boster come rolling in. Hey, Super Comp. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Super Comp needs you to lanes now. Super Comp. To the lanes. Come one, come all. Super Comp. To the lanes. Wheels up for both. McNeish. Camaro. Paul Boster's Oldsmobile. Setting them back down and head towards the other end. 10:65 at 123 the speed. No help for McNeish. 11:57 by Bostard, 109 miles an hour. Oh, and the big block combination of Gary Merrick. Just not happy leaving the starting line. So Gary will just cruise on down. Meanwhile, Tommy Reese, 12:38. 106 miles an hour out of his 305 powered Camaro. Billy Hawk up in the Shelby on the left-hand side. Doug Baker's C-Stock automatic. Year later version. Over on the right. Doug Baker, 1089 at 121 miles per. Yeah, it looks like a little starting line maintenance time. It's a continued pounding of the starting line by the Stockers. Starts to rip and snort a little bit. Again, a reminder, the Hope Over Heroin feed tonight. Band playing on the stage and hot dogs and hamburgers available for you. Right next to the staging lanes. It'll be going on from 5 to 8 o'clock this evening. Certainly invite you to swing on by. Partake of the fun and fresh festivities. Find out a little bit more about the Hope for Heroin. Hope Over Heroin, excuse me. Hope Over Heroin. I'll be all right. Yeah. No, we're not hoping for heroin. Hope Over Heroin. I got everybody's attention on that one, didn't I? Little starting line maintenance and cleanup, and we'll be back at it before you know it. And again, racers, if you have not turned in your W-9 either electronically or on paper, W-9s are available for you down at the Finish Line store. You can also check out the new swag from National Trail out at the Finish Line store, but pick up that W-9. Be sure to get that W-9 filled out either electronically online or on paper and get it turned in. Checks will be mailed. No more dispersing of the checks hand-to-hand at these events. They will be mailed. But we do have to have a W-9 on file to be able to do it. Have not yet filed one electronically and don't feel comfortable doing it electronically, you can swing by the Finish Line store. Pick one up, get it filled out, and get it turned in at the D3 trailer, and that way we can be sure we've got one on file for you. And when you win everything tomorrow afternoon, ta-da, don't have to worry about it. Got a racer in need. Riley Spear, Riley Stufflebeam, looking for a strange front right brake rotor. Or a strange front brake rotor, 11 1/4 inches. Anybody out there's got a strange front brake rotor? See Riley Spear, Riley Stufflebeam, show you is in need. Be able to get the Firebird back on track. Riley Spear, 11 1/4 inch strange front brake rotor. If you've got one, got a racer in need. Mike McGinley and Billy Fodor come rolling in as we pick back up where we left off. 72 Trans Am over on the left-hand side. Working its way down track for Fodor, doing 11:35 at 118, 11:51 by McGinley at 113 miles an hour. Paul Wong at the wheel of the Downing Family Motorsports, Wong Enterprises, PS Motorsports. Malibu Wagon over there on the left-hand side. Brent Vogus, the California Mustang, little GT. 302 over here on the right side, the California GT Special. Vogus takes a little 302 combo through, 1245 and 105. The wagon right alongside of him, though. 1245 and 107. They basically run side by side down the racetrack. Larry Hills, new drag pack challenger, and Bob Michaels, L-Stock automatic 77 Pontiac Catalina. How sweet it is. Larry Hill and Dumbo, the Flying Elephant, working their way down track. How about a 991 lap at 138 miles an hour for Hill? 1240 at 108 miles an hour. Bob Michaels Pontiac over here on the right-hand side. Miss Amanda comes rolling in next. Amanda Fouts at the wheel of the Olds Cutlass. Mike Taylor there on the left. Engine builder at the wheel of his 79 Malibu. Amanda cruises through 12, 18, 107 miles an hour out of her ride. 1190 for Mike Taylor. 110 mile an hour run. Billy Owens, front wheel drive Pontiac Grand Am up on the left hand side now. See front wheel drive Stocker up alongside Maddie Volkman. This Maddie at the wheel of the Camaro. South Carolina up on the right hand side. And Maddie's going to stop the timers 1174 against the 1230 index. 112 miles an hour, 1450 for Bill Owen. Puts him 65 under a 91 mile an hour lap. And a little front wheel drive Grand Am for the former division champ TC Morris. Bob Schmalls. Come rocking in. Smalls. The wheel of his Corvette on the right-hand side. We are in the process of setting our field, determining who shall run whom tomorrow for round number one. PC's Pontiac GTO over there on the left-hand side. Gorgeous automobile. 1099 at 120 for TC, 1139. $117 for Bob Schmalls as he motates through. Supercomp, need you lanes, please. Supercomp, needs you. Staging lanes, please. Come on down. Supercomp to the lanes. Joe Santangelo comes rolling in next. The runner out of Connecticut. The 69 Camaro. Big wheel stand out of Joe's car this morning. We'll probably have it toned down a little bit from what he left with this morning's combination. Yep, not quite so high. Ron Richards alongside the G-Stock Automatic 305 Camaro. 1066 out of Santangelo at 108. 1161 for Richard. 114 mile an hour shot. Steve Zorney up now, the McCormick Motorsports. Dodge Dakota right-hand side, and Tom Head. 64 Plymouth there in the left lane, 383 combination. H-Stock automatic entry. For the runner out of Highlands, Florida. Or Highlands, Illinois, on the left-hand side, 1204. At 111, 1199.9. No improvement for Steven, but only off pace by about 300 from his run earlier today. young Tim Fletcher. Eric Compolino, a couple of young guns here in stock eliminator action. Fletch, a third-generation racer. Hustling on through 1163 at 112 miles an hour out of the ATI Camaro. 1178 at $113 by Eric Compolino. Taking the big Caprice down track and through the timers at the other end. Stevenson and Charlie Downing. Downing on the left side, the varsity Ford Mustang. 1015 at 130 miles an hour, 1091 at 121. No improvement by Stevenson. Charlie does pick up about 300ths of a second. That'll put him 79 under the index. We continue putting a wrap on stock eliminator. Final qualifying for a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. A problem for Ronnie Trotman getting off the line. Meanwhile, Kenny Mealy hightails it to the other end, 852 at 160 miles an hour. 1235 at 126. Hey, if you are missing your fire suit pants for your Simpson fire suit, might want to check in at the back of staging. You may have had the fire suit laying on the car when you pulled up into the lanes. You go to get dressed and your pants aren't there. Check at the back of staging lanes because that's where your pants are. Got a pair of Simpson fire suit pants been turned in back of staging. And I do hope you had something else to wear. Joey Ship and Nick Hastings working their way down track now, side by side Novas. 69 edition left side, 71 edition right lane. 350s a pair. Looks like Hastings is going to hustle through. 11:31 at 114. 11:64 also at 114 miles an hour for Joey. So a little bit heavier. Nova on the left-hand side cruises through the beams. A couple of tenths behind, but at the same speed. They make their way down. Aaron Allison and Houston Rakes. Houston comes rolling in on the right-hand side. The big block 454 Chevelle for the young gunner that won it all down in Bowling Green a couple of years ago. Allison wheeling the Copo Camaro there on the left-hand side. He goes through 940 at 141, 1056, 123 the speed for Houston, and no improvement there whatsoever. Billy Dyer, Jim Marshall, Dave Walther, Steve Sullivan, Chuck Weber. Still your top five in qualifying as Rusty Hall comes in now. 302 J-Stick Mustang. Transplanted Texas, now living in Indiana. And Austin Alvey, young man who finished number 3 in the division last year. And another young and upcoming gun here in stock eliminator racing. Little 302 four-speed Mustang for Hall, 1156. 114 miles an hour, 1133 at $1.15 for Austin Alvey. And that, boys and girls, will wrap up stock eliminator qualifying. We are done. We will set our field. Got some changes we need to make as far as classes and class designation. Got a couple corrections to make, and we'll get the final qualifying sheets presented and the ladder sheets out just as quick as possible. Supercomp getting ready to roll up next as we continue on with qualifying and time runs prior to Eliminations Day tomorrow. Not the designated golf cart lane. Golf carts need to remain on the outside of the staging lanes unless you're directly hooked to a race car, getting ready to pull it up and out of the staging lanes. So if you've got a golf cart parked in the staging lanes and you simply parked it there so you could step around the corner and watch the racetrack, tisk, tisk, tisk. Need to get those golf carts moved, please, and we need to keep all the golf carts out of the staging lanes all weekend long. It's not just a Thursday deal. It's all weekend long, so please keep that in mind. Golf carts out of the staging lanes unless you're hooked up to a race vehicle, getting ready to proceed forward and onto the racetrack. And Supercomp getting ready to take to the track now. Their final time run before we dive into eliminations tomorrow. Christina DeBartolomeo up on the left-hand side, and John Labuse. Labu's Freight Train over here on the right-hand side. We'll see John come back up a little bit later on in Super Gas in his Roadster. Is Christina making her way back to the starting line. Christina left side, off and running. Labu's a little bit better on the tree at 893 lap at $1.62. 893, 177 for Christina. She makes her way down. Bill Jackson comes in next. Hey, if you need a fire suit, Staging Lanes has got jacket and pants down. I'm not too sure they go together, but if you're missing your fire suit jacket and or your fire suit pants, I'd suggest checking in at the back of Staging. We have had a couple of pieces found and turned in. Bill Jackson left side. Keisha Hoffman over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. The accelerated graphics, R&M trailers. Lucas Oil entry for the young lady out of Waxahachie, Texas. 886, 172 miles an hour for Keisha. 1269 for Bill as he's got issues getting down the boulevard. Keisha will make the bend at the top end. We'll hold up for just a moment while we wait on Bill. Make sure he's able to clear the top end of the racetrack as Keisha goes around the corner. Bill's car appears to be coming to a stop down there. And there he goes around the corner. Jim Jarkaris comes rolling up next on the left-hand side, and Jimmy Smith here in the right lane. Send Nitro Joe back to the pit area to figure out what's wrong with Dad's car. Jarkaris, 892 at 175, and 891 for Jimmy. Jimmy had the better light, got there first by a bunch. Jarkaris was just sitting and waiting patiently. Dan Hedges and Joey Fusting come rolling in now. Joey, here on the right-hand side, the Phoenix Industries. Hydraulic lines, folks. For a top 10 player, the points chase last year. Hedges out of Michigan, making a toe down. Joey out of the gate with the better light, runs 896 at 178. Daniel a little quick with an 884 lap down at the other end at 169 miles an hour. Ed Toulis and Nicole Stevenson. Nicole up now. Corn Dog Queen over on the right-hand side. Indiana-based runner. Looking to see what she can do over here in the right lane. Toulis out of Ohio. They're on the left-hand side. And Nicole, an 892 lap at 179 miles an hour, 977. Buck 73 for Ed. He cruises through the top end of the racetrack. Jack Fisher and Paige Coughlin come rolling in. Multi-generational families involved in the sport of drag racing for both sides. Back at the wheel of the Chromeworks chassis entry left lane. Paige at the wheel of the McIlvain chassis car over here on the right-hand side. Zach finally rolls in. Paige sits and waits patiently, and we're off and running. Fisher on the left-hand side for RacingRVs.com, 891.9 at 175, 888 for the JEGS ride. Young Miss Paige at the wheel. She cruises through at 180 miles an hour. John Burkhart. And Alea Wishmeyer. Over here on the right-hand side, the undercover chassis machine. Young lady out of Columbus, Indiana. John Burkhart on the left-hand side out of Frederickstown. Final notice, Mullis chassis machine. Big block Chevrolets for the pair of them, as are the majority of our Super Comp rides. $8,905 at 168 for Burkhart. 19 on the tree for a little 24 thousandths package. Alea goes through an 893.8. Stopping the timers down at the other end at 166 mile an hour speed. Ricky Molnar, Mark Meyer, next pair in. Ricky over here on the right-hand side. We're in Morrison Power Plant, sitting in the rails behind him. Fire there on the left, chassis concept entry. And again, the big block Chevrolets for the pair of them. Working the way down track. Mark's got a little bit bigger motor. He'll go through at 172 miles an hour with an 896, 892 by Molnar. His smaller engine cruises through at 162 miles an hour. Michael Swan, the Race to Win Motorsports. He and Janice responsible for the Bounty Hunter program from Race to Win Motorsports. We certainly tip our cap to them for their support every race along the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Jeff Beckman, Minnesota runner there on the left-hand side. Davis chassis car. And again, the quintessential big block Chevrolets. Going to motivate them both down the racetrack. $892 for Swan at 179 miles an hour, and $895 lap for Beckman. As he cruises through at $165 for speed. Bruce Mickey out of Troy, Missouri. Interesting configuration for his Super Comp ride. Twin turbocharged LS power plant. Small block car, if you will. Sitting behind the runner out of the Show Me State. That He's looking to show everybody how well this combination could work. It has tremendous potential. Getting it to work is always the challenge, but that's what we do out here. Tackle challenges on the drag strip. It's Kellen Grassity, Joliet, Illinois-based runner, up alongside. Bryce working his way down track. Stops the timers to 9:05 at 168 miles an hour. Just a very nice, easy run down track. 892 at $173. Rusty Cook, the Ohio Crankshafts entry, comes rolling in now. Rusty on the right-hand side, and Lance Pinto. Lance doing things a little bit differently. Got the full-bodied door car here in Super Comp racing. Not a lot of door cars in Super Comp. The dragsters feel that they have the definite advantage. Although there are, on occasion, the Super Comp entries, full-body door cars that roll in on the early part of the weekend and roll out Sunday night with the Wally. It can be done, and it has been done. 897 for Pinto at the wheel of the door car, 149. 8905, Rusty Cook. 16 on the tree, dead on the dial, dead on the number with a 5 for a little 21 thousandths package. Not the best we've seen this time around. Super Scott Lamar, runner out of Florida, up on the left-hand side now. Heather looks on from the side. Shannon Minji over here on the right. Shannon out of Urbana, over in the land of Lincoln. Electrician by trade, proud member of the union. Red light start, Shannon. Great place to get it out of your system. So Shannon goes through 9 flat at 175, 8.902 by Scott. Now if he could couple that up with a great reaction time, he'd be Super Scott. The run was dead on. The starting line reaction time was a little tardy. Heather will be getting after him. Chris Mullins drags her, rolls in left side. Tony Collier right lane. We continue on, working our way through final time runs for our Super Comp field. Sun peeking in and out of the clouds overhead here at National Trail. For those of you watching in on DragRacer.tv, glad to have you. 899.1 at 168 for Collier. 902. 174 for Mullins there on the left-hand side. Mike Savoya over on the left-hand side, runner out of Michigan. American chassis entry, trying to chase down Rick Pistoli. Rick goes through 885 at 177, 899, 181. Michael used a whole lot of speed down at the other end of the racetrack. 181, 190 miles an hour. Starts pushing the extremes. There are a few 200-mile-an-hour Super Comp cars out there. Tim Hill, Bill Wood, Kimbra Fusting comes rolling in now. Kimbra over here on the right-hand side. Want to get her attention? Show her a pack of chocolate-covered Nutter Butters. Or just a regular pack of Nutter Butters. Tim Millwood, another one of the door cars, giving chase here in Super Comp. How about an 8.903 run for Millwood's hot rod as he cruises through? Little 23 thousandths package. Kimber with an 887 at 174. So Kimbra and Tim get their laps in. There's Bruce Boker and Donnie Hardman. Hardman over on the right-hand side, and Bruce another Super Comp door car. There are many events where we don't have one. I think I'm up to 6 now here during JEGS Speed Week. 876, 154 for Brokers. Camaro there on the left-hand side. 896 for Donnie Hardman's Racetech chassis dragster here in the right-hand lane. Hardman at 163. Broker at 154. Doug Dahl rolling in now. Doug over on the left-hand side, the Massachusetts-based runner. Miller chassis hot rod. Steve Fields out of Michigan. His advanced chassis machine here in the right-hand lane. $892, 171 miles an hour for Steve Fields' ride. $892, 177 for Doug Dahl. Excuse me, Steve Fields with an 889 at 2. Sorry about that. Yet another door car here in our field of dragsters. Steve Eckert. Steve Hoyt. Hoyt on the left-hand side. In the dragster. Eckert at the wheel. The 91 Cutlass. If you're in the shop, back home listening in, as I know Paul Pittman is, glad to have you on board. 885 at 170 miles an hour for Steve. 891. $184 for Steve Hoyt in the dragster. It's a little quick for Steve Eckert. 003 light and just a little over for 21 thousandths package for Steve Hoyt. Jerry Mellis and Jake Smith out of Liberty Township over here on the right-hand side. Young 20-year-old welder by profession. Mellis involved in the electrical trades. His M&M chassis machine. And again, both of the big block power plant from Chevrolet. Nine flat for Jerry Mullis. Mullis goes through at 158 miles an hour. 892, 172 for Jake Smith. That's what the cubic inches difference will do. Give you the speed. 567 to cubes for Jake. A little 468 combination. It used to be the norm in Super Comp. Pushes him through at 158 miles an hour. Dennis Rutherford comes up next on the right-hand side. Ron Finney's Indiana-based machine there on the left. Dennis Rutherford off with a 006 light. And then runs way quick. Low ET of the round right now at an 860 lap. At 168 miles an hour. 889. 176 for Ron Finney. Definitely want to get her slowed down from that 860 lap come round number 1 tomorrow. Or you're not going to be around for round number 2. Not even going to have the opportunity. Derek Denny, Rose Richardson. Rose over on the left. Derek on the right. Big 648 cubic inch combination for Denny here in the right side. The runner out of Tennessee cruises through 887 at 182. 96, 169 for Richardson. There's Rose. Cruises down the boulevard there on the left-hand side. Sean Frick up in the left lane. Accelerated travel. Racetech chassis machine. And McKenna Brown. Boca Raton, Florida. 20-year-old youngster. McKenna over here on the right-hand side. Well, McKenna's 007 red. Sean's 007 green. Sean runs through 886 at 180. McKenna 907 lap at 175 miles an hour. Rich Pika pulls up on the left-hand side as the crew's trying to get him to stop before he backs into the car in the water box. And Dean McElvain, chassis builder out of New Carlisle. On the right-hand side of the racetrack. Both of them 620 plus cubic inches. They get ready to head down the boulevard. $892 at 168 for Rich. $893 at 178 for Mr. McElvain. As we continue on, we talk about the big block power plant being the dominant source of motivation here in Super Comp. Well, the rear engine dragster is certainly the more popular configuration as well. Darren Daly says, about a 406 small block front engine car. We'll do it my way. Runner out of East Liverpool. Off and running is Tim Molnar. Gives chase on the left-hand side, 894 at 166. 898 for Daly. 150 miles an hour back on this end of the racetrack. Allison Pro's working her way down the right-hand side of the racetrack. She'll be off pace with an 11:07 run. 883 there in the left lane on 178 mile an hour shot. As Leo Zinda rolls in next, the runner out of Clinton Township in the Ring and Pinion Shop. Ring and Pinion Shop of Leo Zinda, been in business since 1972. Chris Gerritsen doing things differently. He's still got the small front tires on his car. Tires brought into the racing world many years ago by the large father out of Florida, Big Daddy. Gerritsen still got him on the front of his car, and it works to an 893. 123 mile an hour run, 888 and 180. 60 mile an hour split down there at the other end of the racetrack. 180 versus 123. That's what you call your competitor passing you at a very rapid rate. Like the Roadrunner stopping and Wile E. Coyote going screaming by. Michael Andrus, Dave Cohens. Cohens over here on the right-hand side, runner out of Michigan. Making a toe down, the DG Motorsports entry. And a Ford-powered Super Comp car. There aren't a lot, but there are a few scattered around the country. Big Block Chevrolet, the preeminent engine, just for the parts availability and the cost. 8909, 172 for Andrus there on the left. 889 for 169 for Goins on the right-hand side of the racetrack. As he takes the Ford machine down track for a little time run, get everything set and ready for eliminations come pinata. Philip Oakley. Philip ever get his package? Okay, that's what counts. Phil Oakley left side, Bob Pro's right lane. As Bobby stands back and watches on. Better light to Bob. Oakley's Texas Roadhouse entry there on the left. Goes through with an 880 at 186. 893 for Bob Pros. At 183 miles an hour. So both of those big cubic inch motors. Pushing a lot of speed down at the other end of the racetrack. Troy Coughlin Jr. Up next on the right-hand side, the JEGS mail order entry here at the JEGS Speed Week as part of the JEGS Sportsnationals. And Howard Michaels entry up on the left-hand side, the runner out of Newport, Michigan. .001 light Troy Coughlin. 891.3. How about a 14 thousandths package for TJ at 178? 891.4. Howard Michael, nice run down track, puts together a 27 thousandths package. And on most given race days, that 27 thousandths package will pick you up a round win and move you on. But had this been a round of eliminations, Michael would have been headed back to the trailer. TJ would have been moving on by a scant 13 thousandths of a second. Johnny Davis and Greg Camplain rolling in now. Camplain right side out of the Camplain machine shop. Over Brownsburg Way, 891 at 176 by Greg. 9 flat for Johnny Davis. He cruises through at 165 miles an hour. Chris Sullivan, John Sickish come rolling in as we're just about to the end of our Super Comp field. Sullivan on the right-hand side. Probably glad to see yesterday get here at the end of tax season. 884 to 176 for Sullivan. 896 to 166 for Sickish. He moves on. Dave Dahlem, John DeBartolomeo. We saw John's daughter earlier. For DRC Race Products, the S&W chassis entry. Johnny D over here on the right-hand side. Dial him up on the left. $892 to an $893. DeBartolomeo's got the 92 at 177. $893 to $175 for Dahlem. Down the left-hand side of the racetrack is Jeremy Mason. And Dave Stein come rolling in. As we near the end of Super Cup, we'll put out our call for Super Stock. Back to lanes for final qualifying. Super Stock. Need you back to the lanes, please. Final qualifying. Come on down. Jeremy Mason left. Dave Stein right. $889, 878 miles an hour for Jeremy Mason. 889.9. 1,000th of a second difference between the two of them in their laps times down the racetrack. So Stein goes 889.9. Jeremy goes 889.8. And the next pair come rolling in, Marty Cheeseman and Pat Martin. And again, Super Stock to the lanes, please. Super Stock needs you. To the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Super Stock to the lanes. Pat Martin. Marty Cheeseman rolling in next. Marty here on the right. Cheeseman goes through 887 at 173 miles an hour. About an 886 for Pat Martin. Down the left-hand side of the racetrack. Brian Milam and Amanda Bochesco. Amanda getting ready to make her lap down in the undercovered chassis car. 24-year-old young lady out of Pennsylvania. Again, Super Stock. Need your lanes, please. Super Stock. Need you back to the lanes, please. Final qualifying. Super Stock. Come on down. $888, 174 for Amanda, $895 at 176 for Brian. As they make their way through. Joey Cambria and Jason Hardig. Next to roll up. Jason over here on the right-hand side, the Ohio-based runner. The American chassis entry. Joey Cambria out of Pennsylvania there on the left. Out of Ken's Custom Shop. With the big block combination. Joey having a little bit of trouble keeping that bottom bulb lit. Finally gets it done. And an 8.901 at 173 by Joey. So Jason Hardy going to get a shot now. And again, Super Stock, need your lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes. Come on down. Super Stock, need you to the lanes, please. $8.92, 179 for Jason. He makes his way down track. Just about to put the wraps on Super Comp time runs. Megan Strasweg and Phil Spida. Phil comes rolling in on the right-hand side. Megan over on the left for cool shirts. The gang out of Kentucky. Oakley Power Plant. It's sitting in the frame rails. Megan going to give it a ride. So's Phil. Should be a pretty good pair to draw to right here. $8.87.8. How about a pair of identical elapsed time down the racetrack? Phil Spida was 005. Megan was 011 on the tree. Had that been a round of competition, 6,000ths better reaction time for Phil Spida would have been the deciding factor. Like I said, pretty good pair to draw to right there. $8.87.8 a pair. 182 for Megan, 189 for Phil. They were literally side by side going down the racetrack. Howie Smith upright, Steve Bueller on the left. Bueller on the left. Gorgeous hot rod out of Freeport, Michigan. And admiring his race car all weekend long so far. 8.906 and a 007. How about a 13,000ths package for Steve? 181 miles per. 892, 185 for Howie Smith. Just like Bueller's car, the way it's finished. Nice paint work, chrome work. All works together. Colors flow. Chase Fanistock over here on the left-hand side out of Pennsylvania, the race spec chassis machine. Tom Hunter's hot rod. They're in the right lane, the O'Reilly side, out of Gilbert's Automotive, and another runner from the Keystone State. $8.87, 171 for Fanistock. $8.97, 179 for Tom Hunter. We're just about to put the wraps on Super Comp. Super Stock, if you're not in lanes yet, you're late, you're tardy. You're missing in action, or otherwise known as tardy to the party. Super Stock, do need you to the lanes, please. Elena Haas. Laid up on the left-hand side, part of the Haas and Carruthers race team. And sitting right behind her is Rock. Off and running she goes. 10 on the tree for Elena. Runs it out the back end, going 888 at 181. 888.5 here on the O'Reilly side at 175 miles per. Dan Inman and Rock Haas. Saw Elena go down track. Rock pulls in his hot rod. Had a huge performance at Stealth Engines. Down the left-hand side in Monetta, Indiana, the information technology manager up on the right-hand side. "28-year-old driver making his living in the IT department. Right now, though, seems to have some issues with the inside of the car there. And for Dan, it's not going to be time to make a run as they got issues. So Rock Haas will be on a single. Good opportunity to listen to the car go on the throttle stop, roll off the throttle stop, make his way through to an 886 at 184 miles an hour. And Inman car's still running, but some issues. You can see him leaning over and inside the cockpit. Chuck Ridenhour comes rolling in, the Indiana-based runner. Up next over here on the right-hand side. Alan Evans over on the left. Ridenhour off and running. Alan Evans on the left-hand side turns it red by a foul. It runs 8.903 at 176. 907 by Ridenhour. Over here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack at 178 miles per. Ryan Kaysen, electrician out of Evansville. Sarah Stricker out of Downingtown, PA. Here there on the left. Former Division I champ. Former junior dragster champ. Eastern Conference Finals going on this weekend down in Charlotte. After getting displaced out of Bristol. I won't say another word about that. 902 at 182 by Kara. 916 by Brian Kaysen at 156 miles per. Tyler Bottom comes rolling in next over the right-hand side. The young gunner out of Louisville. And Siemens entry up on the left-hand side. Tyler at the wheel of Gary Williams Hot Rods. The FTI entry. Picking up a pretty big check up in Martin, Michigan a couple of weeks ago. Didn't get the really big check, but he got a nice one. Gary will tell you he just won on the wrong day. Tyler goes through 10:43 at 103, shutting it off way early. 896, 169 for Seaman. Down at the other end of the racetrack as he motored through. Zach Evans up on the left-hand side. It's Scott Sanders here on the right. And again, Super Stock, need your lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes. If you're not here yet, come on down. Super Stock needs you to the lane. Sanders on the right. Runner making his toe up from the Sunshine State of Florida. Evans right here at home base, the Buckeye State, Clayton, Ohio. Former by profession over there on the left-hand side. Top driver's just about ready to fire up the Barbie and pop the top on a barley pop. They're just about done for the day. 9 flat for Scott Sanders at 158. 892 at 167 for Zach Evans. Don Higgins and the Crew Chief Pro Software. Entry over on the left-hand side. Troy Williams over here on the right, the other half of the Williams clan. For FTI and McLeod Clutches. Troy turns it red by 29 thou. Higgins off and running, the Crew Chief Pro Software machine. Don with an 887 at 179, 882. 171 miles an hour. For Troy as he makes his way down track. Rob Cropfeld and Mike Rumfield come rolling in next. Cropfeld working his way through to an 882 lap at 172. 875 there on the left-hand side of the racetrack for Brumfield. Also at 172 miles an hour as he cruises through the top end. Alan Gerber, Jacob Elrod. Sunoco team entry over on the right-hand side. Getting ready to work his magic down track in the American Race Car Chassis entry. Gerber up on the left-hand side. We see an Ohio-based runner. Picked up the win on the Lucas Oil Series before, been one of our Division III JEGS All-Star reps. He goes through here, 886 at 175 miles an hour, 881 for Jacob. So he makes his way down, and last but not least, our Super Comp field of competitors. And final lap of the day in Super Comp turns into an 891 lap, 174 miles an hour, 005 on the tree for a nice little 17 thousandths package. And we get ready to rumble with our final qualifying in Super Stock. Superstock getting ready to come up next. Super Gas, you'll be right behind. Then we'll be back into Oakley Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Oakley Top Sportsman. I'm going to step out of the hot seat for a minute, turn it back over to Derek. He can tell you all about Superstock, Super Gas, and we'll figure out the rest of it from there.
Well, I think the sound check over at the band is going A-OK. And Superstock comes out for Q2. Well, looks like qualifying in the order currently. Andy Cronenbetter sitting the number 1 spot. Rich South is 2. Bill Rinks 3. Tony DePillo's 4. Ernie Neal's 5. Don Kennedy 6. Gary Summers 7. Robbie Brewer's 8. Alan Wade's 9. And rounding out your top 10 is going to be Doug Fazalor at 84 under the index. Next up. So it's going to be Michael Volkman and Jeff Atkinson. So Michael Volkman, the GTM automatic Sebring, leaves on the right-hand side as Jeff Atkinson stands on the gas. He's 50 up front. There goes the Pontiac Sunfire down course, left-hand lane. And it's going to be 9:24. No improvement at 1:44 there for Jeff Atkinson. Volkman's going to be 10:73 at 1:25. Next up, Jeff Lewis and Brad Ross. The Barracuda on the right-hand side for Ross out of Ohio. Currently sitting at 63 under the index, best run of 10:26. Jeff Lewis made a best run of 9:95. And it's going to be 10:38, 126, no improvement for Ross, 10:91, 102 off the gas for Jeff Lewis. Now brings up Mark Nowicki and Bill Rink, the M-Automatic GTO left-hand side for Rink out of Illinois, and the Factory GTH Avenger from Gaylord, Michigan for Mark Nowicki. So Bill Rink setting number 3 currently at 95 under the index, best run of 1089 off the 1185. They rolled down to the top end of the racetrack, 987, no improvement there for Nowicki at 134, 1090, 120 miles an hour within a few thou for Bill Rink for the previous run in the morning. So Joe Ewing and Ronnie Dutton now. Ronnie Dutton, right-hand side of the racetrack. That's going to be the Southside Alabama Achieva, the Oldsmobile. GTO automatic entry, 1145 the index. Best run of 1078. Puts him at 66 under. Joe Ewing sitting over there on the left-hand side of the dart. Put himself at 48 under in that first run earlier today. It's going to be 1047, 124 for Ewing. Dutton's going to go 1082, 123. Marion Stevenson and Al Ross now. Stevenson, right-hand side out of Williamsport, Indiana, the Cobalt. And Al Ross's Factory GTL entry for the Challenger. Currently number 12 in the category at 83 under the index. Best run of 1001 off the 1085. They're set. Stevenson stands on the gas, right-hand side, turns at 0.29. 78 up front there for Al Ross's Challenger. They close in, finish line stripe, scoreboard right side, 980. No improvement there for Stevenson at 134. Al Ross is going to be 1007, 130 miles an hour. Don Kennedy and James Gibson now. The Superstock Automatic Dart Sport, left-hand side of the racetrack. And from Portland, Tennessee comes that Pontiac Sunfire for Don Kennedy. So Gibson set. The electrician stands on the gas, turns at 87 green. Don Kennedy's better at 009. There's the Pontiac down course. It's going to be 923, 145 miles an hour for Don Kennedy's entry. No improvement off the earlier 919, 1107, 119 there for James Gibson. Ken Schindler, right side, and Jeff Ross alongside. Jeff Ross, GTP Automatic Challenger. 1155 down to a 1088, puts him 66 under the index from today's earlier run. And Ken Schindler alongside is currently setting in the number 16 spot at 79 under. Best run of 940 off the 1020. So the Corvette missed the tree by 12 thou. Schindler rolls down there and goes 938, picks up by 200, 140. 1089, 121 for Jeff Ross, and he's within a few thousands from Q1. Kevin Melhorn and Mike Stokes now. Superstock C modified Cavalier on the right-hand side. GTI automatic Beretta there for Kevin Melhorn. Going to be alongside. Well, the tree comes down. They stand on the gas. One's 50, 166. That's Mike Stokes with the 50 reaction time. 891, 133 no improvement for Stokes. Melhorn's going to go 1021, 129 off the gas early. Joe Galucci and Rod Stoltz now. Rod Stoltz, right-hand side of the racetrack, machinist. Out of Washington comes the Division 6 runner. And Joe Galucci, Superstock D Automatic, 427 Big Block Camaro. First gen from Independence, Ohio. All right, so stage bulbs come on. Wheels up, leave there for Galushi. He's 51 up front. Rod Stoltz is going to be 17 green. Big block makes the power. Going to get there first at 10:17, 129. 11:15, 118. The speed there for Rod Stoltz's P-Automatic Sierra. Now Johnny French and Kurt Neighbor. French right side, the Pontiac Firebird from Marshallville, Ohio. Easy for me to say. And Neighbor Superstock B-Automatic Ford Fairlane. So Kurt Neighbor missed it by 44 back here at the starting line, and the Ford Fairlane is going to go 10:04 at 129. 10:48, 128 mile an hour charge out of Johnny's Firebird. Alan Wade and Ernie Neal now. Alan of Maryland, right side, currently number 9 in the category with that big block C-Automatic Camaro, setting 84 under the index. Best run of 9:20 off the 10:05. Ernie Neal, the GTG Cavalier over there on the left side of the racetrack, and the number 5 spot at 91 under. Best run of 9:29 off the 10:20. Well, Ernie Neal is going to roll and leave before the third bulb comes on. Alan Wade's 29 green, and there goes the Camaro to a 9:25 run, 142. 9:58, 139, Ernie Neal. Rich South and Mike Crutchfield now. Mike Crutchfield, left-hand side of the racetrack. Superstock D-modified Pontiac G5, 297 cubic inch power plant. And Rich South's G5 as well. Right down the road from here comes the Pickerington-based South Motorsports. Progressive flooring entry. Your number 2 in the category right now at 99 under. Best run of 990 off the 1090. Both are 61 going by the tree. Crutchfield's going to get there first, 925, 145, 995, 133 for Rich South. Both are going to stay the same there in the qualifying order. Jeff Myers, right-hand side, and Dave Turner over there in the left lane. That's the Fresno Flyer, the Challenger. Big 426 cubic inch Dodge underneath the hood of that machine. And Jeffrey Myers is factory Superstock D Copo Camaro. So 2 big blocks head-to-head right now. Dodge on the left, the Chevy on the right. Jeff Myers puts the nose of the Camaro out in front. How about 910? Picks up there by 600 at 145. 954, no improvement by 200 at 128 for David Turner. So Jeff Myers goes up the number 17 spot at 79 under. Now it's going to be Brina Splinger and Bob Lowry. Bob Lowry, the Superstock B-Stock Corvette, left side. Brina has that Wisconsin-based Cobalt. Brina's out and away at 009. And Bob Lowry misses by 7 thou. There goes the Cobalt. O'Reilly side of the racetrack to a 955 run. No improvement at 137. 952, 142 there for Bob Lowry's machine. Now it's going to be Raymond Kloss and John Cera. John Cera's J-Automatic Nova, 350 small block. And the 327 and the 65 Nova there for Raymond, the Palo, Ohio attorney. So Raymond's going to be a little later at the starting line. 185 up front, 1073, 124. 1055, 125 the speed there for John Cera. Now it's going to be Todd Datweiler and Jim McBean. So, Todd Doutweiler, of course, the T&E Enterprises crew there with the 67 Nova 327. That's a G automatic combination. And 3 generations of the Doutweiler family here this weekend, all watching on. Jim McBean lets go and goes 073 in the Mustang. It's going to be 952, 139 for McBean, 982, 133 for Todd Doutweiler. Jerry Casson and Tom Beasley now. Beasley's GTK automatic Cobalt, left-hand side of the racetrack out of West Virginia. And the dart's going to be alongside from Michigan for Jerry Casson. 426 cubic inch Dodge. Wheels up, leave. They're out of the gate. Jerry Casson's dart's going to pull ahead. It's going to be 946, 140 miles an hour for him. 1003, 132 the speed for Tom Beasley's Cobalt. Now here comes Anthony Bertozzi, left side. That's the Ashland, Virginia Pontiac Grand Am. Former world champ over there. Tim Tichenal's Firebird's going to have some problems, it look like, so they're going to push that machine off the starting line. Single run for Anthony. And it's going to be 922 off the 960 at 147 miles an hour there for Anthony. Shane Oakes and Hayden McBean will roll into the water box here. The Pontiac Trans Am automatic entry out of Pennsylvania there for Shane. Hayden McBean rolls the 69 Model Blue Oval Ford Mustang into the water box, left-hand side. Well, these two are out of the gate. Shane Oakes, right side's 31 up front. Hayden McBean's 081. And it's going to be the Mustang at 984, 132 getting there first. 1002, 132. Improvement there for Shane by 17 hun. So Shane Oakes moves up on the qualifying order there to the number 48 spot at 62 under. Next up, Christy Ship and John D. Bartolomeo. Superstock B-Stock Camaro right side there for John. And Christy's 69 327 Camaro. John D. Bartolomeo is going to be 936, 146 the speed to the 1095, 120. No improvement for either. Emily Volkman and the crew out of Campobello, South Carolina. 66 Chevy 2. 283 small block there. Joshua Twitchell is going to be alongside. GT truck over there. Small block S10. They're going to stand on the gas, and Josh is going to be 67. Emily 62. Truck's going to roll down there. turn the timer off first at 10:05, 131. Emily's going to follow through at 11:35, 115. Now here comes Irvin Johns and Robbie Brewer. Robbie Brewer left side, GTN automatic cutlass, 305 small block, and Irvin Johns. Number 8 overall finish in the category from last year in Lucas Oil standings out of Memphis, Indiana. Him and Gina currently setting in the number 15 spot at 81.6 under the index. Best run of the 928 off the 1010. Robbie Brewer, he's up there in the number 8 qualified spot right now at 84.9 under. Best run at 10:45 off the 11:30. So Irvin's 14 green. Robbie Brewer's 20. Irvin Johns is going to run here at 9:33, 142. 10:47, 125 for Robbie Brewer's cutlass. Jim Evanuik and Jeremy Mudd. Jeremy and Dylan out of Kentucky. Superstock C modified entry. Best run of 877 off the 950. Jim Evanuik's Ford over there out of Pennsylvania. Jeremy Mudd's 004. Jim's going to be 36 red. Side by side, finish line, they'll go 881. 152 the speed for Jeremy Mudd, 915. Improvement there by 8 Hun at 146 for Evanuik. Matt Potts and Garrett Jesse now. Garrett out of Illinois with the AMX. And Matt Potts is 69 model Camaro, 350 small block. H automatic entry. So Garrett's going to be 192. Matt's going to be 6 thou red. Matt Potts' Camaro 1011, 128. 1078, 121 there for Garrett. Down the right-hand side. Peter Diagnolo and Mark Sanders now. Mark Sanders, left side, has the Cobalt out of Harrison, Ohio. GTF automatic entry. 1025 the index to the 1030 index for the Superstock C Stock first gen for Diagnolo. They're going to stand on the gas, rock about going the Willie bar there. As Peter Diagnolo is going to be 27 green. Sanders is 076. Finish line stripe 972, 135 for Pete Diagnolo. 985, 133 for Sanders in the PK Race Cars Cobalt. Roger Reese and Joe Santangelo now. Santangelo left side has that 327 cubic inch, 87 model, third gen Camaro. Roger Reese's 65 Nova. Joe Santangelo, wheels up, leave there. He is 008. Roger Reese, he's perfect. Finish line, the Nova is going to run 1056, 124. 1056 as well, 100 miles an hour off the gas for Joe Santangelo. Got his early numbers, and that's all he needed. Bob Marshall and Tom Sheehan now. Tom Sheehan, left side, out of Pennsylvania with the Sheehan's Automotive and Machine Shop, Sebring. Of course, the Coronet out of Eastland Crane and Dodge Material. There for Bob Marshall. Yeah, Bob Marshall, he's 008. Tom Sheehan's 008 as well. There goes the Dodge material. It's 942, 141. 1084, 123 for Tom Sheehan's machine. Dan Steed and Andy Cronenbetter. Here comes the PK Race Cars Cobalt. Left-hand side, and Dan Steed brings that 66 Chevy 2 to the starting line. The Radnor, Ohio Farmer. Another car that came out of the PK Race Cars shop. There for Dan Steed. $10.62, 122 for Dan Steed, right side. $9.47, 138 there for Andy Cronenbetter. Remain your number one qualifier in the category. Carol Morris and Don O'Malley now. Decatur, Illinois comes the Corvette 327 combination for the H-Automatic machine and the I-Automatic Mustang. Right side for Carol Morris out of Maryland. So D3 left, D1 right, Ford, Chevy, Mustang, Corvette. They're both 19 going by the tree, 987, 131. No improvement, Don O'Malley, 1034, 128. Carol Morris down there, Riley side. Rick Brown and Bobby Rashid. See modified machine right side for the 87 model, 322 Camaro, Lebanon, Ohio. And Bobby Rashid's Cavalier from Michigan. Rick Brown is going to be 57 going by the tree, and that Camaro is going to run on down 888. Best run of the weekend there at 152, 969, 136. No improvement for Rashid off the earlier 965. So Jeff Taylor and PJ North now. So Rick Brown went up to the 49 spot with that run, put some 61 under the index. Jeff Taylor currently number 12 spot, 84 1 under, 980 off the 1065 for the Sellersburg-based engine builder. That Cobalt, PJ, he's got the Pontiac Sunfire. Over there for Maggart's Auto Service and Tire Center. Wife Amanda. Watching on. PJ is going to be 24 up front. Jeff Taylor's better at 12. Finish line. It's 939, 142 for PJ. 983, 134, Jeff Taylor. Tony DePillo, right side, and Doug Fazelars. Fazelar, excuse me, out of Louisiana. Well, the dart is going nowhere. And Tony DePillo is going to go 872, 154 to the top end. So be on hold for just a minute. As soon as we clear that race car from the surface, Go back into Superstock qualifying session number 2. Super gas. Attention to the pit area. Super gas. Come on down. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Super gas. Session 2 to the staging lanes. Now Russ Campbell and A.H. Atkins are down course. It's going to be 9:22, 144 for A.H. Atkins and 8:89, 153 for Russ Campbell's machine. Now Earl Rowe and Johnny Rakes. Johnny right side, Bradfordsville, Kentucky, the Grand Am, and Earl Rowe, Superstock K Automatic Camaro for Rowe and Son Racing, 305 small block. Earl Rose running on down, left-hand side, 1066, 125, 986, improved there by 400, 134 for Johnny. Jeff Neiswanger and Rick Rodney. The Galloway, Ohio Challenger over there on the left-hand side, the Camaro, and the Zanesville for Jeff Neiswanger and the whole Neiswanger family. Neiswanger is going to be 23 going by the tree, and it's 10:06, 133 miles an hour for Jeff Neiswanger. Rick's going to be 10:37, 127. George Taylor and Bryce France now. Bryce, over there on the right side, 20-year-old Louisville, Kentucky, 67 model Chevy 2, F automatic entry. And George Taylor's Superstock E modified first-gen Camaro, little 295, the farmer out of Maryland. Well, these two stand on the gas. Taylor's going to be 15. Bryce is going to be 34. Bryce France, 1022, 110 miles an hour, 945, 140.58 the speed there for George Taylor's entry. Once again, Super Gas. Come on down at Super Gas. Staging lanes, please. 990 category Super Gas. Bill Zaskowski and Brian Simonek. The matchup here, Brian Simonek, GT, Q Automatic Regal there out of Toledo, Ohio. And Bill Zaskowski, the Michigan-based Chevy 2 alongside. All right, so Simonix in. Here comes Askowski, and here comes the tree. Grab second gear with the wheels in the air. How about that? Bill Askowski is going to be 22 and 10:26, 125 miles an hour. Best run of the weekend there by over a tenth. 1,200 to be exact, 11:67, 1:13 for Brian Simonix's machine. Jeff Dona and Chris Stevenson now. For Stevenson, left-hand side of the racetrack, that's going to be the Firebird out of Indiana. Jeff Dona, Superstock H Automatic Pontiac Formula from Missouri. Jeff Dona stands on the gas. He is 14 green. Chris Stevenson's going to be 42. There goes the Pontiac, right side. Dona, 983, improves there by 300, 135. 1093, 121 for Chris Stevenson's machine. Here comes Tyler Bohannon now, Louisville, Kentucky. The Pontiac Sunfire and Matt Morris alongside. Matt Morris is Cavalier of Bardstown, Kentucky. Works in the distillery. Probably making a whole lot of that hand sanitizer right now. Tyler misses it by 14 thou. Matt Morris is going to be 24 green. Bohannon's Sunfire, I should say, is going to be 10-10, 111 miles an hour. Got his numbers past 1,000 foot and takes his foot off the gas. 998, 113 for Matt Morris. Josh Decker and Brad Zaskowski now. Joshua Decker, right side, the 20-year-old in the Achieva, and Brad Zaskowski's GTL Z28 Camaro. Former division champ. Josh is going to be 47. Brad's 28. They're past the 1,000-foot mark. Decker's going to pull ahead. It's going to be 965, 138. 1023, 119. There for Brad Zaskowski. Best run of the weekend for him. Ricky Decker and Dean Mowry now. Ricky, right side in the Camaro. Dean Mowry's GTH Automatic Avenger alongside of him. Goes up lead for Decker. He's going to be 34. Mowry's 004. And Dean Mowry's machine is going to run here to a 10:05 run. 131 miles an hour. 993, 132. Ricky Decker, O'Reilly side. Here comes Riley Spear now. 25-year-old out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota. The Firebird, Superstock J Automatic entry. Of course, her dad, Brian. Brett, Nick Morris, out of Louisville with the Mustang. Well, these two are going to stand on the gas. Riley's 029, 031 there for Nick Morris. Nick puts the Mustang ahead, 983, 123, 1033, 111 miles an hour for Riley Spears' machine. Aaron Allison and Todd at France. That's the Pontiac G5 out of Louisville, right side for Todd. Aaron Allison, Superstock B Modified Cavalier from East Palestine, Ohio. Once again, Super Gas, come on down. Super Gas, we're ready for you. Super Gas. Wheels up, believe, and they both turn them red. Todd missed it by 16 thou. Aaron missed it by 17 thou. Finish line stripe. Todd France going to be 9:47, 120 miles an hour. 9:10, 149. Aaron Allison's entry. Now here comes Alan Wilson and Bob Issy alongside the Pennsylvania Firebird Superstock C modified entry. Alan Wilson's 99 model Pontiac Firebird. So Bob Issy, Alan Wilson. As we are just about to end out Q2 here in Superstock, and then we'll go into the category of Super Gas. It's going to be 9:43, 143 for Bob. Alan Wilson's going to go 9:95, 135. Next up, Brett Spear and Sean Dornan. Dornan, Superstock A automatic Plymouth over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Out of Ohio, and Brett, you just seen Riley go down a few moments ago. He brings the Camaro to the starting line. GTJ automatic, 87 model, 3rd gen 350 small block. Wheels up lead. Brett Spears sets it down to be 006. Sean Dornan 61 green. And the Plymouth is going to go 9:36, 125. 10:13, 110 miles an hour for Brett Spear. Ronnie Trotman and Terry Allison now. Terry Allison, East Palestine, Ohio. Possibly in the S10. And Ronnie Trotman's Superstock D modified Grand Am. Ronnie Trotman, left-hand side. It's going to be 9:49, 143 miles an hour, 9:81, 137. There for the truck, and that'll end out Q2 here in Superstock. It'll be Super Gas waiting at the ready line. A little touch up here on the starting line, and we'll bring them out next. So a little touch up here on the starting line area, and it is super gas time. 990 will appear on the top end scoreboard, and we're going to start out with Johnny LaBoose and Tony Tanner. Your reigning D2 champ of the category is going to roll out left side. That's the Corvette. Out of Tennessee. And Tony Tanner, Kentucky-based Pontiac Grand Am, is going to be alongside. So, Johnny LaBoose, left side, the Goodlettsville, Tennessee Corvette. First pair of the round here, Q2 of Super Gas. LaBoose going to miss it by 5 thou. Tanner's going to miss it by 9 thou. And it's going to be 987 169 for LaBoose, 991 141. Tony Tanner to the top of the racetrack. Brenda Hunter and Dave Hedges now. Hedges left side at a Plainwell, Michigan, I should say. E&D's Performance and Brenda Hunter's Corvette over there on the right side. So Brenda Hunter is going to be 28 up front, and there goes the Corvette to a 992 run, 165 miles an hour. Dave's going to go 1009 130. Going to be slow there by 2/10. Steve Theodore, Denny Napier. Two former division champs side by side. Pataskala-based Corvette for Eckerd Racing and Denny Napier, and Steve Theodore has the Columbus-based 63 model Fast Lube Corvette. And that's going to be 991 there. Theodore at 159 miles an hour. 991 as well, if I could just get it out, for Denny Napier at a $159. Nicole Stevenson. And Rusty Cook. So Rusty Cook, the Cynthiana, Kentucky, Ohio crankshaft machine. And Nicole Stevenson, 69 model Camaro Roadster. They're going to roll on down there. 983 there for Stevenson at 158. 991, 170 there for Rusty Cook's hard-charging Corvette. Now, Vincent Gregory, left side of Lakeview, New York, comes the Bel Air. Over on the left side, and Dustin Richardson's Forenza, the Woodburn, Indiana-based Enar Express crew. It's going to be 987 there for Richardson at 158, 9 at 90 with a 9, 141 for Vincent Gregory's entry. Steve Fields, Larry Rodell now. Rodell's Evansville, Indiana-based Don Davis Roadster, the 517 cubic inch Chevrolet. And for the Ring and Pinion Shop out of Carlton, Michigan, Steve Fields. They let go, 19 to a 15. Comes off the stop. Roadster pulls up alongside the Pontiac Trans A, and they close in on the 1,320-foot mark, and it's going to be 990 with an 8, 152 for Larry, 994, 152 there for Steve Fields' entry. Morgan Napier and Randy DeLuca. DeLuca's North Bloomfield, Ohio, 50-mile fleet line. And you got Napier over there, wheeling the Cutlass out of Pataskala. So we're going to back out Randy if he can see our starter out there. So the courtesy stage process is in effect, and we'll give this one another try. So DeLuca's in. Now here comes Morgan. She's going to bump her way in, set the button, and mat it to the floor. Let go to be 33. DeLuca's at 43 up front. Morgan Napier, finish line, and that machine's going to go 987 to 164, 10.015, 140 the speed for Randy DeLuca. Now Tim Terry and Justin Lopes. Justin Lopes left side of Lakeville, Massachusetts, and Tim Terry's Wisconsin-based Monza. Justin's 27. Tim's going to be 51. A little smoke out of the machine over there on the left side, but looks like everything's going to be okay. 988, 170 miles an hour. 994, 146. Tim Terry down to the top end. Now it's going to be Pat DeBotis out of Michigan, right side in the Dakota, and Tommy Turner alongside. Double duty this weekend between Top Sportsman and Super Gas, as he normally does. 63 Corvette, 582 big block combination out of Division II region. And DeBotis is going to leave before the tree activates. Tommy's going to be 75. You can tell it threw him off. DeBotis is going to be just kind of coasting down through there, and it's 990 with a 670 miles an hour for Tommy Turner. So, Max Butcher, Jerry Spoor, you got the Corvette out of Doylestown, Ohio for Maximus. Barney Barnard out helping him get the handle on the Super Gas ride. Dad's like, dude, I run Top Sportsman. You can have this throttle stop. Well, found just the right guy. Barney Barnhart helping him out after getting about 11 stitches in the old hand after a, the awning incident didn't go as planned. The awning got the best of him. So, yeah, the plan was good, but the follow-through was just in a few. Jerry Spoor, the Van Wert, Ohio Mustang. Well, Max is going to be 19 up front. He's got that part down, and let's see what the ET is going to be. Corvette rolls down O'Reilly's side. How about 1013, 159, 986, 152, Jerry Spoor. Barney's like, we can work with that. We're going to roll a few numbers out of the throttle stop timer and see where we're at tomorrow. Chris Harden, Bill McCullough. Bill McCullough on the left-hand side of the racetrack. That's going to be the Pickerington-based Ford. And Chris Harden, the machinist from Huber Heights in the Nova. As they close in, finish line stripe, it's 976, 138 there for Chris Harden's entry, 995, 138 for Bill McCullough. Now it's going to be Greg Slack, the converter builder, transmission builder there, the Maverick. Steve Hoyt's alongside out of Fort Wayne. Steve and Jan, double duty as usual between Super Gas and Super Comp. It's going to be 9,900 there for Steve Hoyt at $172. 8,000 package overall. Greg Slack's going to be 004 and 990 with a 5, 155. Nathan Vrooman and Connor Millwood. Millwood over there to Columbus, Indiana, the quality engineer and the challenger. And Nathan Vrooman's Beretta for the farmer. Wabash runner. It's 988, 168 miles an hour for Nathan Vrooman. 985, 134. Connor Millwood to the top end. Pam Koner now left side. That's going to be the 27 model Ford from Greenwood, Indiana. And Harold Brewer's 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Yeah, they're going to roll to the finish line stripe. Brewer's going to be 988, 156 right side. 991 there for Pam Koner at 145. Rick Swank, Jana Swan. The matchup here as they come to the starting line beams. Janice Swan's going to be 984 at 161 miles an hour. Missed the tree by 10. Rick Swank was 006 and 993. Bob Prose and Rob Goodrich. Rob Goodrich, left-hand side of the racetrack from Greenwood. The Indiana runners a pair. The Mustang, 434 cubic inch Chevrolet. And that Corvette for Bob Prose. Bob's going to be 50. Rob Goodrich is going to be 59. Off the stop, high gear charge to the finish line stripe, and it's going to be 979, 158 there for Bob Prose, and 992, 138 for Rob Goodrich's Mustang. Richard Spradlin and Bill Jackson. Vanlue, Ohio comes the Nova right side there for Richard. And Bill Jackson, the engine builder. Up the road north of here in Mansfield. They're going to let go. 34 left side there for Jackson. Richard Spradlin right side is going to be 71. Top into the racetrack. 996 for Richard Spradlin at 144. 993, 165 the numbers there for Bill Jackson's entry. Connie Rudy and Paul Fiddler. Paul Fiddler. Willard, Ohio, the Vega, 427 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Connie Rudy's little gremlin with a whole lot of horsepower for that car. 565 cubic inches. When it wheels up, leave, she sets him down. 33 going by the tree. 51 there for Fiddler. Connie Rudy, right-hand side of the racetrack is going to be 10:03. 10:03, 139 to the 997 to 138 Charger to Paul Fiddler's Vega. Ron Lower and Alex Miller now. Alex Miller's Corvette out of Mansfield. Transmission builder. Ron and Teresa, the Dundee, Ohio-based Cutlass. Your attention to the pit area, please. Oakley top dragster to the staging lanes. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Top dragster. Top dragster. Q2 to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster. Come on down. 989, 159. Ron Lauer. 987, 153 there for Alex Miller's vet. Now it's Rocky Clark, the Grand Prix, 565 cubic inches. I believe a Jackson Power and a 63-year-old maintenance mechanic. I believe that's Jeremy Mason right side. 007 to the 40. And I think Jeremy's going to go 989, 155. 1003, 177 for Rocky. Look at the speed out of that thing. Almost 180 on the stop. Brock Haas now. Haas and Crothers Corvette. Brock Haas is going to be 57, 53 on the right side. They're going to roll on down there. Rock shuts it off at 992, 168, 980, 155. Over there for their Riley Lane. Next up, Tom Diamond and Dean Madhauser. Madhauser's Newport News, Virginia. Pontiac, the big old boat, the GTO, 583 cubic inches of big block power. Tom Diamond's 27 bottle Ford. Dublin. Tom Diamond's 37. Dean Madhauser is going to be 22. Finish line. It's 990 with a 6, 153 for Madhauser, 991, 158 for Tom Diamond. Once again, Oakley Top Dragster, we're going to make the call for you. Qualifying session number 2. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Top Dragster. Top Dragster. Staging lanes, please. Justin Phillips. Crew out of Nova, Ohio. Right side. David Combs. Brings the Beretta to the starting line alongside. Well, it's going to be 990 with a 6, 142 there for Dave, 992 Justin at 139. Dan Childs and John Sickish now. John Sickish, Belmont, Ohio with the Corvette, 632 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Dan Childs is Ford over there in the right lane. They'll take it down to the top end of the racetrack. 990, 172 there for John Sickish. 993, 150.16 the speed for Dan Childs. Now, Sarah Becker and Peter Mattery. Mattery's Monza, left-hand side. Sarah Becker. has the Camaro. Over there in the right-hand lane, 584 cubic inches strong. Sarah's going to be 12. And 986, 163. 988, 143 miles an hour for Peter Mattery. Doug Croft, Tommy Turner. Nope, that's Jeremy Mason. So Jeff Jensen maybe. And they're the Clarksville, Tennessee Corvette, and Doug Croft has the Pontiac Firebird alongside. Yeah, it's going to be 981, 161 there, right side, 999 and 153. Doug Croft's machine down to the top end. Mike DeVito's Camaro. Bob Locke alongside. Whiteland, Indiana comes the Corvette. There for Bob. He's the 50-year-old tax guy. Speaking of taxes, well, yesterday was tax day, so hopefully everybody paid their taxes up.
I got mine in the mail.
Bob got his put in the mail. Mike DeVito. Going to be 40 up front, 16 green there for Bob Locke, and he's going to roll on down to a 993, 157 mile an hour run, 1013, 148 for DeVito. Tell you what, Chuck Cheeseman, he was completely sideways in the burnout box. Dale Barnard is going to be alongside. The Pennsylvania-based Chevrolet Roadster. And Chuck Cheeseman, a guy that literally will drive anything. 73 years old and still jumps behind the wheel. Anything from funny car to top dragsters, and now the super gas ride. Chuck Cheeseman, right-hand side. It's going to be 995, 158 mile an hour run. Not bad overall. 988, 158 there for Dale Barnhart. John Giuliano and Joe Fisher now. Joe Fisher in the Racing RVs crew as the Corvette. And John Giuliano's Studebaker. Once again, top dragster, Oakley, top dragster. Go ahead and bring him in the lanes for session 2, please. Top dragster, come on down. We're ready for you. And they roll on down there, and it's going to be 979. A little quick there for Fisher at 169. 996, 128 for John Giuliano. Brian Johnson, left-hand side. That's going to be the Valiant out of Coshocton, Ohio. The old pick-em-up S10. Alongside. They let go. It's going to be 22 to the 007. They roll on down there. How about 991 for the truck and about 55. 993, 145 for Brian Johnson's machine. Scott Deffenbaugh and Eddie Arnold now. Eddie Arnold. The Cutlass rolls down to a 985 run, 166. 992, 148. Scott Deffenbaugh takes the Nova at the top end there. Charlie Flanagan and Pat Martin now. Flanagan right side has the Camaro. Maria Stein, Ohio. And out of London comes the Fabricator, Pat Martin. Well, Pat's going to miss the tree by 10 and 981. That's the number's going to pop up there. Summit side scoreboard at 167. 991, 151 for Charlie Flanagan's machine. Now it's going to be Bob Hamshoe and Dwayne LaFleur. LaFleur left side. Team Lucas Oil and Bob Hamshoe's Firebird. Dwayne, 20 up front and 9 at 90 with a 4. 165 miles an hour. Nice run for that Chevrolet Camaro. 993, 144 Bob Hamshoe down the right side. Now Paul Brown and Leo Zinda. Clinton Township, Michigan comes the ring and pinion chop. Cavalier there for Leo and Paul Brown's Cavalier. Used to be Mark Saunders' ride. Mark jumped in the Super Stocker. Paul jumps in the Cavalier. Missed the tree by 4 thou for Brown. Leo's going to be 10 going by the tree. Finish line, Leo's into 991.5, 164 the speed. 992, 165 for Paul Brown. Joseph Garbaccio and Steve Eckerd. Steve Eckerd's Cavalier. Pataskala Flash. And the Malibu out of West Virginia there for Joe Garbaccio. $15 to a 28. Eckert comes off the stop. And he's going to go 986, 170. 984, 147 for Joe Garbaccio. Once again, top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster to the staging lanes. Q2, Carl Rechtenwald. The guy that, well, makes those rear wings. The aluminum guy. Skip Sadler, the Corvette. Out of Pennsylvania. Now Carl misses it by 10. Skip Sadler's going to be 25 up front. Finish line stripe. The Corvette gets there at a 991, 138. 991, 173 for Carl Rechtenwald century. Jeff Reed and Ken Bowers now. Ken Bowers has that beautiful 57 Corvette out of Paulding, Ohio. Advanced chassis. Built the car himself, finally got it out. And the Corvette alongside of Jeff Reed. They're out of Loveland, Ohio, the 63 model. It's going to be 991, 161 miles an hour, Ken Bowers. 997, 154, Jeff Reed to the top end. Now Joey Ship and Don Miller. Don Miller's Camaro over there at Dover, Pennsylvania, the Mason contractor. And the respiratory therapist, Joey Ship. Wheeling the Cutlass. It's going to be 9905, 157 miles an hour, Joey. 994, 163 for Don Miller's machine down that left side. Tim Gillespie and Julie Bremen's going to be on the right-hand side with their Ford of a Xenia. And Jeff Fisher's Beretta from PA. So Jeff Fisher's in. Gillespie lets go to be 35. Fisher lets go to be 31. And it's going to be 989, 151, Tim Gillespie. 993, 153, Jeff Fisher down there. Iggy Boychesko now. Warminster, Pennsylvania, that Corvette. One of the yellow rods wheeling that brand new Chevrolet. Elrod's in. Boychesko's in. One loses power, the other doesn't. 25 up front and 9 at 907. 168 miles an hour for Iggy. And we'll get Elrod's Corvette off the racetrack and go back into finish out Super Gas. A few more pairs to go, and then it's time for Oakley Top Dragster in their qualifying session number 2 of the weekend here in Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. right, so we got Elrod clear from the top end, and here comes two more. Dave Dahlem, Rich Pika. Pika's Coshocton-based Corvette there, the Angry Farmer. The guy that does a little bit of tractor pulling, drag racing, anything with motors he's kind of involved in. And Dave Dahlem out of Trentmont, the Illinois-based 57 Corvette. Dean McElvain's shop. Once again, top dragster, I'm sure already there. If you're not, come on up. We're waiting on you. You are going to follow Super Gas. Rich misses it by a thou. Dave is going to be 22 green. The Roadster on the left is going to go 988. Pika's Corvette, 997, 153. Dwight Noost. And Michael Handress. Handress out of New York with a Cavalier, and at Rampage for the Couts, Indiana, Pig Farmer. Making the bacon. Dwight Noost. So 3 cars remain, and we'll finish out Super Gas, and then it's time for Oakley Top Dragster. Well, these two are out of the gate, letting go at 22 and 51. Dwight Noost off the stop. High gear charge on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. It's 994, 150. 995, 163 for Michael Anders, down there. Ron Brady. He's going to end the category out with his run. Ron Brady, 089, and there goes that 582 cubic inch Chevrolet, making the power to the finish line stripe, and it's going to be 1003, 154. That'll wind out Super Gas for Q2. They're secured for the night. Now it's time for Top Dragster.
Well, while we do a little track maintenance, don't forget the Hope Over Heroin stage set up next to the staging lanes. Be serving some burgers and some hot dogs here before you know it. They got them cooking on the grill right now, is my understanding, so we're not that far away from food, real food, and music. All of it coming to us thanks to the fine folks from the Hope Over Heroin organization. Was pointed out to me earlier today that those gentlemen and ladies that are with the Hope Over Heroin program are here entertaining and feeding those of us with another type of addiction, drag racing addiction. And I can't argue that point much. But tip of the cap to everybody involved with the Hope Over Heroin program. Lots of good coming out of that. Lots of good for the men and women involved. Our activities for the rest of the evening: Oakley Top Dragster. Final qualifying to set our field for tomorrow's eliminations. Comp Eliminator. Oakley Top Sportsman, and we'll extend an invitation to all of our alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car contestants to come out and make a test and tune run. It does not count for qualifying. It'll give them an opportunity to get a hold of the racetrack. From what I've heard and what I've seen this afternoon, liable to be some fairly stout numbers being put down out there this evening. Even with the warm air and the humidity being what it is, clouds have been on the racetrack now for a while, been able to bring the track temperature down just a little bit, get the rubber surface to tighten up some, and we will be getting ready to go. Liven things up a little bit with our Oakley Motorsports Top Dragster field. Mike Coughlin and Joe Rouse out of Pittsburgh, PA. Natrona Heights, to be more specific. Innovative chassis works entry over here on the right-hand side. Big Pro Charge 632 cubic inch combination. Coughlin, who has tried electronic fuel injection, Pro Charging. Now has the supercharged engine combo sitting in the rails. This Dan Page built race car. Coughlin sitting in the number 11 qualifying spot, a 6:30 lap earlier today. Joe Rouse, big 6:49. See what this opening shot here between the pair of them can do. 6:24, 220 miles an hour. Mikey picks up, 6:48 for Joe as he picks up. Coughlin down to the number 7 spot. Joe Rouse picking up just a hunt. Staying in that number 18 position. J.B. Strasweg in the Meyer Distributing entry, sitting in the number 1 spot is Karma Hopper. Red Fritch come rolling in. Red's lap earlier today is 6:34, putting him in the number 12 spot. Karma at a 6:40 lap, sitting in the number 14 position. We had 26 cars answer the bell for the opening round, and I got to admit, I was a little surprised that we are a few cars short of a full field. Top dragster here in Division 3 is always been a full field plus. and always just been super competitive. Some of the best fields in the history of top dragsters. That filled the racing schedule here in Division III competition. But obviously this year being what it is, well, let's just say not everybody's present and accounted for. Karma over on the left side, the nitrous-assisted Hemi machine. Working her way through 631, 214 miles an hour. As she picks up a few hun. Red Fritch over on the right-hand side. 692 at a $145, shutting it off early. Hits the no parachute. Karma moves into the number 12 spot with that 631. Fritch will rely on his 634 from earlier. Hold him right down to number 13 position. Ryan Berber coming up next on the left. Zach Fisher on the right. Zach's at number 25 with a shutoff run. So he's definitely looking to improve. And I see him pointing at a few things on the car. So it looked like Zach well, it looks like he's going to, well, I'm not sure. Not going anywhere. Here comes the heave-o. So Ryan Burba will get the opportunity to go down track by himself, see if he can improve on a 665. Zach Fisher on the left, on the right. Backing gingerly out of the starting line area. 666 for Ryan Burba, no improvement. In fact, slows down 1/100th of a second. Zach Fisher is like, okay, which way do we go? Zach's going to spin it around. He'll be in the show. But he'll be coming into race day tomorrow. Got a bit of a handicap. Zach Sackman, the Hankster first. Metalworking Lubricants entry over here on the right-hand side. Your defending champ. It was him and Brian Keller. The finals a year ago. Patty Fisher up on the left-hand side. RaceRVs.com, boss lady. Wait for Sackman to do his burnout. Zach does his, sitting in the number 5 spot. 622 out of the car earlier today. 642 for Patty. So we call Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. Your turn to come on down. Comp Eliminator, need you to the staging lanes, please. Comp Eliminator. To the lanes. Come on, come on. Patty with the Pro Charge entry. Zach with the blower setting up on top. Patty looking to improve on that 642 lap from earlier today. Penny Nelson, your reigning world champion, holding on to that top speed of the meet. A whopping 236 mile an hour lap. Yaha. So Patty's on the left. Sitting number 15. Zach Sackman on the right. Sitting number 5. There is room to improve. 6.100. Give you the number 1 spot. And we've seen improvement out of virtually every car down track this session. 618 is improvement for Sackman. Over his 622 earlier, 633 for Patty. Patty improves. She now sits number 13. Sackman goes up to the number 2 spot. We now have 5 cars in the 16 range. JB Strasweg leading with the 615. Sackman in the Angstafers machine sitting number 2 at a 618. Danny Waddle on a 19, Joe Fisher on a 19, and Danny Nelson also on a 19. But we're still stirring the pot, figuring out who's going to run whom come round number 1 tomorrow. JB Strasweg up on the left-hand side, your number 1 qualifier, the Meyer Distributing. Hot Rod sitting over there, 615, 219 miles an hour. Eileen Novak, young lady out of Iowa, and Novak Electrical Services. Sitting over here on the right-hand side, 626 and 219. Novak's Hot Rod, another one capable of getting down into the teen range. Just a few hun away from it right now. JB improves. How about a 613? Also at 219 miles an hour. So he finds a couple of hun. Tighten up that number 1 spot. 630 by Emily at 216. No improvement. She backed up a couple of hun. She'll stay for now in the number 9 position. So JB finds a couple of hun. Eileen loses a couple out there. Angry Tom Fisher. Been 10 months since he's been behind the wheel of a car, and he's now behind the wheel of the Copper Cat. Beautiful Hot Rod debuted at the PRI show a year and a half ago. It certainly has won its fair share of accolades. But where Joe was driving the car last year, Tom's at the wheel this year. Good to see Tom back out here mixing it up with everybody. Anthony Bertazzi over on the left-hand side. Anthony, another one of those drivers. Had some problems getting down track in the first round. He's definitely looking to improve. Angry Tom says he's going to. He gets down to the other end, runs 652. Drifted just a little bit towards that center stripe. Runs 202 miles an hour, still getting adjusted to the car. Bertazzi steps up big time, 634, 219 miles an hour. Anthony makes the bend, Tom makes the bend, and the next pair come to life. And again, Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator to the lanes. Come on down. Tom Martino up on the right-hand side, the Par Race Engines powered Hot Rod for the runner out of Youngstown, Ohio. Sitting number 6 with a 623. The runner over here on the right-hand side, Bob Bauer, Elma, New York. Jansen powered entry over on the left-hand side. Bauer, 712 at 186. Looking to see if he can step the program up a notch or two. So Martino's sitting number 6 in the low 620s. Can he put this machine into teens? Bauer just like to find the 6-second zone. Martino top end, 624. So back-to-back laps within a hun of each other, 710 for Robert Bauer. He improves a couple of hun. Still didn't find the 6-second zone. But then again, Tom Martino didn't find the 16 zone. So where some are improving, some are not. It's a situation of What did we miss this time around? Track's a little bit tighter. Air temp's got to be down at least a couple of degrees from earlier this afternoon when the sun was shining brightly. Jimmy Prevost up on the right-hand side. Jimmy, right now sitting number 16 in the field. And Frank Carpinelli over on the left. Beautiful car for Frank. Runner out of North Canton. Prevost right, 638 earlier, 664 by Carpinelli. Jimmy drifted towards that center stripe. Another 638, picking up 0.02 of a second, 653. Carpinelli picks up a 10th plus. Right now sits number 21. Prevost will stay in the number 16 spot. Bill Oakley coming up on the left-hand side. Tom Elliott. Tom and Suzanne over here on the right-hand side, coming out of Brooks, Kentucky. 77 years young. And you know what Tom does when he's not out racing the artisan car? You can find him at the golf course playing golf with his buddies. He loves retired life. Goes racing when he feels like it, plays golf when he can. And Suzanne living life large. Sitting in the number 11 spot. Phil Oakley sitting number 8. The car over there on the left-hand side. Texas Roadhouse. Machine. .624. Elliott picks up 3 hun. 219 miles an hour. 617. Phil Oakley steps up to the number 2 spot. Sliding right around Matt Sackman. Or Zach Sackman. And picking up the pace. Hey racers, tension in the pits. The finish line store will be closing in 20 minutes if you need ice. Let me give you some advice. Now'd be a good time to do it. Did you hear that? I made a rhyme. If you need ice, let me give you some advice. Woo. Finish line store will be closing in 20 minutes. If you need ice, good time to go get it, like right now. Pascal Lecomte and Michael Shield come rolling in. Tom Elliott sitting number 9 now. Oakley steps up to the number 2 spot. JB hanging on to number 1. Michael Shields, 32 Bantam entry over there on the left-hand side. Michael last year was giving everybody fits with this car. Went way deep into the program. Goes 652 now, backs up a couple of hun. Pascal Lecomte over on the right-hand side, 205 miles an hour. The chutes finally blossom down at the other end of the racetrack. Hey, Shield makes the bend. And now Pascal does. Pascal now sitting 14. Michael number 18. And again, Comp Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Young Mr. Waddle. Andrew over on the left-hand side, the 18-year-old driver. Alongside the reigning world champ, Danny Nelson. A high gear only. Vortex supercharged entry over here on the right-hand side for the Racecraft chassis builder out of Batesville, Arkansas. Danny Nelson contabulated the most number of points last year. Claimed the world championship. Trying to defend his title this year in what has got to be a fluid scheduling compromise. Certainly have to be able to adjust as the season goes on. Danny goes red. Can he run a 6'10"? Well, he can. The question is, will he? About a 6'16" at 236 miles an hour. Danny will move into the number 2 spot. 7:29 for Andrew Waddle. No improvement for him. He'll stay number 24. It's now J.B. Strasweg, Danny Nelson, Philip Oakley, Zach Sackman, and Danny Waddle Jr. Our top 5. Pat Forster and Michael Kalin come rolling in next. Kalin's got the Supercharger sitting on top of the Niagara Falls-based entry over here on the right-hand side. It's at number 19 so far in the show. 6:48 at 211 on his opening lap. Pat Forster's ride out of Pittsburgh. Well, Pat's out of Pittsburgh, let's put it that way. And the Sunoco entry this weekend. $6.54 for Kalin. No improvement over his 6:48. 6:18 for Forster over on the left-hand side, and that'll move Patrick all the way up to the number 4 spot. So a solid lap there, making a big-time move. With 7 cars now in the 16 range. Remember, 6.100, as low as you can go. Joe Fisher and Danny Waddle Jr. Danny just got bumped out of the top 5. He's now sitting number 6. Smallest chassis car over on the right-hand side. 619. He can step it up a little bit. Throw down a good 612 or 611 lap. Take the number 1 spot away. Joe Fisher's Chromeworks machine over on the left-hand side is Joe, Patty, Zach, and Tom. Have all now made their appearance. How about a 6:17? Waddle did pick up, but just a couple of 6:09 by Joe Fisher. Oh so close, yet oh so far away. Joe's run at 6:09 will be thrown out, and that'll set the field. J.B. Strasweg, number 1. Danny Nelson, number 2. Waddle just nose the nose of the car into the beach down at the other end. So it'll give a little yank and a little tug, get him back out. And a jump back up into the number 3 spot with that 6:17 lap. So it's J.B. Strasweg, Meyer Distributing, number 1 with a 6:13. Danny Nelson, number 2 with a 6:16. Danny Waddle Jr., number 3 with a 6:17. And our field for our top dragster. Now set. We'll get the pairings out and let everybody know whom they have to race tomorrow. Come round number 1. Competition Eliminator getting ready to roll in next. 25 comp cars on the grounds here this weekend. Nice showing for our Comp Eliminator contingent. We get Danny's car pulled back out of the beach, get ready to make its bend around the corner. We sit with Mike Farrell and Ronnie Proctor getting ready to come up next. Final call, comp eliminator lanes. Final call, comp eliminator to the lanes. Come on down if you want to play. Final call, comp eliminator to the lanes. Top Sportsman, your first call, or Oakley. Top Sportsman competitors, your first call to the lanes. Come on down. Ronnie Proctor coming up first. See Dragster Automatic over on the left-hand side. Runner out of Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. Wasn't there something to do with the Civil War in Harper's Ferry, West Virginia? It just rings a bell. Mike Farrell's B Street Roadster. Patterson power plant underneath the hood. Like trying to get the new combination sorted and figured. Farrell working his way through to a 790, much better run this time around at 167. 719, 186, no help for Proctor. There's Mike Farrell now, 50 under the index with that 790 lap. Moves himself from the bottom of the field all the way up to the number 3 position. And a good run for him. Ronnie Bone and Pete Pollock come rolling in next. Ronnie up on the left-hand side, the little 6-cylinder. Chevy Dragster there on the left. Spitzer chassis car, flyweight of a race car. And Pete Pollock over on the right, the Firebird. Pete sitting in the number 10 spot. Been 40 under the index, 753 out of his hot rod. And again, Top Sportsman needs your lanes, please. Top Sportsman, your turn to come on down. Pollock's car immediately off the line, moves to the left, follows the center stripe down, eases it back into the middle, goes 752 to pick up a Hun, 776.4. Ronnie Bone, back-to-back, 776 laps, separated by 3 thousandths of a second. If nothing else, Ronnie has got the car running consistent and sitting in the number 2 qualifying spot. Not a bad place to be. Scott Shamness comes rolling in now. Scott and his dad out of Kankakee. Big block Chevrolet powered B Dragster over on the left-hand side and a Spitzer constructed chassis. Shamness sitting number 4. Scott, who picked up the win down in Bowling Green last year on the Lucas Oil Tour. Pulls in alongside Jim Promozic Sr. Senior over here, the B Dragster Automatic, but doing it front engine style. rather than rear engine style. You got to admire a man that takes on one of the toughest classes in comp eliminator racing in a unconventional manner. Shamnes rattles the tires, shuts off, 7-11 for Jim Promozic Sr. Good run down the racetrack. That 7-11 will pick up his pace considerably at 166 miles an hour. Promozic moves from the very bottom of the field up into the middle. Shamnes coasts across with a 14.90 lap. Again, Top Sportsman, need you to lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Don't forget, hot dogs, hamburgers, all available for you at the Hope Over Heroin area right next to the grandstand. Stop by and grab yourself something to eat. Learn about a great organization. They got some band playing over there. And pick yourself up something to nibble on. Rick Brown comes rolling in. Brown and Redditch. B-Truck automatic. 318 combo underneath the hood. Truck that was being constructed back in the days for the Pro Stock Truck Wars. And then the Pro Stock Truck category disappeared before they could get the truck done. But they went ahead and finished it, and it has been a very good and very competitive comp eliminator ride for him for a number of years now. Jim Promozic Jr., the B-altered automatic over there on the left-hand side. Promozic getting a good pull down track, goes 7:25 at 188, 8:33. Rick Brown's gone 8:33.5 and 8:33.3 now on back-to-back laps. And Jim Promozic Jr. steps up with that 7:25 lap, and he goes from the bottom of the field up to the number 14 spot. Not necessarily a bad place to be. Have to see how qualifying ends up and how they ladder out. Young Kyle Koretsky out of PA. Jim Pancake's Hemi car over on the left. Wes Leopold's A Supermod automatic over here on the right-hand side. The Dodge Stratus. Leopold, 8:25 earlier. Looking to pick the pace up. Goes 8:06. Nice improvement, a couple of tenths. 8:69. 1:55 for Pancake. As Pancake steps up. Pancake now at 25 under the index. Pete D'Agnolo, the little wheel standing cobalt over on the left-hand side. Got to calm down a little bit for this run. And David Billingsley working his way down track. 8:38 for David, no improvement. 8:51 for D'Agnolo. And Pete does improve. Picks up a couple of hun. Goes from 44 under to 46 under. Now sits number 9 on the qualifying sheet. And again, Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman needing you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. And again, a big tip of the cap to everybody at John Holt Race Cars, Brow Bell Housing, Camplain Machine Works, Cohen Engineering, Bullet Cams, T&E Enterprises, Total Seal, Indy Gear, C-Tech Race Cabinets, and Billingsley Car Wash. Helping out with a little bonus money for our comp eliminator field. Chad Mogus, your reigning division champ, comes rolling it next on the left-hand side. Chad's sitting number 12. Pretty much middle of the pack. We got the 4-cylinder 32 Bantam and Steve Ambrose with the 6-cylinder 23T. 804 by Ambrose. Big move there for Steve. 771 by Chad. Not quite as big a move. Bogus down 46 under the index. Ambrose down 29 under with that 804 lap. Still down in the bottom half of the field, though, as they'll go back and tinker with the 6-cylinder, see if they can squeeze a little bit more out of it come tomorrow for round number 1. Greg Tabler's dragster, the B Dragster Automatic. I was talking a while ago about Jim Promozic Sr. His B Dragster Automatic and doing it in an unconventional manner. I do believe we have 3, maybe 4 B Dragster Automatics here this weekend. It's a highly popular field, or class I should say, in comp eliminator. And Senior goes at it with the front engine car, and everybody else has got the conventional thinking rear engine machine. Greg Camplain dropping down to a little bit smaller combination. He used to compete in B Dragster Automatic. And he's got the Camplain Machine Works, Mount Comfort RV entry. Down into C Dragster Automatic and a 704 lap for Greg. He picks up a couple of huns. 704, 189 for both of them to be exact. Camplain's C car goes just as quick as Tabler's B car. Tabler backs up a couple of huns. Camplain picks up a couple of huns. And with those couple of hundredths of a second, Greg Camplain moves from number 5 to number 3. Richard Locker comes rolling in now. The Hemi Cuda over on the left-hand side. Rich had some problems earlier today. Skied to a 19-second lap. And right now he is number 25 in a 25-car field. Not exactly what you call dealing from an advantageous position. Frank Affronti, your number 1 qualifier. The C altered automatic, Cobalt over here on the right-hand side. Small block, pro stock, if you will. For Affronti, the runner out of New York. And 104 contracting. 59 under the index. 7:33 earlier today. Locker's run looking a whole lot better. Let's see what Affronti does. 7:36, off by 0.03 of a second. Locker gets down track this time. He goes 8:65 at 151. Puts him 30 under the index, moves him from number 25 up to number 19 on the qualifying sheet. Troy Galbraith, multi-time division champ, number 7 in the Cop Eliminator points chase last year. Does his burnout and his B dragster automatic there on the left-hand side. Troy sitting number 11, 688. A low 670, mid 670. Would not surprise me out of this car. And Robert Bailey's A Econo dragster. Robert's sitting number 16 right now. And again, Oakley, top sportsman, needs you to the lanes, please. If you're not there yet, Oakley, top sportsman, needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come one, come all. Oakley, top sportsman, need you to the lanes, please. Bailey, who knows the car into the beach in the last session. Spending a little bit of time between sessions doing some cleanup. Gets the parachute out a little bit earlier. Goes 672. Nice lap for Bailey, picking up better in the 10th. 680 for Troy Galbraith as Troy steps up. Galbraith down 49 under the index. Robert Bailey at 46 under the index. Robert moves up to the number 10 spot. And your defending champ won it all here a year ago. Todd France comes rolling in now, albeit a new car from what he competed with here a year ago. The A Econo altered on the left-hand side. Right now, sitting number 17. Had some problems with the car yesterday doing some test laps. Couldn't get it past the 300-foot mark. Finally did today. Got it down to a 756. Brian Simonek over here on the right-hand side. Brian loves to spend time on a CNC machine, carving out, creating, building. One of the neat facets about Cop Eliminator. You can think outside the box, and if you can build it, fabricate it, or have it built or fabricated, you can try it, see if it works. It's amazing the technology that is filtered into the rest of drag racing. Solely from the competition and the spirited competition here in Cop Eliminator. Simonek goes through 875, picks up a 10th of a second. Pretty much running right on the index now. 806 at 121 as France once again shuts it off before he can make a full pull with it. Still getting used to the hot rod. A little bit different ride from the long, skinny dragster he competed with for the last couple of years. You go from a long, skinny, long wheelbase, skinny dragster to a short wheelbase Econo altered. Things are a whole lot different, and your driving style certainly has to change. So Todd sits number 17. Simonek still down at the bottom of this program. Jeremy Bailey comes rolling in. Jeremy had a shut-off run. We saw Dan Baker's run a little while ago. Now Jeremy getting ready to make his blast down track. The C dragster automatic over on the left-hand side. And Ed Bennett, former division champ, runner out of Michigan here on the right-hand side. A dragster, 515 cubic inch Mopar motivation. Bennett with a shut-off 883 earlier today, so both drivers looking to get a good run down the racetrack here in this final session. Look like both drivers pretty much going to be able to do it. 653. 208 miles an hour for Ed, 719 for Jeremy. Bennett goes to number 4 with that 6:53 lap. Jeremy Bailey at 7:19 moves him all the way up to number 15 on the qualifying sheet. So both drivers doing what A, they wanted to do, and B, what they needed to do, and that was improve. Stepping up the program a little bit. Terry Smith on a single run now as the cars are assigned lanes to run. When they get signed in. Terry Smith's a dragster automatic. Always a tough customer when he shows up. Terry's put it in the winner's circle before. Right now looking to improve on a 668. 500 cubic inch Hemi over here on the right-hand side. Another a dragster automatic entry. About a 6:59, picking up not quite a tenth of a second, but a good run for Terry as he will take the T.L. Smith excavating entry into eliminations with that 6:59 lap. Terry Smith jumps up to the number 10 spot on the qualifying sheet. And tough break for John Stock is make the toe up through the lanes and get all the way up to underneath the tower, and our final comp eliminator car will not start. Tough break for little V6 Decono dragster. So Frank Affronte ends up number 1. Ronnie Bone 2, Greg Camplain 3, Ed Bennett makes a good move, moves into the number 4 spot. Mike Farrell and his B Street Roadster sit number 5. Scott Shamness dragster 6. Troy Galbraith moves up into the number 7 spot. Ronnie Proctor 8. Rick Brown in the little S10 number 9. Terry Smith with that last lap we just saw going down the racetrack moves into the number 10 spot. Then the rest of the Sweet 16, Wes Leopold, Robert Bailey, Pete Diagnolo, Chad Vogus, Pete Pollock, and Jeremy Bailey. Our top sportsman field getting ready to come back at us, and I'm going to step back out of the way. Derek was here to tell you about top sportsman earlier today. We'll let him pick up where he left off.
All right, so final qualifying for our Oakley Top Sportsman category. Don O'Neill and Bob Wright's going to start things off here in a Q2 today, as we are nearing the end of day number 1 of our JEGS Speed Week here at National Trail Raceway. That's going to bring the 2015 Camaro out of the water box right-hand side for the Evansville, Indiana runner and Team NGK Spark Plugs. That's Don O'Neill. Currently number 22 at 698, 176, had a little shutoff run earlier. Of course, Diane listening in back home, and Bob Wright over there, your number 16 qualified Chevrolet Cobalt, ran 675 at 206. So the crew for the weekend there with Tyler B. and Ren Dilly's helping Don O'Neill out. That is a new combination that Don's been working on, and I talked with him last night, and he said, you know, when you're the only person that runs this combination, you're the only person that can figure out the issues with it. He said, so I'm my own test dummy. So getting things even ironed out. He had, like I said, a good weekend at Lucas Oil Raceway last weekend. Just trying to bring the momentum in here into Columbus this weekend. Pretty much a 2-for-1. 2 races, 1 weekend. 2 shots at parking that thing in a winner's circle. So Don O'Neill and Bob Wright. First pair of qualifying session number 2 here at Oakley Top Sportsman is officially underway. Don O'Neill, good early numbers, 104 to the 60, and it's going to be 690. It picks up by 800 to 200 miles an hour. He picked up a whole lot of mile an hour there. Don O'Neill made a good run, 674 at 206.95 miles an hour for Bob Wright, your number 15 and 22 qualifiers. Now, Dwayne Gogley and Don Sathoff. Sathoff out of Connersville, Ohio, with that Corvette here in just a moment. As soon as we clear at the top end. We got clear at the top end. Dwayne Gogley, your number 24 qualifier, currently with that first-gen Chevrolet Camaro sitting over there on the left-hand side. All right, so the HVAC technician at 706 cubic inches strong. The Ohio runner left side for Dwayne Gogley. Let's run a 722 earlier in the day. Don Sathoff's taking that 632 cubic inches nitrous-fed Chevrolet to a 711 run and a $192. Hopefully Don's going to straighten that machine out a little bit because he was way crooked backing up. So they line it back up in the groove, purge the bottom pressure down there a little bit, drop it her in low, and pull to the starting line. So the pre-stage bulb lit there for Don Sathoff. He's patiently waiting. Dwayne Gogley's going to pull up in that first-gen Chevrolet Camaro. Sathoff wastes no time. Gogley set, top bulbs on. They let go, and out in the way they are. Oh, hold on, Don Sathoff. Man, oh, man, did that car make a hard move down low. It's about 330 foot. You've seen it sashay and move right towards that cone. And then he rode up on the center line, takes his foot off the gas wisely, and Dwayne Gogley's going to go 678, big improvement at 201 miles an hour. So he's going to go to 19. Don's going to say number 24, excuse me, in the qualified order. And, well, both cars are in one piece still. That's the main thing. So, Benjamin Board and Boyd Byers going to be our next pair here in just a moment. A little Mustang and GTO matchup. All right, we're going to make the call. Top alcohol dragster. Top alcohol dragster. Attention to the pits, please. Attention to the pits. Top alcohol dragster. Need you to the staging lanes, please, for Q1. Or T1. Time trial. Little testing tune, I guess. So, top alcohol dragster. Go ahead and bring it to the lanes, please, for your time run. My dog got my head cut off when I said Q1. Yeah, that was quite scary. So, glad there wasn't any sharper objects around. So, Benjamin Board. East Peoria, Illinois, GTO, currently setting number 22 in the qualified order. It's qualified order at 684. And Boyd Byers Mustang alongside the Ohio runner at 649. Put him up there in the number 4 spot. He's a 220-mile-an-hour player. He's not going to be able to make the run, so it's going to be a single for Benjamin Board. And it's going to be 677. Best run of the weekend at 197 for Board. It's going to move him up in the qualified order. He'll go to number 18 there in the qualified position here in top sportsman. Jimmy Fallon and Gary Wojnarowski is going to be out next. Well, bring out the old track scrubber and take it to the starting line area. Clean up a little bit of whatever was left on the racetrack, and should just take a few moments. And we'll continue here at Top Sportsman. Qualifying session at number 2. We have called Top Alcohol Dragster for their time run. At the lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster for your time run. Staging lanes. Don't forget, going on until 8 o'clock, we have the cookout, hamburgers, hot dogs. Hope over heroin. Our stage set up and got some music playing. Sure, it'll continue after we get done with our festivities tonight, and about that time it's every safe time to dive in the cooler, grab a cold one, cool off for the evening. We'll start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Once again, we have that 8 a.m. start time tomorrow. Day number 2. As just a little cleanup is going on in that left lane starting line area. From whatever's left down on the racetrack itself. As soon as we get that up, we'll continue here in Top Sportsman Q2. We have called Top Alcohol Dragster lanes for their time run. All right, so the driver's going to suit back up, and we are ready to go back into qualifying session number 2 here of the top sportsman category. So if you are back there in the staging lanes, it is go time again. So Gary Wojnowski, Jimmy Fallon, who's been patiently waiting up here, will get their turn at this racetrack now. So we have tomorrow's schedule here in front of us. So we have an 8 a.m. start time with Super Street, round number 1, followed by Stock, round 1, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. All for round number 1 with that 8 a.m. start time. Then we'll move into Sportsman Motorcycle for their first time run, followed by Oakley Top Dragster, Competition Eliminator, Oakley Top Sportsman. And we'll go back into our second rotation. So, 8 a.m. start time, Super Street, you are first out in the morning. So Jimmy Fallon in that 68 Chevrolet Camaro with a Hemi 521 cubic inch supercharged combination rolls into the water box left side, and he did not make the run that he was looking for in Q1. So Gary Wojnowski into the water box right side. The Chevrolet Cobalt 615 cubic inches strong with nitrous on board. So Wojnowski, the Birdhouse Complete O'Reilly side, he will back up here. The Brunswick, Ohio machinist. And the guy that owns the bookstore, the bookbinder out of Trenton, Ohio, Jimmy Fallon. All right, so last minute purge out of Wojnowski's machine right side of the racetrack. Get the bottle pressure down there. The pre-stage beam's on. Jimmy Fallon, he's going to roll the supercharged entry into the beam left side. Pair of Chevrolets, old school, new school, and they are just about ready to go. And now Jimmy Fallon's going to make a full pull here. Summit side, 6.513, 216 miles an hour to the 662. 210 miles an hour there for Gary Wojnowski. So Fallon goes to the number 5 spot. Wojnowski stay in the number 7 position. Stephen Breiniger and Jeff Brooks. Stephen Breiniger, the Germantown, Ohio, 2012 Ford Mustang. Currently number 11 at 664. Jeff Brooks, your number 2 finisher. Division 1 last year here in Top Sportsman. Coming out of Virginia. Kaiser Compressor 51, Henry J. So 27 drivers made the attempt there in session 1 earlier today. Obviously not the 32 to make the bump. So Jeff Brooks rolls in, he's set. Stephen Brenniger follows. They're out of the gate, side by side. Just a little wiggle down low for Brooks. It's going to be 6.507, 214, best for the weekend. There for Brooks is going to go up to the number 5 position. Brenniger in the number 12 position, and that's going to bring up 2 more. Alan Fire in the burnout, the Charlestown, Indiana Cavalier, currently number 3 at 644, 220 miles an hour. And Alan Firestone, of course, your number 3 finisher in the world last year with that 2016 Camaro. Gets the horsepower out of Elite Motorsports, 754 cubic inches. There on the left side. So the turbo car on the right, the nitrous car on the left. Top half of the field players here looking for consistency. Virtually it is a bracket race tomorrow. You're going to throw a dial in on it and go bracket racing at 6 seconds over 200 miles an hour here in the Oakley Motorsports Top Sportsman category. So Eric Burnett right side, Alan Firestone left side, and they are set. Burnett's moving around. He stays with it, though, and it's going to be 650, 208.97 the speed to a 6.506, 217 mile an hour charge of Eric Burnett's Cavalier there. Burnett's going to stay 3, Firestone's going to stay 8, and now it's going to be Jeff Melnick and Kurt Frederick. So Kurt Frederick, 800 cubic inch nitrous fed Chevrolet, backs up right side, went 681 at 203 earlier in the day. Jeff Melnick rocking to do a 643 run at 216. Currently in the number 2 position, the Huberto, Ohio Dodge Avenger. I believe that is a Pro-Charged 548 cubic inch Chevrolet on the left, the nitrous fed big block. Kurt Frederick alongside. All right, Jeff Melnick, Kurt Frederick, pre-stage bulbs are lit. They're going to make the last move into the beam. Watch Jeff Melnick's machine, the summit side of the quarter mile. How about 6:46? 216 miles an hour, no improvement for him. 663, best for the weekend at 208 for Kurt Frederick. He goes up to the number 12 position. That was a nice run out of that Chevrolet Camaro down the O'Reilly side. As they exit the top end, this is going to bring up Jeff Sexton and Bad Eye Brenniger. Brenniger, the Middletown, Ohio Ford. alongside the Fairborn-based Cavalier for Jeff and Sharon Sexton. The Sexton's Automotive 632 cubic inch nitrous-fed big block, currently number 19 at 677. Bad Eye is sitting the number 7 spot at 660. So two guys that are very competitive here in the North Central Division top sportsman category. Been at it for quite a few years, campaigning both of those machines. So Jeff Sexton turns the top bulb on first over there on the left-hand side. Bad Eye Brenniger's going to roll in and follow. It's Ford, it's Chevrolet, and it's go time. They are side by side. Brenniger's going to pull ahead. How about 661? 208 miles an hour to the 672. Best run of the weekend there for Sexton by a few hundred. 208 on speed. So Brenniger, 7. Sexton, 17. They're in the qualified order. Now a little pair of old school, new school Chevrolets. John Benoit and Chris Osborne will complete their burnouts here in just a moment. The PAC Chevrolet Camaro out of Oakland, Michigan. There for Osborne, currently number 16 at 671. And John Benoit's Vermont-based Corvette for Benoit Electric. The contractor has been 662 to put in the number 10 position. So you'll see the purge of the nitrous oxide there for both. Osborne left, Benoit right. Making their final run of the day here in Oakley at Motorsports Top Sportsman. We have Top Alcohol Dragster coming up next for their time run, followed by Top Alcohol Funny Car, and then that will secure for the evening. Once Funny Car is complete, you are done, and we have that 8 a.m. start time tomorrow morning with Super Street, round number 1. So right now, John Benoit, Chris Osborne. Top bulb comes on, they let go, and they're holding on. Benoit 660. Improves there by 200s at 206 miles an hour, 669. Best run for Osborne as well at 206.42. Benoit's in the 8th spot. Osborne's going to be number 16. And now here comes to the baddest cars of the property, Lester Johnson and Mark McDonald. The Excalibur 55 Bel Air out of Kentucky, and Mark McDonald from Boonville, Indiana. 598 cubic inch nitrous-fed Ford. Him and Deidre currently at 665, and Lester Johnson was a top 10 player in the world from last year and is currently your number 1 qualifier. That's 623, 234. Lester Johnson has problems at 7:12, 6:62, 2:02 for Mark McDonald. So Billy Tobin, your number 15 qualifier now, the Corvette out of Mount Washington. The Kentucky-based entry. So Billy Tobin and, of course, Lind out there as he moves into the pre-stage beam on a single run. Gets it up on the wheelie bars there, puts it back down, moves around just a little bit around the 330-foot mark, and it's 6:62. Best run of the weekend by 207.75 miles an hour for Billy Tobin. Now it's going to be Justin Souders and Larry Canolti. Chevrolet and the Ford, Mustang and Camaro here with their second qualifying efforts. Justin Souders, the number 5 finisher in the North Central Division from last year, the 27-year-old machinist out of Louisville. It brings that 69 Camaro back to the starting line, Summit side. Currently number 13 in the qualified field at 6:63. Larry Canolti has that T&L truck repair, beautiful 2018 Ford Mustang alongside of him. Calls home in Washington, Indiana. Did not have the run he was looking for in session 1. Only going 8:43. All right, so Souders left. Canolti right, they're set. Here we go. Justin's going to make a full pull, so is Canolti at 7:58. Not good enough there, what they were looking for, I know. 181 miles an hour. Canolti's still going to be in the show. It's 6:64. 2:09 for Justin. Larry Canolti makes his best run of the weekend, but they are way off the performance potential of that machine. So, Will Simmons and Tommy Turner is going to come out of the water box now. The Pontiac Grand Am right side out of Kentucky for your number 21 qualifier. And Tommy Turner's GXP. Coming out of the Division II area in Naples, Florida. 948 cubic inches strong of Steve Schmidt power. So, Tommy Turner, the guy that, well, is in the masonry and concrete business. Like, does runways at airports and big things like that. Out of the gate. Left side, he is 31 up front. Simmons is 24. And, oh, man, Tommy Turner, that does not look good. Whole lot of white smoke out of that Pontiac GXP at 688, 173. And I'm pretty sure that motor just expired on that entry. Unfortunately, 675, 204 for Simmons. Makes the best run of the weekend for him and Taylor Cincinnati. So the Safety Safari crew is going to take the racetrack. We're going to check things out, make sure we are dry, and hopefully we can continue on without any type of cleanup. Obviously, got a diaper on the car, and I believe if anything got out, hopefully it is contained in that. But about 660 feet out and approaching that 1,000-foot mark, you've seen a lot of white smoke just start to come out of Tommy Turner's machine. And it just intensified all the way to the 1,320-foot mark. So be on hold for a moment. We'll check things out and see where we're at. We'll go back into Top Sportsman qualifying session number 2. So the word we're getting from the safety safari crew is it is virtually dry down there. Didn't have to do a whole lot. I believe there was just a little bit of water, and they are cleaning that up. But actual liquid-wise of putting any rysol ash or stuff like that down, we got lucky on that one. So, Lynn Butcher and Ronnie Proctor's going to wait patiently there, Ford and Chevrolet. And we just get the all clear. We're good to go. Trying to get through this final qualifying session of Oakley Top Sportsman.